looking at their interviews and such, what I feel that what Burmese School is feeling right now, number one, they feel prepared, they're not scared, and they're angry. Because for some reason, they feel like everyone is looking down on them. And then they're like, hey, we got here.
Exactly.
We are minimum top 2. And Lysander, the host the other day, said underdog is like,
No, okay. So it's good to bring up because I waited all day to say this. Like, I've been supporting Burmese goals. You guys have been on the panel. I've been supporting Burmese goals the entire time because I felt like they are the earnest guys. They're one that has a lot of fire. People underestimate them. You know, I mean, a lot of people listed them as the underdogs, and when I brought it up to the player, it wasn't even my my opinion. I was just bringing up the analyst stats. Some of the fans actually got really angry. They were like, the underdogs, we are material. And you know what? I cannot contest that. I think they have played like world champions so far. Coming back from adversity, coming back from that series against RRQ Hoshi. I told you guys that was grand final material, but I was a little off the mark, but still, you know, it is still going to be Burmese Goals versus Brand Esports. Brand Esports also earned their spot here. They went through a lot of hell to get here, and it's a revenge match for them.
definitely.
Just that one word to sum everything
up. I set you up and
definitely.
you just let me down, Lafell. Come on.
He gave you the ball, Lafell. You had one job. You had one job.
Wolf, save us.
Well, yeah, I think that they are indeed championship material for Burmese Goals. When you look back, if you look back at their performance, they do perform well. They're so confident. They execute well when it comes to team fights. And the Filipinos describe them as a team that's very good when it comes to clashing.
Why does it feel like you're avoiding eye contact when you're talking in that serious manner?
He just might burst out laughing looking at you, Lafell. That said, earlier, Lysander mentioned one very important word, the fans. Fans, of course, which are you right now watching us all over the world. We are pretty sure there is a spike in viewers from people in Myanmar and the Philippines. So to the respective countries, we say Mingalaba and Kamustaka, thank you so much for joining us. Whichever team you're supporting today, leave it in the comments right now. Show them your love and show them your support as we have more questions for our analysts about tonight's game. For Brand Esports, what must they do to avoid defeat like what happened to them earlier against Burmese Ghouls a few days ago?
okay, so for me, so this is my personal opinion. So let's look at Burmese Ghouls first. Let's dissect what they want to do. Number one, they like the early, mid-game team fights. And that's the second part. They like team fights. And number two, one of their is that they are pretty bad, or at least they take a little bit more time to get used to being ambushed, right? So these are the three things that we know about them. They like the early to the mid, they like team fights, and they take a little bit of time to adjust in getting ganked.
Yeah, they take a lot of liabilities with safety because they think they have Diggy to bail them out. So they play along that play style. So that is a potential weak point to exploit if you are Brand Esports. But Brand Esports, you know, a lot of people put them as the favorites, but they dropped a lot of games in this playoff. But they've managed to fight back. And I think that is something that Burmese Goals should be afraid of. Brand Esports will not give up. Even if you got them on the ropes, they will not be giving up.
That's right.
That's right.
All right.
Played 12 games, so not much games for us to really compare Brand Esports with 16 games in terms of the damage per minute. Honestly, at this point of the game, we never see any big difference in terms of damage just because every one of the teams are playing 37.9. Turtle Slate, alright, a little bit more different, where Brand Esports shows that they're a little bit stronger in terms of that objective control, probably in the 2-minute to 3-minute mark. Turtles Detroit per game, 8 and 7.
I think the reason why Brand Esports are getting so many Turtle Slate per game for average, particularly in the recent battle, because of the fact they and when they Lancelot, they take a lot of turtles. That's one of their conditions. They always want to secure that. That is something that Burmese Ghouls can expose, because if you take away all the control from Brand Esports in the early stages, they're quite easy to beat.
Yeah, and Cartesi has shown a few games that he can lose.
Yeah, you definitely want to be re-looking at that first game versus RRQ Hoshi where they lost as Lancelot. If you were Burmese Goals, you want to figure out how to deal with the Kaltisi and Kaltisi Lancelot, and also you want to find out how you want to deal with the Digi on Burmese Goals side if you're Brand Esports.
And interesting enough, even though Burmese Gold played less games than Brand Esports, but Burmese Gold, they actually played more unique heroes than Brand, which shows. What does this show, Wolf?
They're creative.
For Red Esports, they are definitely the team that's they are specialists, right? They are very strong in the heroes that they're comfortable with. I think that we have established that all throughout the playoffs. Now for Burmese Schools, real quick, they have more unique heroes played, but not only in their, but I think that they're also the team with the unique heroes that only them can play here in the FGA World Championship.
Yeah, and also this is a very important storyline, guys. You guys, the analysts, have been saying that Kaltisi is the best carry and Ace also equally as good. So I need you guys to be the best. Who carries the team better, Ace or Kaltisi?
Honestly, this is a very easy question once we see who wins, you know. But let's talk about numbers. 7.8 to 5.5. Ace is a little bit more safer than Kaltisi. Goal per minute, roughly the same. But the big difference is Kaltisi deals more damage than Ace. But this is not the fault of Ace. This is actually just how good Burmese Gold team is, because if we remember right, their lineup is basically all damage, right? And on the side of Brand Esports, Kaltisi is basically the one who chases all of those kills. You know, he gets those crazy savages and everything. So he is almost independently dealing the damage, while on Burmese Gold, everyone is doing their part.
Hey, I have a quick comparison between these two players. Kaltisi is more of a killer type of a carry player, while Ace is more tailored towards taking objectives with his team.
There is a cash prize for whoever gets MVP of the final. Now, don't forget, it's best of 7. Who do you think, who do you predict might walk away with that final MVP check?
I think judging from all of the players that I've seen all throughout the playoffs, Kaltisi is the hungriest of them. I would say he can fend for himself many times, and I think he's shown us when he plays the Lancelot and when he plays heroes like the Claude, he's also very on point,
Very aggressive as well.
very aggressive as well. So I think that he's hungrier for that one.
Okay. Well, it's not necessarily a matter of hungriness. I think it's also a matter of how much score you accrue for your team. You know, how much you get for your team. It might not even be the carries that become the MVP. That's something that you guys back home will have to take note, because I think a few times the tanks have gotten the MVP because of just how many team fights they lay up.
Yeah, I agree. Like I also feel like whoever plays the most, they have the more chances of getting the MVP. Like almost every single game, Christina Ng is there, so she has
Shout out to the head marshal.
Shout out to the head marshal. But again, if we're talking about it, it's the most games, right? So in terms of the MVP, if Brent wins, definitely Kaltisi, just because he is more flashier. If Burmese Gold, it's really up in the air.
All right, let's have a look at your screens right now. This is going to be interesting. The player lineups are out. Let's start with Burmese Ghouls, of course.
Yep, we have Ruby, DD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D, where, you know what? We've talked about this, guys. And if I were to change my nationality again, I would like to rename myself as Lafel DD. I feel that is the most appropriate.
Are you switching teams again at the last minute?
I think that Burmese Ghouls will take it.
Come on, man. I really wanted to be right in my prediction with Burmese Goals.
Yeah,
man.
but the thing is...
Why you gotta mess up?
Like, I can see Leo and Butters, they're very happy right now.
I am happy right now.
Yeah,
too.
they need to be controlled a little bit. Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to control them?
Anyways, right now, let's look at the lineup of Brand Esports, where I feel like Wolf wants to say this.
Oh yeah, Repo, Few, Lusty, and of course the TZ brothers, Carl and Flap. My goodness. They're very young, by the way. I think the oldest one is probably Rebo, and then the rest is like 22 or 23 years old.
Yeah, I can't believe they all look like me.
Yeah, they do. They do. They do.
Yeah. All the TZs look the same, yeah?
They also look good for radio.
Okay,
I love it. A roast from a Wolf. A roast
45 kills on the Lancelot, that is amazing.
Oh yeah,
45 kills.
This guy has a lot of kills. If we count MVP by kills, this guy's got it.
This guy's got it, definitely. And right now, let's look at the player lineup prediction. Ruby DD against Rebo, Kids against Few, maybe against Lusty, Ace against Carl TZ, as well as D against Flap TZ. where I do feel like the lane in Flat PZ's lane is going to be quite interesting.
You know, this probably is the only matchup, and it is so interesting because it's in the grand finals where the teams never changed their lineup.
Yeah,
And maybe that's the secret to success. Consistency.
agree.
We got more stats coming your way, but of course, if you just joined us here for your M2 World Championship Grand Finals, we say welcome, whether you're watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or maybe even in Cathay Cinemas here in Singapore. Grab the popcorn, grab your nachos. If you're hosting a viewing party, make sure you stay safe and adhere to the guidelines as well, because we got one mouth-watering clash coming your way, known as the Grand Finals between Burmese Ghouls and Brand Esports. We got time for a few more questions for our analysts right now. I want to touch on both teams because they are fan favorites. If we were to go to audience predictions, which will be shown in just a bit, I'm going to just give my own prediction here. I think it might be 50-50, given how vocal our Burmese fans and Filipino fans are. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that we are predicting the predictions, right?
Exactly.
So
Yes. Yes.
So interesting.
Nice.
You know, so many big fans, not only from the Philippines, but of course from Malaysia. I've heard a lot of stories about how indulged fans are here in Singapore. Actually, one of some Filipinos, they are grouping because it's a Sunday, right? And it's family day. They don't have work, so they group up. They host watch parties and then just order a lot of Filipino foods. I saw this post and it's amazing because they ordered lechon. If you know lechon, it's like the roasted pig, and it really makes you feel.
Homely.
You know, yeah, it really feels homey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Esports brings us together across
Right.
the world. I think you guys have been in Singapore for a while. You probably miss home. And M2, we're on the final day already. And okay, something I want to push to you guys. We are going to predict the predictions, right? You said that obviously Myanmar's going to support Burmese Ghouls and Philippines going to support Brand. But Brand Esports just took down the Indonesian superstars. I think the Indonesian fans are going to support Burmese Ghouls just out of spite. What do you guys think?
I think so too. Yeah, I also heard that the Malaysian fans are also siding the Burmese Ghouls side.
Yeah. Brand Esports. Okay, Brand Esports have made a few enemies, taking them
That's
out in
right,
the lower
that's right.
bracket, but they have proven they are resilient. So let's take a look at audience predictions. All right.
Oh, okay.
and there we go.
I've
I
never
actually
been more
predicted
wrong
this.
in my
Okay,
life.
we have been super wrong. Okay, very wrong.
I knew this was going to happen. Oh, wait, more Brand Esports? Oh.
Yeah.
yeah.
Burmese Ghouls,
Oh.
35%. Brand Esports, 65%, according to our audience who have voted by scanning the QR code. This is surprising. This is quite surprising. I was
Do
expecting
not-
a closer fight within our audience.
Do not underestimate the Filipinos.
Do not underestimate the Burmese, dude. They are angry that people underestimate them. They say they are world champion material. We'll see in this best of 7. They are here to make themselves the champions
Wow.
and
Ah.
fulfill
There
their
had to
destiny.
be.
Hey.
See, we believe. Talents, guys. See, we
See,
believe.
see,
Don't
Burmese,
get
we
angry at
believe
us.
you.
Myanmar, don't get angry at
We
us.
vote for you.
Vote for you. Of course, the Filipinos will vote for Brand, but we care. We believe you.
We
So-
are the minority.
yeah. I'm not gonna go down that path, but we support you. Okay. All right. See.
Burmese Ghouls at 60%, Brand Esports at 40%. I think we have a few minutes before we cut to our casters and the opening ceremony. I hear there's a dance going on. Now, guys, Lafell and Wolf, I want to ask you this seriously. Lafell, if you don't want to answer it, I totally understand. Wolf, who's going to take home the crown according to your expert analysis?
You know, I think that all of the challenges that Brent had to face, it's like the red carpet is going to be laid down for them, and they're just going to take it. And I think that they also learned so much from their defeats. And I feel that this is the time for the Philippines to finally take the World Championship.
All right, Lafell, keeping quiet? Yes,
All
the,
right.
the mic is down.
He concedes.
The
He
mic is
doesn't want to use any magic.
Yeah, I don't want to speak,
Don't want to speak.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want to talk.
Well,
because the
Joakim,
mic's there.
I think the tension is already really tight. We are going to be starting that grand finals. People are going to want to see that opening ceremony that they have prepared. So over to you.
Exactly. So if you have not watched the stream at all, you might be getting texts from your friends right now to say, hey, the grand finals of M2 World Championship 2020, it's happening in mere moments. And if you're watching the stream right now, if you know anybody who plays Mobile Legends Bang Bang, forward them the link as we speak. And not to worry, join us for Razer and M2 giveaway. The grand finals happening right now.
face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive, for honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now we'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the strap for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the strap for what you believe in is right. Immortal hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero, immortal hero, immortal hero. We're all invincible. Winning isn't viable. Oh, we can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the strap for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Zero to hero, immortal hero.
Today, heroes will be immortalized, and welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2 2020. And special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
We would also like to say thank you to PvP Esports, our partner in esports to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality, where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
That's right, and of course, where are you if you're not really watching the grand finals right here for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship? Did you guys know that there is an official live screening happening for the M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP. And you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen for this grand finals. There's still time for this best of 7 here. What's more, you can win attractive prizes when you take part in all the activities, as well as the lucky draw. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP to find out more. Shout out to our MLBB communities across the world, as well as in Singapore, watching at the Cathay Cinemas, NUS, Sports Hub, and Bukit Merah swimming complexes. Now, of of course, my name is Contra. Our gentlemen on stage, we do have our casters, Leo, Gideon Q, as well as Butters. This is going to be the best of 7. The last time we crowned champions, it was EVOS Legends. Now, new chapter because we will have a new nations actually on the rise. It's between the Philippines as well as Myanmar to be taking all the glory.
Will 2021 be the year of the Filipino or the Burmese? A new chapter is being written in history, and boy oh boy, my hands have never been more sweaty because we're all making history right here.
It's so much more than that. I think it's not only are we making history, but this is going to be a new chapter for a lot of competitive Mobile Legends fans out there now believing that everybody is able to become a champion, not just the Indonesians no more. And I think next year the Indonesians have so much more to fight for to regain that title. But for now, we got to focus on this very moment. Myanmar versus the Philippines.
And for some of these players, this is the end of their 2020 season, so they want to end it with a bang. And what's the best thing that you can do rather than carry that trophy and become the best team in the world?
It's a very, other than carrying the trophy, first and foremost, they must carry not only the pride of the nation, they have to be pretty much disciplined in every single maneuver to be able to be called champions, because there are times teams such as Brand Esports or even Burmese Ghosts have been looked down upon, where people say, hey, it's an Indonesian domination back in M1. Looks like the stories have definitely changed in this chapter.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, so many more things are going to occur here. And before we even get into this bout, I think it's good to shout out that, you know, these two teams have come on from a very long background, especially from M1 itself. The Burmese Ghouls making their debut in MSC, goes into M1, not having, actually surprising a lot of people there, but now so different. A lot has changed in 1 year.
Let's have a look into the stage as we do have our hit marshal on the top of the podium, and of course Christina Ng will be the one in charge of making sure everything is in check, ready for our perfect best of 7, because we're expecting very long bouts of games in every single one of these matches. And let's also get our coaches in as we start off with Panda, who will be facing on a very formidable side, and from Brand Esports we got Ducky.
Honestly, I have to admit, Panda is an inspiration to all people from Myanmar. He is, again, an absolute genius when it comes to the game. He knows what he's doing, but you also can't forget about Ducky. He's been leading this team, again, from the very beginning itself. As soon as it got reformed, he was the man who showed them the direction, and now here they are.
Coach Ducky, looking at him right now, we're very close with him, but looking into his eyes, this is a different man. This is a man on a mission. This man is responsible for the hopes and dreams of so many people, and he knows that, and this is going to be the stage where he proves it.
Yeah, and we definitely seen really great class being shown, not only from the coaches as well. Of course, we do hear all the battle cries and stuff, but in terms of humility as well as respect, Myanmar side, Burmese Ghouls have been showing so much of it time after time.
I like how you say that, because all of noisy or colorful matchups have already passed. This is as professional and as respectful and as honorable as it gets. These two teams, they understand that the other is so powerful and so strong that they got here for a reason.
And seeing how Brand Esports, you know, all the noise that they made for the other teams, right now for Burmese Ghouls, they're taking this quite seriously. Burmese Ghouls, they've been making noise a bit, but it's actually the Burmese people who are going wild and crazy on social media.
Let's check this one out, because we got the lines all being drawn, and Burmese Ghouls side is going to be fielding the absolute 5 from the start to the finish. And all right, back to you, Gideon. You definitely got something to say.
Yeah, honestly, Ruby DD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D, these guys are really respectable as they are pushing their nation into a completely new era. Who would have thought that they'd be standing here today fighting for the championship itself? A lot of respect goes out to these boys.
And we've been saying a lot that Burmese Schools has been getting a lot of experience, MXC experience, M1 experience, MPLI experience, and look at what that experience brought to them now.
The grand stage of the finals at M2. They are facing down Rebo, Carl TZ, Few, Lusty, and Flap TZ of Bren Esports. And yeah, when you say these two teams, Burmese Ghouls and Bren Esports, specifically at M2, it's these 10 faces, specifically these 10 faces.
Yeah, and you know, there were so many times that they faced off in so many tournaments, but this time is where it matters the most. And we definitely want to look at all these sort of brackets to really tell it further, right? And starting things off, we saw Burmese Goals. They've managed to take out the Filipino side to knock them down towards the lower brackets, but look at where Bren Esports started their journey from the lower brackets here, because they took on some of the toughest of opponents.
I like the perspective that you're drawing here, Contra. Look at this. Burmese Ghouls knock out Bren Esports in the upper bracket 2-0, right? And then Burmese Ghouls go on to take down RRQ, Hoshi, the King of Kings, 3-2 in a best of 5. And then just earlier today, Bren Esports go ahead, take the best of 5 from RRQ Hoshi, 3-1. Now what does that make Bren and Burmese Ghouls? What's the comparison like? The power levels are through the roof. Like, there's no straight comparison. So we can't even say it's apples to apples, oranges. Like, there's nothing like this matchup right here.
Considering what the teams brought out to their respective matches, like Burmese Ghouls had to face Albert and Lemon, while for Bren Esports they had to face WizKing and Sin. So these teams, they are really different in some ways that a lot of the coaches right now try different methods to contain them.
That's right. And of course, speaking of different metas and such, do you guys know that this is your final chance here to pick up some great stuff coming into the M2 World Championship? Complete tasks and predict the champions to win M2 coins. Exchange those coins for exclusive rewards such as the special avatar border and skins, battle emotes, sacred statue, you name it. Or else you can also spend some diamonds to get the Clint Shadow Omen skin that can be gained for 899 diamonds. And with that, the event will happen right now till 24th of January. So make sure you grab it quick. So 1 minute on the clock before we get ourselves into picks and bans. What are we expecting right here in game 1?
Well, I expect a very snowball-heavy kind of composition coming in for the side of Burmese Ghouls. And the same for Bren Esports. I think these are the two compositions that are really excelling in the game, especially when you're fighting for that first turtle. And, you know, very similar, like the fans from Myanmar, Burmese Ghouls absolutely love just going for the throat as soon as possible and just jumping to make it a fast conclusion.
I have two expectations here. One, Bren Esports bans out the Diggy, no questions asked. Or two, Bren Esports opens up the Diggy and through the course of the playoffs have figured out a hard answer. That's all I'm seeing here.
In terms of expectations on my side, I really just think that you guys brought it up, Paul. Like the Diggy, the clash potential that Burmese Ghouls has. But Bren Esports, I just expect them to be a bit more careful into picking their fights. The first time they met, they kind of underestimated them. And right now, Burmese Ghouls, they gain the respect of Bren Esports. So Bren Esports will bring their A game.
Yeah, speaking of A game here, immediately we do see some top tier bans immediately having this sort of ban in the form of Esmeralda as well as Benedetta being removed from play. Same goes to Brody. This is a consistent ban coming from every single one of these playoffs ever since the semifinals. Can we talk about the reasons why we're not seeing any of these picks?
Oh, well, the reasons why we're not seeing these picks is because people have so much stock in them. And so far, this telegraphs Bren Esports has not figured out an answer to the Diggy. Just a no-go. Bren Esports, second ban of the game, takes out the Diggy already.
Looking at how much CC and Control and big team fight ultimates are included now in this tournament meta, Diggy is great. Now, if you cannot create a meta or a new counter in one day, then just ban it out.
It's the safest and it's the easiest answer to handle the issue here. But that does mean that it opens up another priority pick for the Burmese Ghouls later on. So Bren Esports, they're willing to take that risk saying, hey, we're going to have to get rid of this Diggy, and one way or another, Natalia might actually slip through our fingers, and we got to be okay with it. And that same goes for Sylvana, same goes for Yuzong, same goes for the Lapu Lapu.
And one more name that I want to bring up in towards the list of heroes in the open pool is going to be the Yi Shun Shin. And we've seen some great numbers on the screen when the analysts as well as the hosts were actually chatting about it. And these are possibly the favorite heroes from not only Burmese Goals, but also Brand Esports.
Yu Zhong, Burmese Ghouls, they still go for this. This is the hero of D that annoyed or just stopped Carl TZ from getting his farm.
But so far, we've seen an answer. We figured it out. Bren really likes that Baksha.
Yeah, and I think Bren is going to be considering picking up the Baksha. Whether it's going to be first rotation or not, it's going to be interesting here because I would assume that Bren, at the very least, gets the Lapu Lapu and as well as the Baksha, and we'll have to see where it goes. But yeah, here comes the Baksha, first locked in for the side Bren Esports, and their second pick, Matilda, instead.
This is a very solid draft. This is what we saw when they went against our RQ Hoshi, and man, Flapteezy is the man that you're looking out for to protect the entirety of Brand Esports. And it starts from the early game where he just chases people down, making sure that all the entry points in towards the jungle will be cut off. So, in response, Burmese Gold now go in for both the Yishin Shin as Savannah, which we've talked about is what Burmese Goals have been looking
Imperial Justice. That means everyone is gonna be at the same place. That means his ultimate is gonna hit more people and break down the.
Indeed, and now we're going to be heading in towards phase number 2. So Gideon, there's going to be 4 more slots for heroes to be axed away, and what should we start off with coming from Brand Esports?
Well, I think the first thing you have to start considering is whether or not you can get wave clear in your kit. And if you can't go for wave clear, then you have to go for something with a lot more pick potential or the side lanes here, which both sides still need to figure out. So Bren, they're realizing, all right, we don't want to get harassed in the early game. We might not necessarily get that sort of wave clear. Bren decided to get rid of the Hilda.
Smart moves. This is going to be a target ban onto Kaja, although we haven't seen Brand Esports play Kaja for quite a while. So
yeah, not very successfully. Not very successfully. The Kaja was their downfall whenever they would play the Matilda plus the Harley or just greedy lineups in general. Kaja just has a miserable win rate at M2. But right now, I'm guessing they need to choke out maybe and as well Ace. Oh, sorry, they need to choke out Ruby DD.
Yeah, considering Brand Esports right now, how they're doing their draft, they're just banning out those heroes that will just stop Carl TZ from getting farm. Well, for the side of Burmese Schools, this is very specific. Brand Esports is one of those picks that just makes a lot of sense. A Divine Judgment is going to take down a lot of people, especially this is going to be a big threat if just the front lines.
What about the Jawhead here? Because Jawhead has not been banned at the moment and it's looking pretty good, and it possibly will be a point of contest. But Burmese Ghost is taking their time here, Gideon.
Yeah, I would say either Jawhead or Cho, either or would be fine, but it looks like Burmese Ghost is going to say, you know what, as long as you don't have wave clear, I don't mind if you want to play for pick potential. Our macro is just going to be have to be a lot cleaner. So now Bren have the options here. Okay, I could look to get one of my side laners and go in blind, and that's not exactly the best against the Burmese Ghouls. As we have seen many times before, they like to make sure that they have at least one winning side laner to play off of, and most of the time, that guy goes into the side lane.
Yep, this is good. This is good. Brand Esports, I think they made the tough call of the lesser evil. What do we focus on? The counter for the tank, or revealing our gold laner first, and then Burmese Ghouls can finish up strong? I think the Burmese Ghouls need another tank, and there's the Jawhead, and they need one more side laner. Butters.
This could be... I'm actually lost for heroes right now in terms of the side of Burmese Ghouls. It seems like they just play everything in the meta. Now, knowing them, they would just go for something with magical prowess or with a mage side lane. The Esmeralda was banned, so this is going to be a Harith.
You're absolutely right, brothers. I mean, they wanted to go for Magic, and the only one that seemed viable at this point in time since that Lunox was banned was going to be the Harith. On top of the Burmese Ghouls banning out the Farsa as well. So good call there. But finally, Brand Esports, now they have to make a decision here. Do they want to run a double marksman composition?
No, they need a hero here for Lusty. Lusty needs a good hero. I'm guessing Trusty, Trusty Lusty Cho. You can also go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
He was looking at Atlas the other day, so Atlas would be okay.
There it is! Oh!
Good call, good call.
Lusty. That's on the house. I'm here till Monday.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. It's like a little birdie just chirped in your ear and say, okay, let's bring in the Fatal Links.
Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how this game is going to go. It's very team fight heavy. Both sides have a great way to kind of scale in towards this game. Pseudo counters on both sides. Though I will say that the Burmese Ghoul have a much more powerful level 4 in comparison to Brent here, who is going to require to have to set this fight up in the right place at the right time. Whether or not they're going to have that kind of pressure, different story.
I agree. Brand Esports needs to know when to not give that turtle. They should be fighting for this, and I think both of these teams are ready.
These two teams definitely are ready to take each other on. Are you on the Philippine side or are you on the Myanmar side? As Burmese Ghouls will be having this feed of a best of 7 against Brand Esports. We will find out who will be the grand champions after all of it. Starting from game number 1, we'll see how well will they adapt in the land of Dawn.
Go on the road, and now let's look at the lane assignments here because it's very important that they get the counter matchups on either side, and it looks like the Baxia is going to be meeting up his boy with the Yu Zong down in the EXP lane, while in the gold lane it's going to be Alice and the Harith. Brenton going to be starting off on their purple buff while maybe looking for the distraction.
Ooh, this is maybe just looking for that ejector on the purple.
He did take smart missiles though.
Oh, all right, so he's just going to try to steal, clear wave, bother them maybe. Going to be using the Cyclone Eye right on through. Flap Easy has lethal intentions, goes for the stun, misses. There's no damage here, but puts maybe at pretty low health. So yeah, that's the tank of Burmese Ghouls out of commission for now.
I like the reaction of Flap just going in for that first kill, running over maybe. He forced maybe to use the flicker. There might be a pull yourself together on his side, but at least it goes down for a couple of minutes.
I mean, interestingly enough, I'm looking at Flapteasy, I was thinking, maybe he's going so hard because he has the execute. I double check it. Boom, he's got the rejuvenate. So again, Brent is showing a lot of respect to the Burmese Ghouls, knowing that this is going to be all about that team fight.
Yeah, Revitalize super important in this matchup. Like, you want to outlast the Yu Zhong, and you want to make sure you're putting as many marks and making it as hard as possible to sustain a team fight. Now, Carl Teasy here has both of his buffs, so the initial thought of invading and making Kaltizi's life hard before the first turtle, the second minute of the game, is out the window for Burmese Ghouls. They have to find another way of attack.
Now we can see up on top, Rebo here getting harassed a bit by Harith, and that is one of the things that the Harith can do. The flowing blood can be easily dodged by the Chrono Dash, so it's not gonna be a problem for him. Now Carl pulling that trigger on that Blazing Duet to clear the wave.
Yep, he wants to try his best here to kind of just control the wave so that they have first priority on this turtle. You can see the rotation. Even Harith is heading, is making his way down towards that turtle fight. And this is going to be really big here because Burmese Ghouls, they've won so many of these just off of one turtle.
This is Carl Teasy going for the purple, and I do believe after Flapteasy pushes them off, they're going to go for this turtle. Now, that's Few going to be pushed in by Ruby DD. Oh, Carl Teasy gets invaded in by Ruby DD, and that's going to be the turtle taken here by Ace, and there's not much Brand Esports can do. Flapteasy sure palms the Poisson, but for so long, how can you survive this? Oh, he's still in it. That's a nice dash. He saves himself, and that's going to be just the first blood and the turtle. Oh wait, Burmese Ghouls, they're not going to force it. Instead, just going to go for a few hits on the first turret.
Great save coming from Few there. If he wasn't there, at least he would be giving in. This is what BG for thing.
Oh, here we go. Butters, check it out.
And look at this, the unstoppable force will be forced, but still maybe won't go for the engage. They don't have their ultimates, they don't have their spells, and they are just forced to back out. It was a bit of a, let's say, they're trying to just scare out Lusty to not follow them.
What's happening here up on the top side? Looks like, I mean, both sides are kind of just eyeing for information, and especially Kid. There could have been an engagement there, but counting the numbers, 3 versus 2, not the best, so they have to pull back. They get some good damage onto Few for now, but how long can this last? Calamity Reaper being purchased by RubyDD.
Ooh, Mountain Shocker scouting out where the rest of Bren Esports are, and that's going to be Rebo. Just hit by 3. Smooth operator. RubyDD is so far responsible for the 2 kills currently present for Burmese Ghouls.
And Ace even stole the crab coin that Carl Peasy was taking on that top lane with the Mountain Shocker. So things are going great for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Maybe looking low. Oh, that's the first pick off. Few gets it. And this is some redemption for Bren Esports. Like, they can at least take the purple. And yeah, we are about 5 minutes in for 30.
I mean, is it some? Because again, they're losing pressure across the map, and now Burmese Ghouls are looking to continuously attack, and they are destroying the shields. They've already completely cleared off the barriers coming in from that top side turret. Few, he gets on out of there. He doesn't want to, you know, put himself in any more danger than he already is. The Burmese Ghouls only up by 700 gold, but they could double this off of a single kill.
Bren Esports, they should look out for the pickoffs that Burmese Ghouls are going for.
Yep, odd angles the Burmese Ghouls want to go, and that's Few getting blasted out, but Ace from the back lines getting caught first. That's a trade currently. The mid support for the core and the tank, and now Flapteezy still has the Poisson, gets caught in there by the Dragon Tail, knocks him out, and the fight stays here near the turtle pit. Now Lusty trying to make sure that they all stay put, and Kaltiti trying to take this, and he does it 1-for-1 now on 1-to-1 into the back line to RubyDD.
Oh, RubyDD, he needed a target person. He drops down the Zamet Force and he got split for D, but then the back, which does he go for?
Bren Esports know that Burmese Ghouls have the team fight on lock right now for the early game. What they are doing right now is this: they're trying to get the small victories. Get the turtle, don't overextend, do not engage him as much as possible. It's their time now. Just scale for a bit, wait for the proper timing to fight, and Bren Esports are doing it well.
Can they get more, though? Can they push this advantage that they have here? D needs to get out of there. Oh, no, Rebo, he gets caught by the Imperial Justice. Great play coming in for the Burmese Ghouls, and a huge counter item here. Necklace of Durans just to stop the healing coming in from everybody on the side of Bren. And they want to go for another pick onto Lusty. Wrong place, wrong time.
On the bottom lane, there is another kill on Flapteezy, and bodies are going down on the floor just because Burmese Ghouls, they really like these pickoffs.
3 fronts and 3 losses here for Bren Esports so far. Kaltiti looking for revenge. The bloodthirsty prodigy here gets one at least, shutting down RubyDD. Now the fight continues after taking this turret. That's the knocking him up. Gonna go for the Black Dragon form. This is a full bar of Sha energy, and now Kaltiti dueling with Ace, and there you go. The unstoppable force takes down the core. That's Claude destroyed here. Kid flickering out, and that's D finally shut down by Lusty. Currently 2-for-1. Bren Esports, they seem to be getting trumped by Burmese Ghouls at every turnstile.
I think, so far, I think it's just 2 mistakes, and that's why the Burmese Ghouls are only slightly ahead here.
Burmese Ghouls, they've been getting a lot of these kills, but for the side of Bren Esports, they're getting the trades, because the last time they met, every fight that Burmese Ghouls wins, it actually has an objective that comes with it. But for this certain game, there is always a trade in terms of 2-for-2, 2-for-1, and Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting the turrets early.
Yep, unstoppable force here, plus the ejector into the back lines. Poisson's not gonna save you. RubyDD, an assassin of a Harith, takes down Flap. And now, hold up, Kaltiti looking for some revenge. Kid uses the Imperial Justice to retreat. That's gonna be D going in. Where's the backup? They're looking for it. Kaltiti getting blasted. Oh, that's the Fatal links onto 1D is still alive. A bar full of Sha, and that's few destroyed by D, and they get away with it. Ruby DD is just having a ball.
Oh my goodness, how did D survive that? My goodness, you really took quite a beating off of it.
And Burmese Ghouls, they're getting the fights, but they're timing it well. When do they take a fight? They take a fight when they take down Flap. Flap is respawning. He cannot respond to that gank, and that means D, as of now, will be unkillable.
I think it was looking good initially because he was looking for that pickoff. He was trying to say, hey, I could get this big stun onto D, and maybe we can play off of this. Burmese Ghouls see the opportunity to say, hey, he has no options to get out now. We can look for the punish.
That is true. As you can see right now, Burmese Ghouls, they really like to go for these kinds of plays. Just stay in the brush, try to get the ejector close to Kid. Kid sets up the Imperial Justice, and that is a 1-for-1. And that's what happened right here.
Same old story, the same old story. Lusty walks into a death bush, and now FlapTZ trying to save the day. Son, it's too late.
The classic happens more times to pros than you would like to admit, but D is going to keep on smacking up that tier 2, and this is what Burmese Ghouls have been doing ever since the group stages, just making sure they take fights and they start getting that return of investment somewhere across the map. Todak did a pretty good job, but you know, Burmese Ghouls making it look really, really natural.
Bren Esports, they should be looking at that Lord, maybe not give it to Burmese Ghouls as of the moment, because when they do, that is going to be all of the outer turrets down, and probably one inhibitor turret on their side is going down as well.
FlapTZ hit there with the ejector, but it's going to be a non-starter. Real quick, item check. Kid just bought a glowing wand. That should lead. As we just said, few down. Ruby DD though, 2-for-1. The current trade here, the numbers are going well for Bren Esports.
They were ready. They knew that there was a possibility, a small possibility, that someone or two people are there in that brush, and it paid off for them.
Yeah, and I mean, even Ruby DD, he dropped down the happen, but now the Burmese Ghouls looking to turn this fight on top of them to make sure they don't get the Lord back line, but he goes down almost straight away. FlapTZ is making sure he's zoning out Ace. They have a double kill coming in for FlapTZ, making it look real nice and smooth as the comeback mechanic is here, down 4K, now evening up the score to at least 1K differential and taking the lead.
Oh no, the fight continues. Kid forced to retreat. Zaman forced it in by Ruby DD, but the damage has been done. Words have been said, feelings have been hurt, and Lord is marching down mid.
Nice engage there for the side of Kid. He might have bitten off more than he can chew, but Ruby DD saves the day. They cut their losses to a minimum.
Check this gold graph out. At least we get a better idea, because again, when we were looking at the Burmese Ghouls, they were almost reaching that 5K mark, and that would have been a really difficult position to get, especially when it was about 7 to 6 minutes of the game. Now things have changed, and they're looking to force it harder.
Yep, they're pushing this mid lane turret. Mission accomplished for Bren Esports. Ruby DD takes a few hits from Lord. The swing of the axe chunking him off to about half health, and there's another push up top. Wow, how the tables have turned. Burmese Ghouls now feel the pressure from Bren Esports.
And look at this, all turrets, all outer turrets for the side of Burmese Ghouls are going down, and for the first time in forever, I'm seeing Burmese Ghouls defend their own turrets.
I mean, don't hold your breath for too long here. This is going to be the Lord power play. Red going to force the situation here. D trying to disengage the entire team to allow time and buy space for Ruby DD to drop the Salmon Force, and Bren Esports, they call it. They see what's going on. No, I will not let you choose this fight. And maybe he's not done with it yet. The Unstoppable Force is going to get punished with the Circle Eagle as the rest of Bren Esports push him back into the Toys Poissons as a recommendation to stay away from our jungle.
That was a good move for the side of Burmese Ghouls, that they just wanted to catch one person for the side of Bren Esports and toss him back. Maybe just stall Bren Esports from pushing. But Burmese Ghouls, the execution right there didn't really work out for their side. Just because Bren Esports, they were ready and they know that that will happen.
Oh, FlapTZ here picked off by Ruby DD. They get their comeuppance, and it's not for free. Butters,
Divine Crystal and Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal, not Divine Crystal, goes up for the mages here on the side of Brand Esports.
Oh, D with that Black Dragon form, and we're looking for a big engage here. That's going to be the... the Blazing Duet takes down the kid with Few putting in the last touch. Now D here, caught in no man's land. You are the odd one out. 2 for none here so far. Bren Esports turning the river into a wasteland.
Right now, I have to give it to Bren. Their re-engagements into these fights, especially when Burmese have the advantage, is pretty significant. Let's check out the items here. Butters, what are your thoughts?
Okay, Athena Shield for the side of Lusty. That will help him survive Kid Sylvana. Rebo is on a roll right now. He has all of his items up. Winter Truncheon is there. Flapteezy is kind of having a hard time just getting his items. He has a Molten Core there just to clear the waves. For the side here of D, he doesn't have, let's say, a Blade of Despair just to add extra damage. Ace here still has 4 items only on his belt.
I mean, with the items in the position that they are in right now, Burmese Ghouls 39k to Bren's 43. Bren just hit their power spike. All Burmese Ghouls have to do, play this slow, clear that waves, wait until that Lord is up, and then play this stalemate where you're putting enough pressure to say, hey, I could look to contest you on Lord, and I might contest you on Lord, but as long as you are not finishing the Lord, we have enough time to hit our 42k power spike, and then that's where they're going to call it.
Queen swings on Carl Teasy. He might just tank some of the damage.
Oh,
Here.
the fight has already started from the back lines. Ejector on the Flapteezy. He pops the Poissons, and then that Mountain Shocker gonna be an incentive for Bren Esports to back out. That's gonna be from the back lines, baby. Getting chonked. Oh, this is going to be the pit helping Bren Esports out. That's a double for Bren. Make it a triple. It's 1 for each of the Teasies, and right now they are primed for the second Lord take. Mind you, this is Luminous.
Oh no, this was a very poor choice for the Burmese Ghouls to actually initiate on that. Can't get into the fight. You want to fight. Use your Chrono Dash and kind of outmaneuver your opponents.
Molten Core became the cursed helmet here for Teasy. Carl Teasy having a good getting those stacks and Dominance Eyes, Queen Swings, Cursed Helmet. That is enough defense items to tank the damage that will come out from Burmese Ghouls. So that means Teasy is getting item progression. There is going to take him down.
I would totally agree here, and again, Burmese Ghouls have to choose the places that they fight in. They cannot go into these narrow corridors. They cannot afford to get hit by these big-ticket ultimates from Lusty, and if Rebo gets into that back,
Tall orders because Bren Esports has the superior combat mobility. They can just say where the fight happens and they can force him, and right now that's what's happening here. Mountain Shocker to clear the waves, but it's too little too late. Lord already whacks away at that inhibitor turret. Ace at less than half health. That's going to be the push on bottom lane as well. Now only mid stands. Let's see how Burmese Ghouls will deal with the second Lord of the game. There's a fight on all fronts here, and I'm waiting to see who's gonna make the first move.
oh, thankfully they were able to kill the Lord before it actually charged in towards that inhibitor down on mid side. That would have been a huge blow.
That Rebo is just turning on that Blood Ode. He's never turning it off. He has the purple buff on under his seed. They have all the time in the world to just end this just because Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting their buffs anymore.
Yeah, this is the choke right here.
I mean, yes, it's only 8k. They're only 8k behind. Burmese Ghouls, if they win one fight, they're even. And if they win that fight, the goal lead isn't going to matter at all once it hits that 53k mark.
But then again, Gideon, if you are defending this hard, you take every advantage that you can.
True, but that also means you have a safe way to farm. It goes both ways here. Bren need to find a way to catch the Burmese Ghouls off guard. And the Burmese Ghouls, if they get a little too antsy and they don't play disciplined and walk have to force anything.
So far, these two teams have been acting like well-informed businessmen. They know the economy of their skills. They know what timings are like. They know which heroes should be the priority. And right now, they know how much each buff costs. And that's what I'm trying to get at. The last time we checked, as you said, it was what, like a 7K, 8K gold lead? Just. But that's because Brain Esports has been on the choke only about a rotation of buffs in, but now that's the second or third, and Burmese Ghouls, you see it, you feel that Ruby DD, you feel that Ace, they're just not dealing as much damage.
For now, but let's have a look. I mean, they've got the purple buff, which is really important, especially for Rebo here. And now, keep your eyes on Kaltizi. When he has that orange buff, Burmese Ghouls might have to reconsider whether or not, who the hero priority is going to be here. And this orange buff, it's way too important. Legs pulls in two from the Burmese Ghouls, and the Mountain Shotgun does come out, but maybe he's trying to zone out the rest, and Flaptizi, he doesn't mind taking that damage as he goes on forward, but Ruby DD is going to be the next on the chopping block. He tries to dodge it around with his Advent Force, but it ain't going to be enough as maybe pulls backwards again. He can't do too much. He turns around with the Imperial Justice. Ace tries to go in and get the killing spree. He's got it down. Now it's a 1v3. He dodges right in between, sweeping and sliding, but Rebo finally joins the fight. This is looking pretty bad for the Burmese Ghouls, especially on game one, and Brent, they call it off, take their wins, and now they need to end this right here, right now.
And this is going to be few, trying to do as much damage as possible. Maybe here, gets gone out. Ace gets gone out as well. And look at this, the burst down won't be there, but that is not going to be the main objective as the base of Burmese Ghouls go down.
That's game one taken here by Brain Esports. Chalk one up to the Filipinos. And Butters, how perfect you called the very last moments. This is a different Brain Esports. They don't need that game one pickup.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to get back to Butters in a little bit. This is what you actually talked about much in the... Everybody wrong this time. They are picking...
In terms of the... They really thought about how to handle playing as 5.
Well, I think at this looking at the draft, there is that big issue with that Boxia, and I think we have enough of a data pool to say, yes, Boxia needs to be reconsidered and needs to be banned out, and you want to get rid of the Esmeralda as well, things that regenerate with the health, so at least you have a way to deal with it.
That's right. We're going to be talking a lot more about every stat as well as picks as we got our analysts on board. Take it away, LaFell and Wolf.
What a wonderful start to our best analyzing that match. You know, they were talking a little bit about the draft. While I agree that there are some draft issues for Burmese Ghouls, I think they also played this well. But unfortunately, Brain Esports, they were better planned in this particular game. What do you think about that?
So since this is a little bit more critically, where I feel like both of these teams both equally made mistakes. Where early stages in the game where Brand, okay, maybe they wanted to scale a little bit to the mid game before they start taking a fight, but it seemed like they were not sure what to do and how to respond to what BG is doing. And the same thing happens to BG later on in the game where, alright, the early and the mid stages, they look pretty good, but then when it starts to matter in the terms of team fight, they have some big mistakes. Like, I don't think we'll be looking at any clips, but the thing is, Yu Zhong, as we can see, when he goes in his Black Dragon form, he takes too much damage. And the thing is, we will look at his itemization and see why that is so. And the last thing is that when he lands, he doesn't successfully hit any knockup. And Brand, they just kite and then they just go back in.
You know, night and day, I would say, from the performances of the playmakers when the mid-game did happen. This is why I feel that my personal MVP is Lusty for this particular game, because his playmaking alone trumps the initiations coming out from Burmese Ghouls. Because if you think about it, Sylvana and Joyd and the Yu Zhong, made a lot of questionable calls in the mid-game. But let's talk about the items. One thing I want to point out is Few, with this first item, Durance, he picked this up about maybe 5-6 minutes, and that is so crucial for Bren Esports. As the mid laner for Bren Esports, he's able to just help his teammates kill people in a mid-game.
I just appreciate whenever teams are playing the Baxia composition, they just have a Necklace of Durance early or a Daily Blade just to make sure that no one in the enemy team can ever sustain.
That's right.
Now, look at Yu Zong's itemization. He is mostly on MR. He is most... And every time he goes in, he is always kited by the Claw. The Claw just goes back stacks of movement speed as well as attack speed, and the damage that Yu Zong took, he could not handle. And Sylvana and Jawhead. Sylvana, in my opinion, had more catches than the Jawhead, where the Jawhead is more like a scouting kind of player, and he did not do much of the initiation. And even if it did, it didn't mean that much in the grand scale of the game. Just like you said, comparing Jawhead and Lusty with the Atlas did so much more.
You know what? We always talk about the scaling potential of the cores. Why don't we talk about the scaling potential of the supports? Because I think that their damage might not be scaling, but the impact of their initiations. For example, Sylvan and Joy, they're really good when it comes to the early game pickoffs. But in the late game stages or the mid game stages when it matters most, Atlas obviously trumps it. And I love the way how FlatTZ played it. And wow, okay, this guy is not gonna go. We are going to see him in many MVP appearances. My goodness, another one from Carl TZ.
If he keeps playing the way that he's playing, he is gonna get the MVP.
That's
with
right.
A lot of damage being caught out by the Quad, making sure that he kites out all of the engagement from the enemy team, making it very, very difficult for Burmese Ghouls to really take him out. Now the thing is, Burmese Ghouls, they are very, very good at team fighting. But as you said, throughout M2, Bren is the kind of team downloads the strategy from the enemy team and then learns from it. And the thing is, we've seen before that Burmese Ghouls are really good against Bren, but now Bren is the first one to get points.
And you know what? This is a very smart take coming up from Carl TZ, picking up that Quinn's Wings and that Athena Shields. This really helped him tag through all the scaling damage from the side of Burmese Ghouls, because they are banking on the fact that this Harith will carry them in the latter portions of the game, but it wasn't possible because of the itemization. I also want to take note some draft decision. This is weird. I'm gonna say it. Alice is one of those traditional counters to the Harith. Even if you look back, what, 2 years or maybe 1.5 years ago, when people are starting to play Harith, Alice was an answer just because of that instant stun that you get out of the Blood Oath. Ready. I am ready for game number 2. Now, here's the thing. Can Burmese Ghouls at least even this up? Or are we going to see a 2-0? Quick 2-0. Quick start from Bren Esports. Let's ask the casters.
Thank you for the breakdown, Wolf, as well as LaFell. We've already wrapped up game number 1. We'd like to thank you guys, and we also would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2. The journey to become the champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any worries. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition. And wow, so much on the line right now. There's so much to say.
Like to say thank you to an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia. That's SUTL Group. They are proud to be the 2021 member of the MLBB Partners in Esports for Fiji Water, Ike Chong's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
That's right. You can also catch the live streaming of the mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore for free on MeWatch. A total of 12 teams from 9 different countries are competing for $300,000 US. And wow, I'm pretty sure it's either Burmese Ghouls or Bren Esports that will be taking the biggest of this chunk.
Gideon just awkwardly stared at me
you talking
and
about?
winked
What?
Didn't see it.
while you were doing spiels.
With meaning? What's going on?
Honestly, we need to talk about the meaning of these upcoming games here because again, Burmese Ghouls as well as Brent are really going at each other as of right now. However, I do think with this stop of momentum here, and we did see this previously in that best of 5, Brent with just a little bit of momentum can get this ball rolling, and I think the Burmese Ghouls have two options: either they shut this down now, or Brent is just gonna keep on going. You're gonna see cleaner, faster, more efficient plays.
For Burmese Ghouls, they should start winning by the time game 2 starts. Because the thing is, fatigue is a factor for these kinds of tournaments. Now, if you can drag a game, maybe it could be a 1-1, 2-1, 2-2 setup, or each. That's
talking about
going
scores.
that is probably gonna make Bren Esports a bit more tired as the games pass by.
A battle of attrition.
And when you're tired, you try to make those decisions that aren't really the best for your team anymore. So it could be an advantage that Burmese Ghouls need to take.
Yeah, and speaking of which, they definitely try to do as much as they can in the early games to actually go in for those sort of picks, and definitely it worked well by getting a couple of kills, but it's the choke points in those team fights that actually cost them a lot. They win in the jungle, they get caught. They try to contest for a Lord, they get caught. So very big elements coming from Brent Esports. Is this something that Brent Esports can stick to, or something that Burmese Ghouls need to look at the picks and bans?
I think so far this Brent Esports that we're seeing in this best of 7 is a different one than we've seen all playoffs, all M2, right? They start strong here again. Not wasting any time. Usually, we know them as like the underdog that will lose game 1 and learn, and then they'll take the rest of the series. But yeah, Butters, you were saying.
This is probably Brent Esports battle scarred.
Battle
Battle scarred Brent Esports.
No, I was gonna say
they went through a lot. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that this Brent Esports has unlocked the Ultra Instinct. Like, they know what they're doing and they're in a state of flow.
Yeah.
And they just have to keep going. They just have to keep going, and it's up to Burmese Ghouls to stop them. And it's not on Brent Esports anymore.
Yeah, and you know what? That happens when Battle Night comes on.
That's right. Speaking of Battle Nights, today we're pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure awaits you as it will officially begin on January 30th, and the new upgrading system blessing the little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skin awaits you.
Battle Night 10 out of 10, Butters 3.
You know what? You know what? Just let me put a scenario. In some of the animes that we have,
Oh, okay. All right.
okay,
I'm listening.
there is progression.
Uh-huh.
All right? So when you have that progression, you get beat by the enemy team first. Then you learn a lot of new techniques. Then you meet new adversaries. Then you get to the final boss.
Okay.
And that's what happened to Brent Esports right now. This is a new Brent Esports just because of the games that they had to go through.
Wait, are you saying this is Brent Esports' story?
This could be, or this couldn't. This could be not, because the thing is, it all depends on them on how they execute.
So far, M2 has been eyes on Bren.
True enough.
Because of the noise that they make.
No, and just the way that they climbed.
All right, boys. You gotta give some room for Gideon. He's giving me some awkward stares.
A little confused.
I think me and Era are gonna take this away with a little bit of a hot take here, because again, Bren gets knocked down to the lower brackets, and you know, Burmese, who put them there? Burmese Ghouls. They're like, hey, by the way, we can knock you down a peg,
right?
Just real quick. And after that, they're having one of the best upper bracket runs of all time that no one had seen coming. RRQ gets knocked down. Omega gets knocked down as well. And it's not that big of an issue, but I will say that both teams have definitely taken a couple of, you say anime arcs here, but I really hope it ain't Pokemon, because Ash doesn't win any tournaments until later on. So please, don't use anime references on Bren here. You might just jinx it.
Okay. We're not even getting there right now. I'm going to be controlling the situation before we get to Butters as well as Leo. So, Brent Esports permanently banning away that Diggy. They definitely don't want a situation with the Survey time journey being popped up in those big fights that they're trying to win. So, Natalia, Esmeralda, Matilda, what do you guys think?
Yeah, rounding back into the draft here, this reminds me of the RRQ situation with Bren Esports.
Ooh.
As soon as Bren Esports has proven that on an even battlefield, when you have access to what the standard metagame dictates, and even if you go off and go pick up what Wolf would like to call the sisters, right, with the carry in the core role, Bren still got you figured out. So right now, it looks like they want to play a fair game and force Burmese Ghouls to face the wrath of their momentum.
And remember, this is a best of 7, so anything can happen in terms of drafting, and a lot of things will be adjusted as the games go by. Now, for Burmese Ghouls, I agree with Gideon. They should forget what they
Something to keep the Burmese Schools on their final ban. The question is, are there enough tools that have been taken away from Bren to say, yes, I do not need to ban out this Boxia? But let's see it, it's going to be the Claude, and I think that's a good number of tools, which either means one or two things. Either they're going to give Bren the question and say, hey, pick a lot of heroes that can actually bring your life back up, a lot of that spell vamp, concentrated energy, I don't care, I can pick the Boxia within first rotation if I have to, right, Contra?
Yeah, definitely correct right there, as we have a lot of discussion on this Boxia. Now, it'll be even more interesting if Burmese Ghouls snatch it away in this sort of instance, because they've been able to play quite an enormous variety of tanks themselves, which can definitely throw Bren Esports off. So 2 picks and majority of the mages being banned away. We're already seeing the Benedetta come online after a long drought.
Ooh, all right, so yeah, we did miss out on the Benedetta. She made it through. And this time around, I think Baksha would be safe. Baksha would be safe because that's Yu Zheng picked up right now by Burmese Ghouls, so they can give Flap TZ Baksha and then figure something out for Carl TZ. There it is, the Yusen Shin.
a stable pick. It's going to give a lot of vision. Think about it. Think about it. Well, it is expected at this point.
I don't know.
that
I'm sorry. I'm still surprised sometimes. I've been doing this so long. The little things that make me happy.
I understand.
Okay, in
But-
comparison of the exchange, we do see Atlas.
Yeah, okay. So let me get back to my point with Bren Esports. They have the Yisun Shin, they have the Selena. They have a lot of vision in terms of the map. Now, they can telegraph where Burmese Ghouls is gonna come from as long as they place those well-timed mountain shockers and those abyssal marks, make it in deep on the jungle side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, you would really see how much priority they give into these clashes, that they even pick an Atlas on the first phase of pickings.
I mean, Burmese Ghouls just want to put Ren in an awkward spot here. They saw them perform on it, so okay, if you can work well with it, let's take it away and make sure that we punish you later on into the game. And they're also going to take on the Sylvana. Great ban coming in for the Burmese Ghouls here, just to ensure that, hey, Brent, in the side lane to deal with our Yu Zheng, we're going to take away obvious flex picks here and kind of force Boxia into that side lane without having to pose too many questions of whether or not he's going to be put as a support.
Yeah, so far, Bren has proven that, yes, every time we pick the Baksha, it's mostly to just keep fights fair and get regen down to an all-time low. And that's what this metagame currently has been, right? Like, people living to 1 HP, getting away, and forcing long, drawn-out fights. And ever since Flap TZ has figured out, hey, I can be bold with this, I can just force people into fights and win duels even, then yeah, it's all the better. Hayabusa banned out here by Bren Esports. They're starting to out Ace.
Yeah, and Ace is running low on these sort of alternatives, and they definitely know how to target ban the right hero here and forcing them to actually go the marksman route in towards the jungle. Do you think this is going to be a smart move coming from inside of Brent Esports, Gideon?
Marksman route. I think at this point in time, going the marksman route is your safest bet here. And, you know, making sure that you have the Yishin Shin on your side for the side of Bren, that's totally fine. But the Burmese Ghouls, they still have options like the Wanwan. Banning out the Alice, kind of giving me the vibes that Wanwan might be the option that that Burmese Ghouls want to first pick.
And do keep in mind that Benedetta jungle is still a thing.
Exactly.
That is the same adjustment. Let's say that Bren Esports just goes ham on taking out these ace heroes. That Benedetta could be good as his.
And we know that Burmese Ghouls can adjust. They were known
Exactly.
to play non-tank lineups as well.
Yeah, and from the side of Brent Esports, they have taken note that the Lunox is also up for grabs, which is such a strong DPS hero that can be brought online. And with that, you know, this is going to be the first pick in priority of Ace.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it, Leo.
I think Butter's point was true because if you choke out Ace, yeah, again, they can just throw Benedetta into the jungle, but they switch it up. They say, all right, kid, check yourself before you wreck yourself. We're going to take away the Lunox from you, but who's still on deck there? Farsa still out there?
Harith's still out there.
Harith's still out there. Ruby DD was going, whoo!
Pretty hot. I mean, he's definitely got some moves. I think the question is whether or not they can scale. Yep, they go for something that scales naturally with level progressions.
Right now, this just tells me that this is going to be a Benedetta jungle. Like, no priority whatsoever in the 4th pick. If you were ever thinking of getting an assassin to the mid lane or a marksman, that should have been that slot.
Yeah. So I think they're just throwing no caution out of the wind. Burmese Ghouls, they're going to play it hot and loose. Bren Esports now forced to finish their lineup. Last 2 picks. Farsa here. From the side lanes. And of course, it's all Trusty Lusty's Cho.
Yeah, I think this is really smart for the side of Bren, putting in the Farsa into the composition, and then after going for that offlane Cho, or arguably even the offlane Farsa as well. Even if Burmese Ghouls want to pick up the Wan here, it's like but then you're up against someone you can't really bully, and then what's the point, right?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about this one because this Cho's intention is to get that Veil or even the Benedetta if he can get anywhere close to it. So there's a lot of all these layers when it comes down to team fights coming from the side of Burmese Ghouls. And to add on top of that layer, it's really Roger that will be giving them so much of that sustainability and damage in the late game.
Okay, it's good against the backshock. It answered the backshock just because of the percentage damage that he has when in wolf form. He can dive in for the Selena, he can dive in for the Farsa, and it really gives a lot of Bren Esports positioning problems throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at this draft. I'd say it's rather interesting here, but Burmese Ghouls draft. This is the first time I'm seeing their draft and thinking like, man, this is a pretty hard to execute draft in comparison to Bren Esports, and it feels like a change of pace.
Yeah, definitely a change of pace, and of course having a little bit of that scalability definitely helps the side of Burmese Ghouls. But you know, Bren Esports is that team that will press you on from minute 1, and that might just be the trouble for the side of Burmese Ghouls. But well, Butters, this game, I'm pretty sure there's a stance coming in, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides.
Yeah, it's just hard to execute for the side of Burmese Ghouls, but Bren Esports still has something simple, so let's see.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in towards Game 2. Bren Esports 1-up. Burmese Ghouls still looking for their first point, and casters, please have the floor.
Well, thank you, Aaron Contra, my friend. Now, the reason why I'm saying Burmese Ghouls have a more difficult composition naturally is because of what they have in the lineup. But more importantly, we saw previously when they were up against RRQ. RRQ was like, yes, we want a hard-to-play composition. Burmese Ghouls, I like it simple, and I like it effective.
They have 2 executes on their side for Burmese Ghouls, and it really makes a lot of sense just because they want to take Flap TZ as fast as possible. Get his HP on that threshold, press that, and just rinse and repeat.
Yep, and they want to do it to everyone on Bren Esports side because they're all high damage output heroes, right? Rebo, even Lusty with the only fast, Carl TZ, of course, the core, and this is currently turning into the most fair metagame of Mobile Legends we've seen in a while, right? Save for those Diggy strats, but right now, Flap TZ dueling with D down bottom. Up top, it's going to be the Benedetta versus the Farsa on Rebo and Ruby DD.
Yeah, this might be the first engagement here. Again, we are seeing the Mountain Shocker to get a good idea of how this is going out. Lusty, he sees what's going on off on top side. He's just going to use his G Kundo to get on out of there. As you can see, the Burmese Ghouls have control over that top side, but Bren don't necessarily have to react. I mean, look down bot. They are pushing out D.
Oh, now Lusty caught out here. Again, the big rotations by Burmese Ghouls not turning into much. Getting a few hits on this energy shield is Flap TZ and Few, growing their lead by about 400, 500. Very, very small, not yet noticeable. But right now, after this turtle, 2 minutes in, definitely we're going to see an early lead.
You can see right now how serious Burmese Ghouls is into taking this turtle. They know when it will come out and in the area already.
Here by gonna be telling them, hey, it's ready, it's ready. The blade put in by Kid, taking some damage, is maybe Pop the Poissons, Carl TZ, Lusty at less than half health. I think Brainy Sports already got what they needed. That's the turtle.
Yep, and I definitely think it was a little bit of a macro mistake coming in for the Burmese Ghouls, where they're making the call thinking that they were going to get invaded, but instead Brainy Sports take the advantage of this and go for the turtle, because again, look at D, he only just hit his level 4, his wave already pushed in. They realized, oh, we're at a level disparity only because they were able to push D out at the 2nd minute of the game. Small decisions like this make a huge difference, and Burmese Ghouls will not take that risk.
Now, Lusty is just staying in the brushes. He knows that he needs to find where maybe is gonna come from, but Carl TZ is just farming well, different from the start of game number 1.
Here we go, Wave the Dragon already on top of maybe to get the first pick of the game. First blood goes through, a quick follow-up with the Abyssal Arrow here, and Burmese Ghouls, again, they are just pulling backwards. They're not trying to be too aggressive, and these picks are going to hurt them at the end of the day, considering what their lineup is.
Now 3 minutes, 30 seconds in, all heroes on the map have their ults. So now fights are going to get more interesting. Engagements are going to be almost all in, and if not, somebody's going to be counting, hey, this guy spent his ult, we should go for a move now. Electo final blow here by Ruby DD, gets caught in by Few in that bush. Oh, Ruby DD wants more, level 6. Here comes the rest of them. Nice arrow to scout out the bush. That's going to be Carl TZ charging up this arrow. Gets a few hits in, Mountain Shocker from the back. Here comes Lusty, Way of the Dragon. That's going to be the Fatal Links by Maybe, and the fight is happening underneath the turret. That's going to be Ruby DD, the first casualty. That makes Kid the second. That's Rebo getting double. Maybe is next. D coming in with the Black Dragon form, and Carl TZ is in his face. That's going to be Flat TZ coming in. No regeneration for you. 4 for none currently, and Ace is the lone survivor, dodging that arrow by just an inch. And right now, he has no choice but to go down. The wipeout delayed by Brainy Sports. They take it nonetheless.
Burmese Ghouls, Bren Esports, they're playing each other's game. Bren Esports went to the territory of the side of Burmese Ghouls in terms of playstyle, and now they are serving the pain to the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Now, Leo, I know you were very iffy about specifically the Selena and how it's supposed to be executed here. Few legitimately won that entire fight, landing one of the most weaved through Abyssal Arrows to make sure it landed onto Ace. Full 3 seconds of lockdown, allowing Lusty to control the fight. But again, another one will occur.
Same way with the Way of the Dragon, but I'm a believer. Ladies and gentlemen, Maybe gets knocked out. They trade out for Lusty, but it's worth it because it's a 3-4-1. Ace bites the dust. Now, back to what you were saying. This was yesterday, man. This was yesterday when the win rates were on an all-time low, and Ruby DD barely gets away with his life, spending his entire kit.
I have this hunch that Ruby DD was looking at the map, just staying there, and he forgot that Bren Esports was still in the area.
I mean, look at Carl TZ. He has literally 100% kill participation. 4 kills, 5 assists, making sure that that Mountain Shocker is getting maximum value. But check this out. The way that they initially started, Few is ensuring that every single time he doesn't necessarily need to be there. He just needs to stop the follow-up after the abilities occur. So, Fatal Links, whatever. Oh no, you're going to be throwing your Roger in? That's when I'm dropping the arrow.
You also have to look at what Joe did, and Benedetta gets caught out.
It's like he dashed into the arrow as well. Great conditioning here by Brandy Sports. And they get another! Carl TZ takes down Ace, and Maybe is running for his life. That's a double for the Prodigy. I don't need the Lancelot. Y'all gave me the YSS, and now Kid flickers back.
Oh my goodness, if you would see the fights, how they happen. Lusty and Few, they're just playing out of their minds. D here getting controlled, arrow thrown out. D will escape, but there is a cut there by Lusty. And that is going to be another takedown. Paper the side of Bren Esports.
My goodness, Few is just, I'm not gonna lie, there's not a few games where I'd say, there's not a few games I would like to admit it, but this one, he's kind of smurfing. He really is kind of smurfing here, and Burmese Ghouls are playing so nervous around him.
You know, Gijon, I get your point. I'm not a fan of the Selena 50-50 hit or miss as well, but for Bren Esports, if it works, it works.
Numbers don't lie. If you're sitting at 13-1 at 7 minutes in, about 7K ahead, and you leave your opponents running like that, and you're drawing lines with the arrow, I couldn't ask for more if I was Brenny Sports, but the Burmese Ghouls, they must be sweating it right now because I think after this last turtle is going to be Lord. What do they need to do? Do they need to take less fights? Do they need more defensive? Because they've already lost all their first-tier turrets.
They need to start playing a lot more safer. They don't need to get caught out like this. The real big threat is going to be Lusty and Q, so as long as they have eyes on them, they don't necessarily need to do these aggressive plays. And Burmese Ghouls, once again, want to try and make this aggressive play happen.
Oh, here we go. The fight has already begun with the turtle being taken out at the right second. Now D getting caught out in the middle of 3. That's going to be the Poissons in here by Flapteasy, stopping the regeneration. Oh, and we're going to see a triple. Are we waiting for it? That's maybe down by Rebo, and Ace is running away. Oh, he's not going to survive. That's Flapteasy getting him on the rollout. And right now, Brenny Sports is feeling it. They could convert to a massive scale. Maybe 2 turrets, maybe 3. Who knows? They're unstoppable in this state.
I'm starting to get more and more disappointed. This isn't the Burmese Ghouls that we know and love. This wasn't the same team that played yesterday. They are playing scared, and not only that, they're making terrible decisions. Right off the bat, they're not playing off of the power spike. They could have waited for the 22k mark. Instead, they give another 5k over to Brent Esports, a full turtle, and another turret. At this point, Burmese Ghouls are just putting more nails in their own coffin. This is not what I wanted for them. This isn't the team that we know and love.
Burmese Ghouls, they need to find a way to stop this bleeding right now. Flapteasy is just zoning out everyone. Even D cannot stand in front of Flap. Flap is level 10, D is level 8.
Huge gap here, huge gap. And the fact that Flapteasy knew that D was there went their way because he knew that it was the only thing left. And if anything, I'm sure he could have forced the Black Dragon form and wasted it for the next team fight. But right now, Ace! Oh, he thought he could get executed, but now it still counts as a kill for few.
It was a very good attempt, but now Burmese Ghouls, this is a situation where every single fight you really can't do anything, and Bren has the perfect lineup to start pushing their leads with the Farsa and as well as the Selena. Those two are so snowball-oriented, it's ridiculous. Rebo can scale. Unfortunately, Few may not scale as hard, but regardless, his utility is invaluable.
Oh, wow. The duel, he was going 1 against Flapteasy, and Rebo says, I gotcha, bro. Finishes it off with a feathered airstrike.
It earlier he was flying, but still, that is going to be a Lord attempt going to the side here of Brenny Sports. Oh my goodness.
There's no contest here.
There's no contest.
Look at the wall of Flapteasy and Few.
And it's not because Burmese Ghouls doesn't want to contest. It's because they can't.
Oh, it hurts to see. It hurts to watch. 13k ahead, and all this because Burmese Ghouls are feeling nervous and made some really bad decisions, especially when they wanted to contest that turtle. They lost 10k off of that, and honestly, I think this pretty much seals the deal here unless Bren makes a mistake. But we've seen how Bren plays. This is how they do it there at the Philippines, watching their VODs. The moment they get that lead, they don't let go of it.
Burmese Ghouls, they need to find a way. And what's that way? Just wait for Bren Esports to make a mistake. But how long can you hold on?
Bren Esports is gonna force you to answer, and here we go. Feathered airstrike here by Rebo. They know now after 3 fights that have just gone sideways, they know that, hey, let's not force it. I know we're under our base. I know that they're certain, but hold up! Lusty with the way of the dragon. Ace gets eliminated. That's gonna be the trade though. Kid takes the show down, and now Ruby DD is feeling his life is in danger. And yeah, that's gonna be the push onto mid lane. The inhibitor has been taken down, and they're sieging up top as well.
You know, considering the situation, this ain't too bad, but now the Burmese Ghouls, it's an all or nothing push here as D tries to get another Kaltisi. They're trying to mess. Rubini goes down. The killing spree puts Kaltisi in perfect position, and now this was their last attempt to try and go for a fight, and Bren is able to stand up tall. They're going to take all the inhibitors and force out the Burmese Ghouls to take one last fight to ensure they put the last nail in the coffin in this game.
Oh, 2 defenders now, 3 in comes Ace, but there's no way taking this inhibitor with them. They're not keeping it, that is. I'm wondering if they can finish here. Brenny Sports, they're all here, all 5.
Brenny Sports, they're gonna try, but there are a lot of buffs onto the side lanes, and they're just gonna go for the all-in.
Yep, Kid taking out here. Kaltisi barely surviving. The shutdown onto Flapteasy. Oh, Ruby DD feels it. He can shut down Kaltisi, and indeed he does. The execute pops The Yusun Shin shutting him down 9, 1, and 8. Hold up, Rebo and Lusty, they're not done. Oh, what an alley-oop by Few from down south. It's just the left here to defend, and I don't think he can do it. Black Dragon form. He's gonna try. He's gonna try. He's going in for Few, and he knows that there's a wave here. Feathered airstrike by Rebo. Feathered airstrike by Rebo. Lusty knocking him up. There's some Shy energy, but it's not enough. That's the wipe out. We're waiting for a wave of minions, and here's one defender. Here's Kid. What can Kid do? Flame shot here by Few. He's gonna knock him up in just a matter of time. Ladies and gentlemen, Brenny Sports takes game number 2.
Back-to-back wins scored by Brand Esports of the Philippines, and the Myanmar side could not respond to this call. Like what Butters mentioned here, they tried to even go in for those sort of objectives, but they understand they're a little bit too far behind after a couple of all these fights.
And considering how things are going for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they need to go back to the drawing board. It seems to me that they forgot how they beat Bren Esports in the first place. Now, if they expected Bren their first round, mistaken, they should find a way to stop them at this point.
Personally, the way I look at it, the draft absolutely fine. I mean, Burmese Ghouls should have been able to win on this draft. It really came down to a couple of macro decision makings that really hurt them at the end of the day. And Bren, they saw these mistakes. They're playing nervous, so let's keep on pushing through. And right now, Burmese Ghouls, I don't know whether the nerves are getting to them, because this is absolutely not what we saw in the group stages, in the entire upper brackets. Where was that confidence? Why are they shaking now?
It's really tough to tell what's the reason behind this, and this is the very first time in any major event that you are seeing Burmese Ghouls in the grand finals itself. MPLI, we saw Brent Esports pretty much getting their hands pretty close by, but hey, it was Alter Ego that snatched it away. So this is the wealth of experience in terms of an offline setting, or you can say a grand final setting.
I think at this point, Alter Ego is out of discussion. It's
That's
between
right.
These two teams, these titans of nations that are now on top of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang world, right? This is Myanmar versus the Philippines. Indonesia had their time in the sun, but yeah, right now I think we're gonna need the help of our analysts to break it down.
That's right, players got to get comfortable, so do we. We're going to pass it over to LaFell as well as Wolf.
Getting the part here at the grand finals. My name is Wolf and I'm with Lapel. We're gonna be analyzing that game number 2, which was kind of interesting because this really looked like it's not Burmese Ghouls. That's at least what I saw from that match. But how about you, Lapel? What do you think?
I agree. And in this situation, sure, people can just say, all right, maybe the dig pick is that big for Burmese Ghouls. But right now, I'm going to look behind the camera, you know, in a situation in the player's head. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 7. The nerves could be going. The thing is, their shot caller is being pressured a little bit too much, where it's being pressured a little bit too much. I'm so sorry. But either way, this is what I'm trying to say. Right now, we can see that Burmese Ghouls, they're not being as aggressive as they should be. They're not going for those crazy early games. They're not going for those crazy mid games. But to be fair, Brand Esports, even I don't see much opening from them. Lusty going around everywhere in the map and doing all sorts of crazy initiations.
I want to say that it is true that Burmese Ghouls, they don't like they're in their mojo right now, right? Because we know that they are so aggressive and they were performing well when it comes to team fights. I also want to add, Joakim asked me if Burmese Ghouls will be warmed up and ready for the day. It seems like they're not. While Brand Esports, they look like a well-oiled machine. They are also incredibly steamy at this point because of how on fire they are. I want to say Few, 5-0 and 17, on point with all of those arrows.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not just with those arrows. Like, looking at the drop from Brand Esports, this might be the drop to fight against Burmese Ghouls. Let's look at what they have. They have Selena, they have the Yisun Shin, they have the Cho. 3 of these heroes are actually very good in terms of opening the map. Selena with those abyssal traps, she can open up those bushes. Yisun Shin with the Mountain Shocker, hey, where are you guys? I know where you are. And Cho, when Lust is using it, he is pretty brave going into those bushes and all right, are they here? No, they're not. Let me check the next one. And again, Farsa as well with the Feather Airstrike. Even just to be safe, just open the Feather Airstrike and then just hit every single bush. In this kind of situation, Burmese Ghouls, they are not playing their game just because they are very, very preventive, because Brand Esport, their draft, the map is always open for them.
And you know, and for Brand Esports, the clashes are always opened up by the playmakers of Brand Esports. And if you think about it, every single hero just synchronizes with each other. I love the fact that whatever kind of combination you make for Brand Esports when it comes to their killing squads, it will net to kills. For example, let's pick up Selena, Yisin and Baxia. There's kill potential in there. If you just pick up Farsa and Selena, there's also a kill potential in there. Cho, in combination with Karltizi, also a lot of kill potentials. You know what? Karltizi scored 9, 1, and 8 with this Yisin Shin, and he also dealt so much damage into turrets, 10 to 2 when it comes to turrets. But if you compare that to Ace's performance, 0 and 7, including that suicide at top lane, this is just night and day when it comes to comparison of the carries. And looking at the carry, my goodness, when will we get enough of this guy? 9, 1, and 8, man.
To be fair, right? In this game, it actually could go to anyone. Few did so well, Lusty did so well. So in this kind of situation, yes, Karltizi, he's the star of the show. He dealt the damage. He maintained his position to make sure that he can deal damage while being very, very safe. But again, in this kind of situation, anyone from Brand Esports deserved the MVP, because that is one of the cleanest games that they had in terms of mechanical skill, where we see a lot of times Lusty going in and all of those arrows hit, all of those feather airstrike hits, all of those skill shots, they hit. And in terms of the macro as well, it's very, very difficult to gank them just because Brand Esports see.
Man, this is a game that I will actually give to Few. If I'm asked who is my personal MVP of that particular match, I'm gonna give it to Phil, just because of how masterful he is. You do take note, in the Philippines, his Selena is known as the Championship Selena. Lore-wise, there's this big story wherein the MPL Season 2 Championship was snagged by Few's team, which was Signal Ultra back then, and they won against Rebo's team, which was Brand Esports back then, with the Championship Selena. And that is one of the legendary heroes that everybody knows in the Philippines.
Yeah, and honestly, we are getting ready for a break right now. The players are getting ready. The casters do want to rest as well. And the thing is, coming back later, I do want to see the drop, because right now, Brand Esports, they always get the drop that they want, while I would say Burmese Ghouls, they're not really getting what they want. Like, they look very, very, I would say, uncomfortable.
Yeah, man. My goodness, Brand Esports catching fire, but we know that Burmese Ghouls will not go down without putting up a fight. We're going to be heading into a very short break, so do not go away, because M2 World Championship will be back.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
I am pretty sure right now in the Philippines there could be collective cheers. Brand Esports with a 2-0 lead against Burmese goal. BG never give. We'll see what happens in our next game. By the World 2020 Mobile Legends Bang Bang, powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism. Hashtag passion made possible. We also have Skoga supporting esports talents and careers here in Singapore since 2008. We have our friends over at IMDA as well, and loads of partner brands coming your way. How about this? Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel. We also have Cathay Cinema, MediaCorp, and official gaming gear Razer. Now, of course, my esteemed panel includes my co-host Lysander and... Are you surprised what's happening, Lafell and Wolf as well?
I'm so surprised. I really thought BG could really take it. I still think that BG could win because we've seen so many reversals throughout M2. So it's still too early because this is a best of 7. So unless Brand Esports wins the other 2 games straight, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I think okay. So right now they're getting a logical break, a little bit of time to reset.
Yeah.
Reset the strategy, and I'm kind of glad we get a best of 7 now. Best of 7
Yeah.
might seem a little long to some of you folks, but it does let us draw it out a little bit and give the the team that's down a chance to step back up. There's still 2 games to go. It's not match point yet. And yes, like you said, reverse sweeps have happened in the history. So, Wolf, what is your analysis on this? I know Bren is the team you were supporting.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really amazed on how Bren Esports is actually performing. They look like they are not making the mistakes that they were doing previously during their losing matches, particularly in the draft. I think their draft decisions are way better. Now, it kind of makes me think and makes me scared as well. What if Burmese Ghouls are just, just warming up? As a fan, I'm scared. But as an analyst, I think that they are on a steamy roll, as I would say.
Yeah, really hot streak. And we talked about this before, the lower bracket advantage. Playing from the lower bracket gives you that 5 extra games to warm up. You feel good after winning your lower bracket match. You come into this hot. You come into this, while Burmese Ghouls, they might just be coming from a scrim, but it's not the same as winning on the stage and already feeling that high.
I was going to touch on this. You brought it up very briefly, Wolf. Why didn't this happen for Bren yesterday against Burmese Ghouls?
Well, couple of maybe a lot of factors actually, and incidentally, I was able to talk to Ducky, and he said in verbatim that he believes that there are off days. Sometimes your brain is just turned off, Sometimes you just have to.
Your finger slips.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and. When I think about it, yeah, maybe it is true because it is a mental battle again. And the reason why we are having like big and long tournaments is because you kind of give time for, you kind of look for that sweet spot wherein everything's just working like clockwork for your entire team.
Personally, I agree as well with that kind of statement just because. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
We can, loud and clear.
Right.
I thought you were just going to leave us hanging with the I agree again.
No.
Okay.
I honestly thought too.
Like honestly, like in this kind of situation, I completely agree with Ducky because this is the thing that I used to tell my players as well. And the thing is, it's also proven by science. Just like, okay, everyone at least has an experience working out, like going to the gym.
Yeah.
And sometimes they can carry this amount of weight. Sometimes they can't. And it's not their fault. It's not that they're being inconsistent. It's just how the body works. There are just days that they do not have that level of energy through many different factors. Maybe the amount of sleep, maybe like a very good morning experience. Like the food was really good. They had a good morning from someone special or anything like that.
But let's put the science, let's put the psychological thing behind us. Let's talk draft. So pretend you're not a Bren Esports fan now. You're Burmese Ghouls strategy camp. What do we do to change this current 0-2 situation? What is something Burmese Ghouls fans can look forward to? What do they have to do?
If there's a diggy from the side of Burmese Ghouls, there's the Flapsha that we're talking about. Flaps Baksha. You pointed this out as well. He is performing incredibly well because he is comfortable. I think that he have understood his particular role in game, which is just to disrupt all of the sustain from the opponents and be there during the team fights. This is one thing that they can take away. I believe that Burmese Ghouls, they are a team that can also play the Baksha. So instead of giving it freely to Bren Esports, maybe they can start to bring it up. Yisun Shin is also a hero that they should be contesting for both of them. I think that Yisun Shin is such a crucial hero for both teams' playstyle, which is based on objectives.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of vision. It gives you the knowledge to know when to push, when to gank, and I think some of these drafts do tend to affect the outcome of the entire game. A lot of people talk about skills. We got Cartesi just going ham on everything he plays, but a lot of it comes down to what combination of heroes you picked.
Game aside, I don't want to reveal our age too much, but these guys are young. And for Burmese Ghouls, they could be feeling really down in the dumps now, going 2-0 down this early in the game. What do you think their coach Panda is telling them before they take on the third series?
I think that the coach just wants to remind them of how they won against Bren Esports, how dominantly they were able to just destroy Bren Esports, because I think that was a total destruction, annihilation of Bren Esports when they won 2-0. And if you remind your players that, you can actually win, and maybe slowly they can get back that feeling of winning against a team, maybe that is one way to recover.
Just say Evo's M1. Yeah, it's happened before.
Yeah, and like for me personally, I feel like they have forgotten how they got here. Like they've been playing the heavy damage composition. They've been very, very aggressive. Now, this is one of the problems of when in a very, very big, I would say, high stakes level is that you respect your enemy a little bit too much. In this kind of situation, they might have to turn down the respect a bit, and in case they're like having the jitters, they're nervous, like something that even I would say, like, wash your face, relax, like calm down, and then you guys can just go very, very aggressive in the next game.
It's crazy.
It looks like they're ready, Joachim. So let's go into it, Joachim.
Thank you very much, Lysander, Lafell, and Wolf. Now, wherever you're watching us from around the world, we say thank you. I understand people are hosting viewing parties right now. I think local streamer Nico Mello streaming Mobile Legends Bang Bang Grand Finals. Thank you so much for watching this, Nico. Now, we're going to be handing you over to our casters who will guide you through the next round between Bren and Burmese Ghouls.
Thank you so much, everyone on the panelists, as well as the hosts as well, for, of course, introducing all of us here. And welcome back to the M2 World Championship 2020. And special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort, as well as seating form. Available in Secret Lab's official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
Thank you as well to PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality, where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
And of course, the M2 World Championship is always a celebration with fans all over across the world. And for those of you guys who are in Singapore, do you know that there's actually an official live screening event happening for the M2 at Cafe Cine Leisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you can catch all the M2 action here for the grand finals on a big cinematic screen. And what's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and win some lucky draw. And it runs all the way when the grand finals hit the very final game, and you can get your tickets still at the Cathay Cineplex's website, and check out rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. And shout out to our MLBB communities watching at the Cathay Cinemas and US, as well as Bukit Merah Sports Hub and Swimming Complex. So, of course, formalities out of the way. Now, casters, we've seen those games coming in, and it's already 2-0 in favor of Bren Esports. Definitely doing everything right at the moment. And Burmese Ghouls, oh boy, we don't know. They have had a really good run in the past games, but now in this best of 7, of course, rough start indeed for their Myanmar side.
Yeah, honestly, I think rough start isn't just the beginning to kind of explain how much stress these guys are under.
Understatement.
Yeah, a huge understatement here. But you know what isn't an understatement here? People not having purchased the new M2 exclusive skin.
And speaking of skins as well, have you guys made your predictions? Well, I did, and my coins are going down the drain because, well, I'm pretty much like a Lafell, but you guys can complete your tasks and predict the champions to win the M2 coins, exchange the coins for exclusive rewards such as the avatar borders, the skins, battle emotes, as well as secret statue. And if you guys may have actually lost some coins, you can still get that exclusive skin. You got Clint Shadow Omen that can be gained directly for 899 diamonds only. And this happens only until the end of today.
Oh boy. Yeah, so as we were saying, the Burmese Ghouls under immense amount of pressure. This is their first, one of honestly, I won't even say first, but this is one of the moments where a lot of your experiences, an MPL is going to sound really great in hindsight, but when you're on the world stage of M2, it's imagine like 10 MPLs put on your back. That's the kind of pressure we're talking about here.
One of the things that people tell you where it's good to have a hiccup early than having that certain hiccup by the time when the crucial matches start. Now, this is what's happening to Burmese Ghouls. They have a sailing run. They make upper bracket to the upper bracket finals, now to the grand finals. They didn't have a lot of games on their belt. They didn't see what are the things that they can improve. But Bren Esports, they found those things, and they're just turning up right now. They're showing up their experience and what they learned along the way.
10 seconds before the draft here. maybe less actually. But yeah, I agree. Nothing quite prepares you for the world stage. And right now, the Burmese Ghouls, this is as much as I expected. They might as well ban the Baksha just the way Brain Esports takes out the Diggy. There's the Esmeralda, as always, a threat, and as well the Natalia for Brain Esports. Third ban's gonna mean a lot here because the Baksha has been taken out. That means the likes of Brody are still there, the likes of Jawhead, the out there. This Wild West.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the Wild West as we see some ultra rapid fire bans coming our way. And we also seen that Brody has been picked up by Burmese Ghouls quite a number of times. Back in, couple of all these past matches out there. I know you're having a little bit of the grin as well. What do you have to say about this, Gideon?
I think Burmese Ghouls honestly doing a really good job here, finally addressing the problem, and now they have to start thinking a little bit further than that. The problem is gone, but this presents a new environment, and now Bren, I'm pretty sure they've been preparing for this eventually when this Baxia was going to get banned out. As you mentioned, Leo, Brody is up on the table. However, high priority heroes of other sorts are going to start rising. Yutong is going to be an absolute monster now that nothing is really going to be able to stop it. Lapu Lapu might be able to come back into the pool now that you can't necessarily negate his healing. So, just another couple of options, and mainly the offlaners who are going to make that difference. And here we go, Brody ban, Selena ban, and all of a sudden you got Matilda and Yutong being locked in by Brand Esports.
I like what I'm seeing. Burmese Ghouls, they really value here the stock that they have in Matilda's kit, gonna be played by Kid in mid. And now Brand Esports, yeah, again, you mentioned it, this Yu Zhong is gonna run roughshod given that Burmese Ghouls are forced to build either the Necklace of Durance, a casual Deadly Blade, or the Sea Halberd to be able to call the healing here. And right now, it's either Few or Lusty that they have to prioritize. Hell, even Carl Tizzy would be fine here in this second pick.
Now, Brand Esports, they're probably thinking about getting the Claude now, or they should get a should they get a Benedetta? Those are the things that they really want for their team. Now, Brand Esports gets the Claude. Ace plays one mean Claude as well. So this is the same as RRQ, to be honest, where Bren and RRQ just went for it for the Claude. They put after the battle of just finding the right balance, and now Brand Esports
going over down towards Burmese Ghouls side. There's still 2 more picks here. I'm looking at a contest of Cho, and would this actually benefit the side of Burmese Ghouls, Gideon?
No, not especially. I mean, you can only start considering the Cho once you address the major problem, which is Sylvana, who's been an absolute menace in this tournament here. But now, Brent, they see, okay, you have a Sylvana. I'm going to be bringing out the Atlas here just to make sure, oh no, you get hit by the Imperial Justice, no worries, Fatal Links, and Perfect Match being a great answer to it.
That is one of the things that you really have to take into consideration when you're fighting against Burmese Ghouls. Now, what do these guys do best? They go for the 5-man rotations, they want to go for the clash. So going for a Cho won't really cut it. I mean, the only AoE you have is Jeet Kune Do. Then after that, it's done. But for the Atlas, Burmese Ghouls will be thinking, should we fight? Does he have Fatal Links?
Or is someone hiding in the bush?
Is someone hiding in the bush? So there are a lot more things to consider for Burmese Ghouls if they want to win that certain fight.
That's right. Going back in towards the bans, we already seen Lunox being removed, but one question here, we haven't seen a ban on the Benedetta, and it's definitely an odd question because we've seen Burmese Ghouls didn't have that success in the past game, so
I think
they might miss it on this one.
In the earlier parts of M2 and even in the playoffs, yeah, Lapu Lapu and Benedetta have always been important. But now I think teams have gone to the point wherein they know what they need and when they need it very specifically. And right now, Lapu Lapu and Benedetta just not their priorities. They're starting to choke out these mages that could show up in the side lanes. Definitely Doc Ribos, Farsa, and for Brand Esports, they're just taking care of the Lunox, which may come from Ruby Didi as well. We know that he's capable of such. And right now, a second ban by Brand Esports. It's a tank taken away from maybe, hold up, that may have been quite, yeah, that seems like a waste.
I don't I think that is a little bit of a waste for the side of Bren, especially when they've shown the Matilda as well as the Sylvana. But remember, Sylvana can be flexed. So again, Bren is just securing, making sure like, okay, if this Sylvana is going to be a support, she is going to be a mid lane support. We want to ensure that. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, they're considering we need to either get rid of Harith or Alice. Alice is decided to get taken off here because Bren need to make that choice as the off lanes still haven't been entirely complete. Yes, Claude could go there, but somebody has to show their cards first, and unfortunately, that's going to be Bren locking in the Benedetta.
Yeah, I'm liking the beauty of this draft because there's so much diversity just looking at Phase 1 as well as Phase 2. Now, Red Esports finally get their hands on Benedetta, and I've definitely called this one much earlier. They kind of need somebody to deal with all these fast-moving targets.
Now, looking at it, Ren Esports, they got a lot of the big shots of the meta on their pool for the side of Burmese Ghouls. This is going to be a side lane show.
Side lane show, I mean, yes, it can be a side lane show. It also could be a Sylvana show. That's kind of the problem with Sylvana. She doesn't have an instantaneous role, but now,
in my words, looks a little cobbled together. It feels like it's, but it looks like it's very strong on the pickoff, which might be, I don't know, a delayed reaction to the Atlas.
It's like you don't want to fight because you have a Cho that can go for the split push, but at the same time, you want to fight because you have a Sylvana and a Lapu on your side.
And a Matilda.
Yeah.
The Matilda wants to start fights here, so Bren Esports, they also have quite an open book. They still need a hero for few.
I think at this point, even if they lock the Harith in, it's pretty much a pretty solid team composition coming in from Brent Esports. I mean, Farsa has already been taken out, so that just leaves with, you know, a couple of few mages that they could go for. They could arguably go for the Loyi if they really wanted to. And the final pick is going to be, still hasn't shown up just yet, but that gives me a little bit more time to kind of talk.
Oh,
the overtime, yes.
Kagura.
The Kagura.
Is it the Kagura?
I mean, it showed up behind them.
Oh, no.
It's a Kagura. It's a Kagura.
Yeah,
It's a Kagura.
Definitely a Kagura. Great that you spot that one out because I don't want to deal with two Claudes nobody wants to. And it's partly impossible.
Yeah.
So, a very team fight oriented side for the South Brent Esports. Something that they are bringing it time and time again. But Burmese Ghouls, they have improved their run here, perhaps with Lapu Lapu. So, talk us through this top before we get ourselves in towards Landon.
Here, now Burmese Ghouls want to play a game where it's macroly sound. They want to go for split pushes. They want to have a little bit of elements of pick potentials to get these small skirmishes done. Bren, on the other side, complete team fighting composition. They want to go for those big dives. They want to go for those full 5v5s in the jungle. It's something they can be aware of because Burmese Ghouls, if they're still feeling nervous and they make the wrong decision, they could break.
And here we go, another game in the grand finals. It's the M2 World Championship 2020 M2. And Burmese Ghouls still looking for that point, and Brent Esports looking to lock themselves in towards match point.
Let's get it on, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Kid, so brave, trying to stop Karltesi from this quick take, and Karltesi, mind you, already at less than half health.
This is the way you want to do it. Burmese Ghouls, they know that level 1 is stronger in Bren. They want a team fight, but not at level 1. What can they do? Kagura can try to zone them out, but level 1, she's pretty useless. Flaptesi on the other side, isn't going to be able to participate. Lusty can't push out, and the same goes for Few, who didn't react and start with a mid opening.
Butters, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing
quite
what
the
you're
shuffle
seeing.
on Bren. Quite the shuffle.
That is going to be Few on that support Benedetta. Well, mid lane Benedetta, rather. And that is going to be very interesting since we do see Few on these kinds of heroes, but ever since he went to the mid lane, this has changed a lot. And as you can see here, he is punishing Kid and he's giving a hard time for Maybe. It just feels like Maybe is forced to use his kills on that Benedetta alone.
At this point in time, I think it's a pretty good opening coming in for the Burmese Ghouls. A great adaptation to say, hey, even though you do have a Benedetta in towards that mid lane, we're still going to put some damage into your jungler. Because remember, Karltesi, he is going to need a little bit of help on his first clear, and then after that, he's generally okay.
The last time we saw a Kagura on the side lane, that was used by 10S Gaming Frost. It's as if Bren Esports, they're getting a lot of their ideas from the enemies that they faced along the way.
Yep, just like the Sharingan from Naruto. Did I say that right? Did I say that right? 2 minutes in, here's the first turtle. Two teams jockeying for position. Few picking the fight. That's going to be the Spiral Strangling by Maybe, although he does take quite a chunk of damage. Ace resetting the turtle here. From behind, in comes Flap TZ. Where do Carl TZ be? Taking that gold buff down bottom lane. I think there's enough time for him to rotate. Oh, hold up, Flap TZ. Getting caught out here. Oh, that's going to be D committing already. He sidesteps the fight, and that's going to be Carl TZ with the Battle Mirror image out. Ruby DD wants to disengage. That's already a few ults spent.
That's some very big ults and the more key ultimates. Unfortunately for Kaltizi here, fortunately for Kaltizi, he survives all that damage, and still Burmese Ghouls now just waiting for their ultimates to come back up off cooldown, and then Bren just needs to kind of maneuver the fight a little bit more.
Yeah, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting the play that they're good at. They're not getting the first turtle. Bren Esports just controlling this area of the map so clean.
Yeah, same goes to the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, get in. Right now, over Bob's side, it's Ruby DD. He's kind of suffering a lot of hits.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit too much damage overall, and I think at this point in time, Bren, they want to make sure that they are playing the stalemate game. Ace, he doesn't get hit by that perfect match, which is going to allow D to get into the backside. The bravest warrior comes in, but unfortunately, it's going to be the rest of the team coming through. It's going to be Flapteezy with the Black Dragon form. They trade 1 for 1, but it's still not looking good as the pick potential coming out from the side of Burmese Ghouls is still a little better, and the rest of Bren Esports weren't able to keep up.
I like the execution there coming up from Burmese Ghouls. They did not back down on the idea, and they get rewarded. Flap here getting harassed a bit by Kid, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they just want to take down a turret.
Oh, here we go. I think the Burmese Ghouls have committed so far, and there's no turning back. That's Rebo getting bursted down here by the Lone Wolf. That's D. That's going to be the Electro final blow, not hitting much, maybe a pulse or two. And right now, that's going to be disengage off camera. Maybe duels down Carl TZ and wins.
That is some great micro mechanics there. Kid abusing the fact that you can get pulled, and even a pick. D surviving a 1v4, hops over the wall, making sure that he's using the structure to gain that extra bit of distance. It pushes him on the other side, creating a large gap that Bren cannot close in on.
Burmese Ghouls, they're being very flexible in what they're able to do. They learned from the 2 games that came, that Bren Esports won. But maybe here, that is Imperial Justice hitting the ground.
He's already spent it, and right now they are overcommitted. Carl TZ with the Blazing Duet. He's protected by this wall. Flap TZ gonna help with the kill. That's Rebo securing it. Down goes Kid. Oh, and Few getting threatened here by Ruby DD. Mind you, this is an assassin show with the high and dry. Sitting at 3 and 2. Burmese Ghouls have a 3K gold lead waiting for this second turtle.
But you know what? This is looking great for the side of Burmese Ghouls. I mean, Carl TZ is not getting the steady farm progression. For Few, he's having a hard time dealing a lot of damage just because he is forced to join every single fight.
Yeah, and you bring up some really great points here because, again, Bren, they cannot just keep on taking these fights again and again and again and again. Their teams still need that return of investment that Burmese Ghouls have been denying them. So, unless Bren is able to try and pick those buffs up later on, it's going to be tough because Burmese Ghouls doing a great job at just saying no, no, no.
Oh no, Rebo here. Getting jumped on. Nice. Yin Yang overturns a swap underneath the turret. There's a lot of damage. Beta links by Lusty. And Ruby still stands. Way of the Dragon, but he will not survive. That's going to be 2 for none here on the side of Bren Esports. Some room to breathe for all of us.
I mean, I took off my blazer already. This has been a really intense game here. I feel like I am just sweating all the time at this point. Oh boy, yes. So coming into this game, and more importantly, we can talk about some important factors here while we're at the in-game pause. We can see that number 1, Cartesi, yes, he is starting to get ahead here off of the over-aggression coming in from the Burmese Ghouls. However, you have to kind of commend them here for the side of BG because now they're not playing as nervous. You can definitely see a little bit of their previous form.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of those sort of forms, right, they're also taking all these sort of playbooks out there. They face the side of they've seen 10 Seconds Gaming Frost do this exact same thing with the Atlas as well as the Kagura. Just before we pause, the exact combo. Fatal Links can be coming right after or before that Yin Yang overturn.
Burmese Ghouls just woke up. They know that they have to start winning, so Burmese Ghouls just, I don't know, it seems to me like they're being very careful than their most, extra careful rather than their most games. Just going into the fights, it's like they really just try to utilize the Lee Sun Shin, and this is why this is one of their best heroes. They know how to pick their fights, they know how to set the positioning. Now, for the side of the Cho, he's been winning it a lot, he's been catching rebound a lot, but that two-man, that skirmish on the bottom lane, which they won, I don't really know what kind of effect will it have for Bren Esports, but it will stop Burmese Ghouls from being aggressive for the meantime.
It keeps Bren in the game for sure.
For sure.
And seeing how this draft has come to fruition, again, you see the intention before they locked it in and now the execution. It's definitely divide and conquer. That's the only way that they can make this work. And right now, going back into the game, we are still sitting at 3-4, about a 2,000 gold lead for the Burmese Ghouls. And yeah, that's 2 turrets ahead. Hold up, fight already breaking out. Not wasting any time, maybe. Dash is on out of the way. Burmese Ghouls, again, you'll never see them place. Like, they want to pick off these little fights. And again, Ace is just happy to help at any point.
And I think the Burmese Ghouls, obviously, it's still a little rough around the edges here. They need to start focusing on their side lanes. And although they're getting, they're getting some really good catches overall, their main focus should be, yes, major objectives. All tier 1s have been destroyed here. And if Bren Esports takes one back, no big deal. We're still going to pressure the other side of the map.
This is the Burmese Ghouls that we all know, and this is the Burmese Ghouls that their fans really love. This early game domination, this is a trademark of the Burmese Ghouls.
Oh, this fight is already broken out. Imperial Justice by Maybe. There's the Fatal Links by Lusty, but there's no damage present. Flat Easy, Black Dragon form, drawing a line that he's enforcing. Nobody goes through here. Carl Teasy is busy farming. That's going to be killed with the Duran. So yeah, he can start going into Flapteasy and make sure that Flapteasy doesn't even heal off of the killing spree now. Orange, oh, I think it gets stolen away from Carl.
Wow, D is doing a really great job here. Few gets absolutely chunked out. A solo kill down a bot side? Flapteasy? What happened? Oh, he had Kid nearby. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
This is tricky for the side of Bren Esports. This is the winning form of the Burmese Ghouls now. For Flap, he should be a bit more careful. If the enemy knows that he doesn't have the Black Dragon form, that is an automatic engage on his side.
Yep. Permission to attack, sir.
Permission to attack.
Oh, that's going to be a catch onto Few. Electo Final Blow using the iframes to get on out of there. But despite all this effort, despite surviving, they are going to lose another turret up top, and now only one stands in mid.
Now, just for a quick explanation for those of you who don't understand what iframes are, iframes is just a short form of invulnerability frames, a short period of time, or frames that the game uses to kind of calculate how calculate a measure of time in which you are going to be invulnerable. You can't take damage, the CC is not going to matter, and especially with Benedetta's eye for an eye, if you haven't played against her yet, well, you probably should be playing more ranked.
This is a high-level game, and one of the signs of or symbols that it is a high mechanic game is look at the kill score. 4-4-4, 8 minutes in. 8 minutes in, it's usually a blood battle already.
Oh, Imperial Justice here by Maybe, and yeah, they disengage. It's a false engage, but oh, they're forcing Bren, and I think Flapteasy bit the bait. That's going to be the Black Dragon form, and that's a check. All right, no ult on Flapteasy. We can go the next time around.
Oh my goodness, they have insurance policies for the side of Burmese Ghouls. The moment Maybe is deciding, okay, maybe I should go for the Imperial Justice, he's allowed to go. Ace quickly uses his Mountain Chakra to give him a double confirmation, whether to keep on going or to pull back out. And as soon as he did that, he saw, oh, 4 members of Bren are already too nearby. We got to back on out of there.
Now, Bren Esports, they're clearing the minion waves. I'll give them that, but Burmese Ghouls, they are setting up well for this Lord. Now, looking at the items here of Carl Teasy, he only has the Demon Hunter's sword. The sword, the Golden Staff will come out in just a bit, but still, look at the items of Ace. He is with the Blade of Despair and a newly built Endless Battle.
Oh,
honestly, look at the items of D. He, instead of going defensive, he's like, no, let's fight, bros. Give me that bloodlust axe. Give me that blade of despair. I want to be able to take you on 1v1. If it's a 1v4, even better, just more healing for me.
And this is, let's say this is a Kagura special. She's one of the heroes that can do this. She can send the umbrella to a nearby brush to just check who is in that area, and that eliminates the element of face checking for the side of Brandon Sports.
And they face check into this Lord. Take Flapsy Black Dragon form. Imperial Justice already spent in by maybe. He gets blasted down. Rebo gets the kill. And I think Kaltizi as well used the Blazing Duet to clear that wave and win that fight. That's one pick-off, which gives Burmese Ghouls the sign, hey, Lord is not safe. We back out of here.
Oh, man. I honestly believe almost 100% Kid misclicked the Circling Eagle on the wrong target there. No way would you ever want to use it on Flapteezy.
You know what? Kid, the moment he went down, every single Burmese Ghouls player just went back and reset the Lord. And that is the discipline that got them into this Grand Finals.
I can only imagine what the comm sounded like, but yeah, Lusty is going to get hit by the Imperial Justice and walk away, but no real follow-up from here on out. But it just means that the rest of BG are going to be able to take this out, and now the fight begins.
That's going to be a takedown onto Lusty. Mountain Shock picked off by Ruby DD. Few taken out by Ace. And now Flapteezy, the only one left because Rebo's going to back out. That's a double for Ace, a 4 for none. Plus the Lord. Rebo's sweating it.
Burmese Ghouls. That is one of their trademarks. They go for a very sneaky Lord. And after that, you can see Ruby DD just playing his game. He catches out Carl, punishes Carl, and now Carl's farm can't be felt just because he's respawning.
11k and Ace, he's going to be able to take out one more inhibitor shot. Rebo getting hit by literally everything. He quickly goes for the close umbrella to quickly transport himself, but Lord on towards the top side. All 3 inhibitors are done. Perfect match and Fatal Links. This could be it. Brett come in with an amazing blazing duet, but they got to get rid of that Lord. If Lord doesn't go down, they might lose. Thank goodness Bren turned this around. 10k down. An amazing play coming in from Lusty.
Hashtag thank you, Lusty.
That was too close for comfort.
If only the members here on the side of Brent Esports had more damage, that could have been a wipe. But Burmese Ghouls, that just goes to show that they still have the lead in terms of the items. Now, looking at it, they are forcing to go to that middle lane. But Atlas, Lusty finding that opening.
Oh, that's so good. That literally saved them the game right there. The 10k down, they wouldn't have won any other way. Flapteezy, oh no, D actually missing the last hit there, and I think he might have been pretty close to killing Flap there. But overall, great job. Bren need to kind of hold on. They need to do what Burmese did in the previous game, which what they were supposed to do, which is hold out and allow them scale. Oh!
Circling Eagle here pulled by Kid on a blazing duet. Kaltizi, D coming in. Carl is in trouble. That's going to be maybe taking him down. And the Imperial Justice makes sure that there are no survivors. Flapteezy cordoning off the rest of Burmese Ghouls from their base. But he gets bursted down here by Ace. 2 for none already. It's looking grim for Bren Esports because the Burmese Ghouls have once more woken up. They are ready and they're looking for the finish.
Yes, and Burmese Ghouls, this looks like a 2-1 going. This is a 2-1 going to the side of Burmese Ghouls. Bren Esports. They made a bit of a complex lineup there.
This is looking more like it in the Grand Finals, and Burmese Ghouls gets their first pointer at the back. And just look at how coordinated they are. Once they establish control, they set up checkpoints inside of jungle, making it definitely harder for the side of Brent Esports to bypass. But that real sneaky Lord really got them the game.
Yeah, they really abuse power spike mechanics there, knowing that 2 items, and especially with Hunter's Machete just fully stacked up and can actually allow him to solo the Lord with no issues whatsoever there. Great ideas, but overall, this is the Burmese Ghouls that we were waiting to see. A macro-based team that wants to make smarter decisions than their opponent. And right now, Bren, again, I don't think they made too many mistakes overall. However, high execution, and you gotta give it to him. Hashtag thank for Lusty, and hopefully he can do it one more time.
And yeah, it's BG being smart with their plays. Bren has the Atlas, then don't go for the 5-man fight. Just keep it as skirmishes, divide the team fight, and just win from there.
divide and conquer tactics coming out there. And initially, we do see a very heavy focus on towards structures coming in from the side of Burmese goals. And it has definitely worked out for them. And get the sort of picks. So, Leo, after this match, do you think that from the side of Bren, they need to fix any sort of things coming into this draft?
Oh yeah, I think Bren should watch out for the draft. More than the execution, I think it's the draft wherein they could have done a few adjustments. I guess they were just a little too confident this time around, sitting at the 2-0. Now at the 2-1, this might just kick them back into gear.
That's right. Let's see what's the secret sauce right here, because LaFell as well as Wolf will break down the formulas out there. And, well, analysts, we're going to be talking about all of this. Just, of course, gets all the secrets out.
Thank you very much. And right now, we can definitely see that the break was well used, because right now, Burmese Ghoul, they look very, very well refreshed, and they look very, very strong in the game. Now, of course, there's a lot of things to talk about, but before that, my name is Afel, this is Wolf. Now, we are talking about drafts, you know, like, all right, the Diggy has been banned, but why was banned from Brand Esports that really changed, changed everything?
You know, I think that this is more about the playstyle of Burmese Ghouls. They were reminded of their own playstyle. That's what I'm trying to say. And now they have understood that they will never get their hands on the Diggy, because that's just how Brand Esports works. They will completely shut down one specific hero, the signature from a team. And
they respect
Diggy,
you.
They respect you so much. Diggy, for the third time, first banned by Brand Esports. This time, however, Burmese Ghouls, they kind of needed a fix. So what they did was the Matilda. This is my own analysis and my own perception on how Burmese Ghouls approached this game number 3. So instead of going and relying for the Diggy, since it's already banned, they went in for the Matilda to make a hyper carry out of Ace. And boy, it was effective.
And right now, we will look at the atomization between both of these teams to really see what is going on. And right now, let's look at the Chow, because the thing is, I like what Ruby Didi did. Throughout this game, his KDA is not the best, but he is the reason Claude keeps getting killed.
There was one time when Flap TZ, just looking at the items, that's a necklace, that's the boots and the Molten Essence and Queen's Wings. Removed that Oracle, and that was his items when Yisun Shin already had 3 big items. Like the Blade of Despair paired up with the Raptor Machete and the Endless Battle. There's just so much damage that comes out from Ace when Bren Esports cannot keep up. And this is because of the important stat that I will show you, towers. 10-0 for Burmese Ghouls. They have, how to say this? They have activated the hyper carry in Ace by 1, securing his lane, 2, supporting him all the way with this Matilda, and 3, getting the turrets for the team. Bonus goal that you get out of it, it just meant that Burmese Ghouls just captured their win condition much faster than Bren Esports did.
Yeah, and looking at the items again, Flap TZ, he does not have the Bloodless Axe, almost like he's playing the Baxia again. So maybe it's something that he has to, because we've seen that, all right, Burmese Ghouls with the Diggy, they look really strong. And Brand Esports, I even said, like, okay, when there's a Baxia, it's definitely going to Flap TZ. It's not going to be a Lassie kind of hero. And perhaps that is one of the things that they have to adjust. Like, you're not going to get the Baxia again, probably, so you need to adjust to that. And Ruby DD, the itemization going on, basically an on-hit kind of build with the Blade of Despair, with the Blade of Heptasis. And speaking of Ruby DD's Chow, right now we're going to look at the MVP of the game. It is going over to Ruby Didi with his Chow with a match KDA of 2-4. In this game, I would say that the kills are not that much, but every single player, every single individual, they did what they have to do. And Ruby Didi, his job is to make sure that Flap TZ doesn't get online, and that is a very, very high risk, high reward kind of job, because you could die first, but as long as he makes sure that the Claude dies, then it's basically a win on a team fight.
You know what, the side lane Cho, or core Cho, it's not really in the recent match, but this is interesting. Like, this is probably one of the first ones that I'm seeing this kind of item build order for the Cho. He went for high and dry and went for all those pickup items, Blade of Despair, Heptasis, and that really reflected on how important his role was. His goal was to eliminate one member of Bren Esports as much as possible. That instant -1 that we get coming out from Burmese Schools, that allowed them to take the team fights much better. I want to say, in addition, I don't like the decision of Bren Esports in this particular game to put that Kagura in the side lanes. Here's the thing, this is funny because when the draft was ready, we were talking, and I was kind of recommending Lapu-Lapu. It was with Burmese Schools, and then I said, okay, this is automatically Kagura. Then Claude was picked up, but that was a bug, and then we confirmed that it was Kagura. Say, okay, wow, this is Bren Esports with a standard draft, a game that they can easily win. But Benedetta should be side lane, and Kagura should be in the mid lane. Why is it important to have that kind of laning configuration from Bren Esports? Because of the fact that the Kagura plus the Atlas, it will definitely amplify the speed of farming for Carl TZ, and then the Benedetta and Yuzong can be played in the side lanes easily. So that would be a totally different story if they went for that kind of laning configuration.
Yeah, level 4 power spike is really strong in that kind of situation.
Absolutely.
Especially Kagura can always open the map, making sure that his pathing is always the safer pathing. And I agree, being at the side lane doesn't really look like she has a lot of that 1v1 kill potential. Maybe she has, but in this game, it really doesn't work. But either way, we will be looking at their draft soon because I think the players are ready. And right now, we go to continue with our match. So casters, please take it away.
Once again, welcome back to the Caster's Desk. This is the World Championship for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 2020. It definitely has been quite the journey. And speaking of journey, we'd like to thank Tumi for being the partners in esports for M2, as the journey to become the champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpacks. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any sort of worries at all. And of course, I forgot, be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
Never forget.
Never forget.
An established distributor of many well-consumed and loved brands around Asia, SUTL Group is a proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ike Chong's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
That's right, and you guys better keep your eyes open and catch the live stream of this mega event. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 is held in Singapore for free on MeWatch. And we've seen 12 teams playing in action here in the M2 from 9 different countries competing for $300,000 US.
Now down to 2 teams, 2 countries, fighting for the lion's share of 300,000 big ones, and as well a go at that trophy. Is it there? Yeah, it's there. Right there.
It's visible.
Right.
It's visible here.
It's huge, by the way. Weighs a few kilograms, if I'm not mistaken.
Honestly, I don't know how much is the exact weight, but oh man, these players, they're ready to just grab it off of that turret that's placed in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biceps on the guy who had to put it up there already was pretty impressive. But speaking of which, in this game, it's going to be pretty difficult. I would say it's about either or for Bren and Burmese Ghouls at this point in time, because it's not just about execution, because execution doesn't seem to be lacking on either side. It really does come down to those small micro and macro decisions at the end of the day.
They can actually, Burmese Ghouls, they can actually adapt quite fast, because thinking about it, Brent picked Claude twice into the series. So you would expect that there is going to be an answer coming out here from the side of Burmese Ghouls. But at this point on, game number 3, they just went all out on that certain Claude pick. They shut it down so well. And Brent has to show something new.
Yeah, and of course, now they've already pulled out the card of the Fighter Cho in this sort of sense. So I'm expecting that, Brent wants to do something about that. Honestly, not really something that you want to ban out in the first phase anyways, because that's going to be opening up a lot of priorities. But in phase number 2, we saw so many diversity going on in that previous game, which led up to many of all these choices being opened up. And Burmese Ghosts were really happy when they got this show in.
I think they have to start thinking about the draft a little differently here because, again, now there's these 2 new priority picks that have come out more times than they should, which is going to be the Diggy and as well as the Boxia, which has changed a lot because, I mean, coaches come in with a set line of drafts. It can only go a certain different way depending on what the first 3 picks are going to be. So now that they have to do something else, it really is just a battle of wits here.
Not only is it a battle of wits, it's also a battle night, as today we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th, coming pretty soon in a week. So there's going to be the new upgrade system blessing, little commander and map, as well as synergies being revamped. And with that, there's a free trial of advanced skins awaiting for all of you guys to just get your hands on. So make sure you log in on 30th January for Battle 9.
Did you mention Magic Chess? Is that a new season, really? Is that what Blazing Hammer is?
I believe so.
I'm so excited. After M2, after I'll take a break from all high-tier, hot action, that's just all about the M2. I can't wait to get some action on. Now about a minute away from the draft again. I agree, Gideon, Butters, Contra, that we are going to see Diggy and Baksha banned. If you don't ban that, obviously a risk. Now where do you go from there? Do you stop these weird pick-off lineups? How do you even do that?
I think it's one of those things where it's now you're kind of forced into this corner where you have to start learning your opponent's strategy. For Bren, they got to figure out how exactly and what conditions need to be right to pull off this Diggy with the Aegis. And the same goes for the Burmese Ghouls. And I think it's slightly easier for them because we have seen them play Boxia before. So it's kind of on Bren here to figure out the Diggy pick because they can force it on into the draft. And Burmese Ghouls, if they allow the Boxia to go through, either Bren or the Burmese Ghouls is going to nab it up, and again, it's shooting up towards that first pick.
Yeah. Considering Rebo's hero for game number 3, I don't think that was the best. I mean, he knows how to use the Kagura, that's for sure. But there are a lot more mages that could be utilized for Rebo.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, here's a big change of pace. Game number 3 we saw, or actually starting from game number 3, yeah, exactly. First ban, Diggy for Bren. First ban for Burmese Ghouls. Now I think they're both running the risk and forcing each other, pushing each other's buttons. Brody and Natalia, supported by Brenny Sports and Burmese Ghouls, with the Matilda and Selena. The cogs are turning, the cogs are turning.
They didn't ban out the Boxia this time.
Is it worth it though?
No. They played a huge gamble here. They were saying, no way Bren is going to first pick Boxia because at least hopefully have a way to kind of build that
trap. It could be a trap in a way because Burmese Ghouls, they have 2 good picks. They're pretty aware of what they need to get for this, and that's going the clock.
2 picks. I'm excited to see the second phase of draft because they need to negate of one of all these members, of course, protecting these 2 marksmen itself. So what should Brand Esports try to go for here? Because we already got Matilda being banned away. Expect to see something pretty huge coming in the way.
Yeah.
I personally, I would think that Berenda Esports here would probably avoid Yutsong, probably go for a... Oh, I mean, Farsa and Lancelot are going to be the optional picks that I was thinking of. But initially, I was thinking maybe they avoid the Yutsong and then look to try and get something that can jump in towards the back line.
Yeah, they don't care about the Yutsong at this point. And again, if you want back lines, few on the Farsa extends the backline and could even go for the sleight of hand, give it to Rebo, change up the mid-hero overall, and yeah, Carl Tizzi can jump with the dashes. And yeah, again, this is just characteristic of what's been making Brainy Sports win all this time. In the first phase of the drafting, they always focus on at least 2 of the 3, if not all 3, of the mid-lane heroes. That's the tank on Lusty, few with the support, and Carl Tizzi as their jungler now. That's the tank onto maybe Burmese Ghouls pick up Jawhead.
Needing to actually get the lockdown on towards this Lancelot, they go in for this Jawhead, but late game Lancelot is not going to care about that at all, so still needing something beefier than this. And with that, Burmese Ghouls, they got that upper hand in terms of pick up the second Cypher, what actually activates this Lancelot before we even talk about him getting all the way to his backline?
I mean, okay, so for the Burmese Ghouls, I would be thinking, okay, wave clear, a kind of a way to say, hey, we're not going to give you a way to kind of just, you know, lunge, and then get to our backline, no problems whatsoever. So, you know, Loyi is probably a pretty good shout. The Alice is also pretty good to deny Brent Esports that dive ability in towards that backline, because remember, that Farsa doesn't necessarily have to go into the off lane.
Brent Esports, they might even have the idea right now to just go for a huge off. This could be something on their list.
I don't know. I feel like the Yuzong is going to be really underpowered here if Burmese Ghouls do decide to pick it up for themselves. If Bren, like, if Bren sees this, oh, you pick up the Yuzong, I pick up the Lapu Lapu. It's still a win-win situation for me.
But yeah, this is going to be very tricky for the side of Brent Esports. They need to thread this draft. Just think about it as walking on eggshells. Lapu Lapu was banned. Brent Esports, they really might have a Yuzhong on mind.
Yeah, so BG should ban Yuzong right here. Now that Lapu Lapu is gone, it's like, okay, we can get rid of it. Unless Bren opts to say, hey, we don't mind you getting Yuzong as long as we get the Wan. And even then, it's like, all right, it's still a plus almost.
Benedetta's still out there.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And it could go to Flap as well.
Yeah. No, if that goes to Flap, then what happens to Baksha? Lusty?
Oh, well, it could go to Rebo.
There you go. The gold lane Benedetta. This hero just goes everywhere.
I love the way that you guys are thinking about, you know, role swaps.
Yeah,
how we're going to be playing this one out, because it is so viable right now, especially in the grand scheme of things. Like you did point it out, 1-1 could be something that will be even more dangerous. And of course, already hard to catch the Lancelot. You don't want another plan B for Brent Esports to easily go into, not only execute members of the side of Burmese Ghouls, but they can't easily get away with all these three pick-off potential coming from Burmese Ghouls. So, one more ban for Brent Esports. Get in.
Harith, Lunox, also pretty good shout-outs here for the side of Bren. I don't think they would go for the Harley. Lori is definitely a really, really iffy, personally. I personally believe that is definitely, like, not exactly the best of choices, but it does have its benefits, unless Burmese Ghouls, because I can't foresee what their final pick is going to be.
Yeah, mid lane is pretty open for the Burmese Ghouls. There's so many options. And yeah, Brent Esports, they just choose to go ahead and ban out the Yuzhong. So, Brent Esports, what are they thinking? They could have picked it up themselves, although, yeah, you're right. It's Flapteasy who plays it, so it's kind of a lock. Now you can really see how much Brent Esports, Coach Ducky, wants his players to play what they really feel comfortable with.
Exactly, and they want a winning lane, and I think that's the most important thing here, especially for the Burmese Ghouls as well. Both sides want to have a winning lane.
But I think Burmese Ghouls, they are a little more flexible. There's more room to wiggle around.
That's true.
They're more comfortable with so much more positions, so much more willing to listen to Panda and hear him out.
Really looking at a probable Benedetta, but that won't really be the best. This is good. They lack magic damage, and they get magic damage.
Well, do they really have something that they can actually hold a fort with, though, coming from the side of Burmese Ghouls? Because, yes, surefire power, that's definitely a great idea, but Jawhit right now has so much responsibility once he goes in, but Brent Esports could have possibly gone in for a free half pick that you mentioned.
I mean, I think at Bren, they've got a number of options. They could either go Popol Kupal, Loyi, Popol Kupal or Loyi, one or the other.
Oh, yeah.
They could go for the Eudora, which kind of fills up that position of that Popol and Kupal, but it's really dependent on, do they want magic or do they want to have that physical damage? And at the end of the day, Harith, I think, is a pretty good shout, especially in the off lane. Oh, yeah, Savannah is still up on the field.
Oh.
That's going to be the tank for Lusty. And hold on,
wow!
It's Cho! Cho is going to be played by Lusty. Rebo on the far side. And yeah, this is, wow, how they circled around to this draft, the fundamental Brent Esports draft.
I like it. I like it. What about you, Butters?
This is strong from Brent Esports, but it has its limits. But Grok is that answer, and it will stop a lot of people. It will stop a lot of heroes on their tracks to get to the backline.
Is this the violent Grok once more? Is this the Grok with high and dry and a bloodlust axe and a blade of despair?
I believe so. This might just be it, or you just want to set up those walls somewhere in between. They want to fight on those choke points. Yeah, let me cut your team into two and I deal with one thing at a time.
I think it's going to be a 1-2-2 composition, to be fair here. I do think that the Grok is going to be roaming in between mid and the gold lane just to kind of clear it up to allow space for Yi Shin as well as the Lunox, both of which don't exactly do wave clear that great until the later stages of the game, especially for Yi Shin. But overall, I think this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a real tough one for either side.
Yeah, just looking at how this is going here, Burmese goes trying to actually equalize the score to 2-2, but Brent Esports, I really do love the draft, and great shows honestly never go out of style. From M1 all the way up to its M2, you still see it in the grand finals. Moving in towards the land of Dawn here, back towards the caster's desk, and we will be moving in for game number 5.
And a lot of things ride on Few and Lusty's back. They have to set them kills for Carl and just let Carl do the work when he gets the items.
Let's look at the lane priority here, because again, the lane assignment, as we see Grok up into the top line going up against that Farsa, and we can see Lusty already trying to disrupt that purple buff as much as it can, but again, Retribution still too powerful of a spell.
And he did try. If he would have picked that up, that would hurt Burmese Ghouls a lot, but it was still a flicker spent for Brent Esports.
Yep, and that's something Burmese Ghouls will definitely remember. They'll say, okay, we know that at least for 2 minutes from now, Lusty doesn't have a flicker. So yeah, when this first turtle comes up online, then that's one less catch.
You're looking nervous there, Leo. What's going on, man?
I'm just wondering what this Grok is going to be like. Again, seeing that it's on Ruby DD. It's the high and dry. It's the one that deals a lot of damage. It's the one that wins duels. And I love how high and high risk lineups like this are able to just swing the metagame, and this is what Burmese Ghouls needed. This is the kind of lineup that just makes Brent Esports think like, okay, I haven't seen this much in scrims, it hasn't performed much in professional scenes, and this is the kind of specific answer you need to be able to get these series. And OD using the battle mirror image against Flapteasy down in the side lane here, the EXP lane, and grabbing him hold up. Interesting decision to put the Claude in the XP lane.
Yep, they want the Claude to get the level 4 first. I think that's also kind of interesting as well, considering what the matchup is going to be like here. But notice the way that they're rotating, putting a little less priority over the mid lane once you have Lunox starting to get, once Lunox does hit that level 4. So again, it's going to be a different set of lanes for the Burmese Ghouls to kind of adapt and try to be efficient with their power level spikes.
Brent Esports, they have been beaten by Burmese Ghouls with this Lancelot pick. Flapteasy trying to go for maybe. Does maybe have the flicker? Yes, he does.
Puissance here by Flapteasy, not going to be putting a beat on anyone. Nice flicker in. That's going to be 2 knocked up. And Flapteasy pulls the double. That's first blood. Make it a triple. They trade out Flapteasy and Few, but is it going to be worth it? Because Carlteasy's still alive. Phantom Execution keeps him alive. And there's a triple for the Prodigy. The turtle still stands. It's only D here up in his own lane. Man, I think Burmese Ghouls made the right call in saying, okay, you farm up, man, because this is the hot zone down here.
Yeah, that was huge for the side of Brent Esports, and D's going to be using his Blazing Duet to clear the waves really, really fast and maximize EXP. But you gotta give it to Kaltisi and as well as Lusty. That 3-man G Kundo literally enabled Kaltisi to get so far ahead.
And Lusty,
that's going to be a trade-off. Hold up. Lusty pulling a Leo Burby himself. That's going to be maybe blasted down. Another for Carlteasy. Thank you so much, Few, for pinning him down.
Why are you thanking the player?
No, I mean, no, it's the player who said thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. I got ya.
Dude,
but still, Carl, this is the problem for these kinds of Groks. I mean, Grok is strong when you're sticking to the wall, but then again, you need to get a bit of levels just to proceed or just to have the progression in terms of being tanky. But if you actually have that high and dry, then that means you're gonna go for a very violent Grok. Then that means probably a Bloodlust Axe would do, but you're not as tanky as you think sometimes you are.
Oh no, maybe he's taking way too much damage. He gets absolutely pinned down there. Even with the smart missile, it's not going to be enough. RubyDD is going to be the next to fall under the hands of Lusty. Great setups coming all across the board from Bren Esports.
And Carl Teasy here just showing us, if you shut down this Lancelot pick when we first met, this is a new Lancelot special that I'm bringing to you guys right now.
Interesting clash there as now Bren Esports opens up this bottom lane. It's gonna be Kid. Oh, knocked up with the Way of the Dragon here by Lusty, and he's gonna be able to dash out maybe and D, lacking damage still. I think I know what's going on now with this RubyDD Grok. He's expecting that it was Bren gonna be taking it slow, but so far Bren have been answering back with 2 or 3 people.
Oh!
I don't do much now. Look at this, Kaltizi gets caught in. Oh! D is dealing a lot of damage. That's already the blazing a duet with a few stacks, pushing back Kaltizi and the rest of Bren Esports. So far 8-2. Less than 2,000 in the lead is Bren, and we're sitting at 5 minutes waiting for another Lord about a minute away.
I gotta give it to Maybe there. He stopped Carl Teasy to getting the Phantom Execution over the wall, and that would have been so huge for Bren if Carl Teasy was able to get that double kill there, but he's gonna do it one more time on top of D. He jumps away.
He's so brave, Carl Teasy, using the brush to try and pick off that Claude. And as you can see, the intensity right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, they're just screaming their lungs off.
Oh boy, it's only going to get more intense from here. Bren getting some good timers here, and now they want to punish Kid. He goes for the Brilliance, tries to close the distance, but it ain't going to be enough when they're going to get stopped in their tracks with the Phantom Execution of the Toys Poissons to completely cut them off from that reinforcement. Imperial Justice landing in RubyDD. He's going to say nope, but he's going to use his Power of Nature to kind of walk away here and absorb all of the damage. But at the end of the day, the Way of the Dragon is still back up and they get bot tier 1.
And D going for that mid lane turret. They will get it, but they had to put 3 people on it just to get it. I mean, Bren Esports, in terms of turrets, they're equal. Bren Esports is not getting a lot of objectives. It's just that they have more control over the turtles.
Yeah, and they have more turtles, and right now, Lusty gonna get blasted out, and I think that's counting ults. That's none on Burmese Ghouls. So yeah, definitely uptime on Bren Esports now. It's on their side, and the third turtle, 100% take rate. Butters, this is what you were talking about, right? Same turret count, but when it comes to turtles, Carl DC just always online. I guess this is what you get when you're trying to farm up on so many different heroes.
But Burmese Ghouls, they do have time on their side. That's one of the things that they have, scaling.
That's true. I mean, how long can you do this for? Because eventually it's going to be the end game mechanic that Bren is looking for, and that is... Wait, hold on. What? Something's going on towards the top side. Ooh, D actually surviving with literally 1% of life left. It looks like Bren still putting more gasoline on this fire.
But look at this, onto the middle lane. There is a fight happening.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be popping up even up top, so I guess we'll pick one of them. That's gonna be off of Kid, and up top it's Carl Teasy. Maybe he wants to go ahead and flicker out, hide into the bush. That's going to be the Thorned Rose saving
Look at Lusty.
Carl Teasy a little bit. Oh, Lusty's waiting. Lusty's waiting.
They're gonna do it again.
Oh, underneath, that's gonna be the Thorned Rose one more time. Maybe gets it. Imperial Justice pins down RubyDD, but he's A-okay. Charging up the clothesline from hell to clear out this way, but there's 4 members. Way of the Dragon by Lusty, and that's gonna be 1 taken out alongside the turret.
Oh my goodness. Literally one of the more beautiful dives I've ever seen coming out of Bren Esports. The perfect juggle of aggro, the turret aggro coming in from Flap Teasy, and as well as few. Hats off to them. That was so clean.
And you can see here Few just staying there near that orange buff. They're baiting it so that they see Ace. And look at this.
Oh, the orange buff invade has turned into a full-on fight. Feathered airstrike here by Rebo, and now Ace wants to find some prey. Kid getting blasted down. Few gets him, but they trade out. Maybe gets the kill, 1-for-1 currently. Nice ejector to save D, and RubyDD. Hold up! No, D wants more. Flap easy, rolling out.
Okay, Turtle is definitely positioned Burmese Schools. They have the key points into the map, and Guard doesn't care! He just goes in. Look at this.
Way of the Dragon and the Feathered Air Strike. Oh, that's 2 down. Automatic for the Doctor. He's looking for another patient. Wings by wings up. Lusty gonna be knocking up Kid. Where is you going, son? It's going to be a chase, and I think he's gonna survive. He's just waiting on the Order of Brilliance. They're gonna let go. That's the last turtle of the game. Ruby DD still alive. Keeping him up is the Ancient Blessing. So far, so good. Burmese School's good at keeping damage control in check. And now at 9 minutes, how long, Gideon? How long until one of their cores, D and Ace, can just come out and pick them up from here?
Look at you here just picking up those 3 armors, and look at this. They're just casually getting it just because a lot of the items here from side are physical damage. And look at this. Ace going in. He gets the kill. Carl will be the first pickup, and Bren Sports, they might bow out of their first fight, but Flap still regening.
I was going to say that might have been the first plot twist, but Flap surviving. Gideon.
Yeah, Flap surviving, rather interesting. It does show that he has a lot of tankiness built into his kit, which is definitely something notable. However, the Burmese Ghouls, they actually won the fight, which is rather surprising. They managed to catch out Carl Teasy and shutting him down for some huge, huge gold. But at the end of the day, it's all about that scaling of Burmese Ghouls. If this is the best that they can muster, they're going to have to make it work.
Yeah, at some point, those casual armors are going to be expiring, and now Rebo gets picked off from the back line. Flap Teasy running for his life. He's going to roll out, and that's going to be an ejector onto Few, plus the Imperial Justice keeping him alive. And now D taking his best here, doing his best to deal damage and back out. So far, so good. Another pick off by Burmese Ghouls.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! While Mount Shocker keeping them in place. Can Ruby DD come in with a wild charge? It is off of cooldown. They go for the conversion. Wow, Burmese Ghouls back in here, closing the gap now just under 2,000.
Bren Esports need to be very careful on those brushes. Bren Esports rather. Burmese Ghouls are masters of that ambush strategy that they're doing.
Oh, Flap Teasy rolls into 4, has arrived. Ace knocked out by Few. That's a pickoff. That's for free. I think they're just jockeying for position. Lord down bottom. They want to take as much as they can. Ruby down as well. Down bottom, it's going to be D. Oh, wow, making quick use. You could have held your breath there.
Yep, and that's the thing. Their main team fight capability is coming from D. He is making sure that he's literally the strongest person on his team, and even Yi Shin is mainly acting as utility for a large majority. He's got to outplay this. Battle Mirror Image, he gets hit by one. The third hit, G couldn't go. The Brilliance comes out. Lusty is going to get chunked down, but the Blazing Duet is way too early. Flaptizi is going to get right on top of it with the help of Few. It's going good, but maybe now all by himself. Where is Ace? Ace needs to get here to get his damage down. He gets onto Flaptizi. He secures the kill. It's a 2-for-3 trade-off, but at the end of the day, the Burmese Ghouls, no worries. Nothing that Bren can do to converse, because Carl Teasy was the one who went down.
But now things are looking great for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Their Claude has items.
Yeah, all the more this becomes interesting. Ace here now picks up his endless battle. We're seeing a very, very small gold gap. Barely 1,000, right? As the minute goes by. Let's check out the items here.
Okay, so that is going to be a Blade of Despair and an Endless Battle for Ace. D has the Wind of Nature, the Queen's Wings, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff.
Wow, I didn't realize how big he was. He literally has a scoreline of 1-1-3. Who would have thought he's already got 9K under his belt?
He does have an Avarice, and he got a lot of lanes on his side.
Oh, another fight occurs, though, and that's Ruby DD getting caught out. Way of the Dragon onto the Grok, but it doesn't last as long given he was next to a wall. All right. So far, Burmese Ghouls are getting better at this. Oh, nice ejector onto Few. Few going to be dashing out, and in comes the Blazing Duet into the back line. Few goes down, Kid gets the kill, and now Flapteasy looking low. He's not going to be saved by the third place Sans. That's going to be 2 for free going to the Burmese Ghouls. Rebo pushing them back. This right here is all that Bren Esports can do. Slowly but surely, we're entering the end game, and Burmese Ghouls, once more, we mentioned earlier, they have the late game in the bag.
Bren do have the late game on the bag, but Bren Esports, can they hold on? Now, the pressure goes back to their side.
Yeah, I mean, Bren messed up there. They wasted 5 ult Grok and they didn't even successfully do it. Burmese Ghouls pull the trigger and that's what they want to do. Waste the ultimates from Bren and get a free fight as they do it again once more. They're trying to bait Bren into something they don't want to take.
Ooh, Carl Teasy gonna use a Cyclone Eye here. Oh no, Ace confirms the Lord take. Nice combo here. Oh, the shutdown immediately on the Carl Teasy. That's 2 for Burmese Ghouls. That's none for Bren Esports. The Lord has already been taken here, and just like that, Bren Esports came into the fight fresh, but they lost nonetheless. Burmese Ghouls showing us superior positioning and target prioritization.
And this is where Carl Teasy really just wants to get the kill on D. But D has the Wind of Nature. Now, Feathered Airstrike is going to play a huge role into this defense.
Well, he's going to push on forward, and inevitably it's going to be okay. But right, they got a big shutdown onto Kid, which is great. But Kid isn't the main target here. Yes, it is a constant source of damage and forcing a lot of itemizations from Red to go into Magic Resist. But at the end of the day, if they don't take out D, it's going to be a problem. And not to mention, Ace is starting to catch up in that target prioritization and becoming a huge problem. Few tries to go for the Imperial Justice. Is not looking good too here for the rest of the team. It's going into the back line. They're trying to make it work out, but Ace, he's on the run. Yishu Chin is probably going to go down, but he doesn't actually get him. He's able to dash out of the way. The Traceless and is able to come up in time. And D is absolutely gigantic, taking out 2 members single-handedly. And you can see that Carl Teasy does not want to be a part of that.
And this is Bren Esports. They're playing as individuals right now. Burmese Ghouls. This is the superior team fight, superior macro play that we expected from them since game number 1.
So far, so good here. Bren Esports, until that Lord take, it's been their game. But right now, Burmese Ghouls, they put Bren Esports into a position where if you get frustrated, you're going to lose.
And I think that's what Ren is. They are frustrated,
You can see it. You saw how much few went for the chase, and there was no chance. It was 4 members of Burmese Ghouls there hiding in the bush, even if there were only 3 and the rest were putting down pressure elsewhere. Oh, Bren Esports, they really dropped the ball. This one currently down 4 turret on a Lord, behind about 7,000 gold.
I mean, honestly, one bad team fight for the side of Burmese Ghouls could easily turn Bren back on top and just, really even things out. But the people who need to keep their heads cool right now is Lusty and Carl Teasy. They initiate the fight, they're out of his range of damage. They don't want him to force the wings by wings to get closer, because that puts him in a huge compromisable position.
Yeah, and now Burmese Ghouls, they are controlling the buffs here for the side of Bren Esports, and this is what Bren Esports did for the couple of games that they won here in the series. Burmese Ghouls, slowly but surely, just walking up to their base. They're not forcing anything. They're waiting for Bren Esports to be a bit impatient.
Somebody's going to have to make a mistake here. It's either Bren or the Burmese Ghouls. And Bren definitely, after making a couple of those, they've realized, all right, we've made too many. We've kind of lost the lead. We've kind of, put too much slack on this leash. And Burmese Ghouls, they are just waiting for this Lord. In the next 50 seconds or so, if somebody is going to get caught, it's not going to matter too much unless it starts happening right now at the 40-second mark where the death timers, you won't be able to reach the Lord in time after respawn.
Yeah, no kill here is free. No kill is free. All right, Few here picks up the glowing wand. Now they can confirm more kills. Maybe. I think maybe is the only one who can really afford to die given the pull yourself together. And look at this, a silent war between tanks.
Agreed, but again, you don't want to be the first one who dies. Few, he walks up because he knows, okay, at the end of the day, I can kind of get out. I have mechanics to do that, and it covers a lot of distance. But you can see that Lusty, he is hesitant. He's walking him, he's like, no, I don't want to be the one who goes down because he is so important to the team. That Wave the Dragon is going to be a make it or break it.
Look at this turtle. Look at this Lord, rather.
Yep.
There's the Luminous Lord.
He's up. Carl Teasy picks up an Immortality. Now the fight is broken down. Flap Teasy, Puissance after the ejector. We're taking it slow because I know that both teams don't want to pull the trigger here willy-nilly. This is going to matter. Whoever gets out of this, whether by a big margin or by a very small trade. Oh, hold up. D gets caught by the Imperial Justice. That's going to be the starting punch here from Bren Esports. And they burst down 1. That's going to be Rebo taken out. They're not looking for anything else. A trade. Where do you find it? Few going to be flickering out. They've already split the pie here, and now Flap Teasy destroyed by maybe 2 for none so far, and Few is scared of Ruby DD. This is where Ruby DD wants you.
Few. forced out of his base. He cannot join the defense. Ruby DD doesn't want to take him down here as much as possible. He just wants to not see him recall back to base.
Oh, that's going to be the immortality pop onto Carl Easy. No! Not even the Phantom Execution or the Thorn Rose will save you, ladies and gentlemen. Lusty is the last to go, and that's going to be Burmese Ghouls taking game number 4.
Oh my goodness, thank God that this is a best of 7, because this really is a great adaptation, and overall the Burmese Ghouls managing to punch back, and they need that momentum back. Bren, they need to get that momentum, because once you see them run out of gas here, the Burmese Ghouls, they start sniffing out, and they will brick wall you until you just kill yourself of frustration.
The Burmese Ghouls have proved that this is a marathon, and now, of course, going for that reset, both sides 2-2. And still, we need 2 more games on either side to claim that championship title, but it's slow and steady winning the race right now.
It's the form of these players. Like Bren Esports introduced to them a new side of introduced to Burmese Ghouls a new side of their play. Now BG, they are introducing something new to Bren as well, and this is where it gets interesting. Now the pocket picks are out. The signature heroes are out. What do you do now in terms of drafting?
This is definitely very hard to deal against, because now you have another layer in between. It's like, kind of like a 2-1-2 formation with the Jawhead as well as the Grok in the front line. Then the Lunox is the one that peels through everybody. And if that's not enough, okay, orders of the Brilliance being popped down, then the rest of them come in with the Blazing Duet and the Yishin Shin doing so much justice. But oh boy, what a game this is.
Yeah, this really was a great game, and overall I think it came down to, you know, execution. Bren doing a great job in the early game, and then Burmese Ghoul doing a great job in towards that late game.
Yeah, they turned it around.
Let's see how they managed to get this comeback. It's time for the Alice, Wolf, as well as Lofel to break it down.
The equalizer of the game. We can definitely see that Burmese Ghouls, they are coming back to their own form, going of a full damage composition. They are looking so good. My name is Lofel, and this is Wolf. Right now, we're going to talk about what just happened.
Oh, this is definitely a good recovery for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, they kind of win games when it's kind of unorthodox, right? The Grok with the high end guy. By the way, I'm a big fan. Thank you for doing this. I'm a big Grok fan, and I've been doing the side lane, the off lane Grok. Usually I get reported, but thank you, Ruby Didi, for making it possible in the championship even.
No, the thing is, you just have to win so you don't get reported.
Now, that is actually
so
true.
If you lose, then that's on you.
That's
you know?
probably my problem, because I keep on losing and I'm not Ruby Didi. But kidding aside, this big stop that came from Burmese Ghouls was, I would say, I did not expect it at all. Because I'm looking at the lineup of Bren Esports, it's very standard. They have won with this before, and they can really easily win with it. In fact, they were winning in the early stage of the game. They are en route to their win condition. Unfortunately, their win condition also says that they cannot even die once or twice on Carl TZ.
Exactly, that was very, very right. And right now we're going to look at the itemization while continue talking about it. Speaking of items, right now look at the damage. Burmese Ghouls, 31,000 damage against 24,000. And it is one of the things that Bren Esports, they did kind of something wrong over here, where Lancelot in the early to the mid stage of the game, he was a monster. That was at one point like 8-0-4.
Exactly.
He was doing so good, but the thing is, that's just him. He's dealing the whole lot of damage. While Burmese Ghouls, they have the Yishin Shin, they have the Claude, they have even the Grok. You know, everyone here is doing damage. But the thing is, Burmese Ghouls, what good about them is actually D. This guy, he made sure that the game does not end early with the Blazing Duet, clearing the minions, giving enough time, and then at one point, because of a very good ejector, they killed Carl TZ, and after that, it's Burmese Ghouls' game.
That was a big stop, as I would like to describe for Burmese Ghouls. I want to say, this lineup is quite scary. When I looked at it first, I said, okay, this is incredibly greedy. Like, imagine in the grand stage, in the championship stage, you pick up first the Claude and the Yishin Shin. How
almost completely revealing your draft.
That is definitely revealing your draft. Now, it's natural for Bren Esports to kind of draft against it, and in a way they did. I love the fact that they played aggressively. They went in for the Farsa and the Sylvana, the Farsa being the side laner, the flap shot that we're talking about, but it lost. Unfortunately. Now, Carl TZ was also playing well, and it came to a point where they were winning so much, but the thing is, Burmese Goals, they planned it all along. What they did was take this game to a macro level.
Yep.
So they just split the map, cleared out the side lanes, take those turrets, and let Bren Esports group up as 4. Yes, Bren Esports were winning those fights when they were going 4 versus 2 or 4 versus 3. But the fact of the matter is, this guy, the MVP, was farming all along.
Yeah, D did so well with the Claude with a KDA of 219. Not the highest level of kills on a Claude, but the thing is, he did what he was supposed to do. He stalled out the game long enough, and then the thing is, that one death, that is the most impressive thing, because as we can see, honestly, Carl TZ a lot of times tried to chase out this Claude, but he was just a little bit too slippery, not get caught. And because he survived for so long, it becomes very, very difficult for Bren to push those towers and then end the game. So even just by not dying, he did a lot.
You know what? They went in for the Claude in the gold lane, which is, to me, very interesting. Why would they put Claude in the gold lane? This is actually a plan from Burmese Goals all along, because what they did was to really match the Claude with the backshot, which is a hero that he can kind of bully in the lane. I mean, obviously backshot will not be able to get the kill on the Claude. He will put him so low, he might bully him out of the lane, but the fact is, in the explain, got to level 4 so easily, so that the Blazing Duet will be available so easy, so quickly as well. And this allowed him to just move around the map, clear out the waves, and focus on farming and farming alone.
But anyways, now it's a 2-2. This is still a best of 7. We will be going to a short break to make sure that everyone is freshened up. So don't go anywhere. We will be back right after this. See you then.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
I think it's very safe to say the two words on everyone's mind right now, this game. What a comeback so far by Burmese Ghouls, making it 2-2 against Brand Esports. And hey, we are at a grand final, and I believe this is how a grand final should be. Both teams really wanting to take home the crown for their team, and I dare say their nation as well. Welcome back to your M2 World Championship 2020. My name is Joachim Gomez. Before I hand you over to Lysander, Lafell, and Wolf, we gotta say a big thank you to all our partners as well as supporters, starting with Moonton for powering this entire event. Our friends over at the Singapore Tourism Board used the hashtag Passion Made Possible. How about Skoga supporting esports talents and careers here in Singapore since 2008, IMDA, and not forgetting our partners Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel. We also have our friends over at Razer for giving us the official gaming gear, and MediaCorp as well as MeWatch. If you're watching us right now from MeWatch or at Cathay Cinemas, thank you so much for that. Not alone as always with my co-host Lysander, analyst Lafell, and Wolf. Have you all caught your breaths yet? Because I've been watching this game with you guys. You were screaming, the casters were screaming, the players were screaming. Describe the mood right now that both teams must be feeling.
Burmese Ghouls, you hear them once again in this stadium that we are at. I mean, I just hope that the crowd is here to hear how loud Burmese Ghouls can be, and the other teams. When Brand Esports were confident when they were winning, they were also kind of loud, but not as loud as Burmese Ghouls. And here's the thing: this is probably one of the first times where we heard Burmese Ghouls this loud.
Yes,
and they're
I
feeling
agree.
confident.
I agree.
That's hope.
That's
hope. You know, they're hearing the down. They were down 0-2. And now it's 2-2. It's equalized, and I think that is the best kind of final for anyone. Makes it look hopeless, and then suddenly there's hope. I think that's the best kind of feeling. Is that it's to the edge of death, and then back. But now, equalize. I think now it's time for Brand to say, okay, what's up, guys? Why are we down 2 points? What is the plan here, Lafell?
Right now, as we can see in the finals, this is actually a very interesting thing where the team that is playing the more standard composition seems a little bit lost, while the team that is bringing something new is the one taking charge. Because as of right now, as we can see, that the teams that properly understand their win condition is winning. But a more important thing is that you know your enemy's win condition. And I think this is one of those things where Brand has been using the same thing over and over again, where the side of Burmese Ghouls, they can already telegraph. It's like, okay, they want to get Turtle, they want to win a few kills around mid-game, and then close it out before they lose their damage. So we just have to learn how to stall it out and then winning it in the late game stages. And that's exactly what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think this panel discussion, or this discourse discussion, we definitely need to talk about I think we need to give props. I think you as an analyst, you already gave props, but I think props to Brand, fighting an entire day, but also props to Burmese Ghouls for doing some out-of-the-box thinking. What kind of marksman picks support emblems? What kind of marksman builds off damage items? That is something that we really want to talk about. Anything else stands out to you guys?
Yeah, the biggest standout for Burmese Ghouls for me is that they really woke up after that 2-0. After starting 0-2, you now feel that it is actually Burmese Ghouls playing, right? Because this is what we are seeing in the past 3 days from them. They were winning those skirmishes in seemingly impossible, unfathomable ways. They have to be playing like the best Mobile Legends that they can be. They're like so much focused in those particular matches. Now, here's the thing. They were playing different heroes, like these out of the meta heroes, like the Grok, for example, but they play it in a meta-specific way, right? I don't know if I'm making sense, but they were creative with their picks, but the way they play it, it's very signature. It's
space making, they just run at the enemy, feed a few deaths, but they give the marksman time to farm.
Exactly, it's like space for Ace, right? For the past few days, and now they're doing it once again.
Wolf, I want to throw you back to what you said during the first break. You said you're not too sure whether Burmese Ghouls could be playing. Did you expect them to win clean 2 and come back 2-2?
I kind of say it's not that I expect them, I want them to. Because I think I was pretty clear the past few days that Burmese Ghouls made a fan out of me. Because they were they were executing so properly, and their tactician, whoever drafts and calls the shots, I have to talk to that guy. I want to take notes.
Any last add-ons, LaFell? I think the game is about to be ready in just a few short moments.
Yeah, so we've seen that the first 2 games, it was Brand all the way. The second 2 games is going to be BG all the way. So I kind of want the next 2 games to be a 1-1 kind of situation, but that's just me.
So we come back, right? If it goes 1-1, we come back.
And we're going to be talking about the final game. Will he go all the way? I wonder. We do have time for you to go restock on your snacks and your drinks as we hand you over to Gideon Q, Butters, Leo, as well as Contra. Take it away, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk. We are going to game number 5, but before that, we would like to give our special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, and you can just visit secretlab.co.
And don't forget that we would not want to forget to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mythic and MLBB with Singtel, the Singaporeans' fastest 5G network.
If you're still with us, thank you so much. It's been a long day, but it's not over yet. If you guys are watching the live stream event, you'll know that it's happening right here in beautiful Singapore City, and it's at the Cathay Cineleisure at Orchard. It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and the lucky draws. MVP will be running all week long, and you can count the hours that's left in the show. You can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website, and you can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information. Shoutouts, and again, a huge thank you and a round of applause to everyone watching. You're sticking through. You are showing some support to our grand finalists here, the Philippines and Myanmar. If you're watching from Cathay Cinema, NUS, Sports Hub, and Bukit Emera Swimming Complex. Once more, my name is Leo. This right here is Contra, Gideon Q, and Butters, and we will be going into Game 5 as mentioned. And so far, it's been reset. It now turns again into a best of 3.
Yeah, or should you say that this is just a halfway checkpoint for both of these teams? You know, back in the first World Championship, it was a big reverse sweep where, you know, suddenly that tank for EVOS Legends just gives them all the fuel to get their way towards the finish line. But this time, it's just that neck and neck race that with Burmese Goals finally getting that acceleration in, things are looking on an even term, and well, they are definitely that diamond in the rough to look out for.
Yep, a little trip down memory lane from M1, but this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is M2. You can complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange these coins for exclusive rewards, which include the special avatar border, the exclusive skin, the battle emote, the sacred statue, and of course, that exclusive skin, it's Clint's Shadow Omen skin. You can gain it directly for 899 diamonds, and once more, this all happens until tonight. At the end of the night, the 24th of January, now back into the draft. We're a minute away from commencing game number 5. What can we expect here? Again, that short discourse from our panelists and hosts, our analysts, the smart guys, if I will. They broke it down and they said, you know what? We're playing our fair games, and now we're trying to introduce these odd choices of like weird marksmen and just bodies being thrown at you so that there's space for ace. What can we expect in game 5? Who's going to be making the bigger moves?
Honestly, at this point in time, I would say Burmese Ghouls are probably going to make the bigger move here, especially since they get to decide which side of the map they're on.
Yeah, and one thing's clear. Bren Esports found the answer of the Baksha at game number 1, game number 2. Game number 4, Burmese Schools just freely gave it to them. And they still defeated Bren Esports. So, Burmese Schools, they have the strategy all figured out. It's just for Bren Esports right now, they do have to put in a lot of emphasis into not losing the draft.
A lot of pressure on Bren Esports right now. Going into the draft, it's Burmese Ghouls on the boot. Esmeralda taken out. Bren Esports, they get rid of the Diggy. That's a requirement as well. Burmese Ghouls, they get rid of the Baksha. Contra, your thoughts?
Yeah, and of course now Burmese Goals introducing a brand new problem, because that last game we saw that Lunox was quite an important factor coming in towards the third man to enter any sort of that team fight. And of course, Burmese Ghosts will make a certain priority pick here. What we see here is very standard heading in towards the first phase. We definitely don't expect any of these 4 to go through, but this final man here, this is where you start to draw the lines here on what you must pick coming into this to secure that match point.
This is interesting. Like for Bren Esports, nothing much has changed. Burmese Ghouls, they ban out the Baksha just because they know that this is not going to be great for their side if ever Bren Esports has the red side or the first 2 picks.
Huh, interesting. Burmese Ghouls, I thought they were going to play a very similar composition to what they did in Game 4, but it looks like they're willing to give up the Yi Shin and instead play for something more aggressive and snowbally like the Selena. I don't know whether this is going to be beneficial, but Bren, they're going to have to figure out a way to play a little bit more defensively or at the very least answer the aggression.
I think Kid here is just opening up what Bren Esports can do, like they're just letting them be, and I think that's what happened. Remember, from Game 4, we were asking when the draft happened, or is this a trap? Or is this a trap? And indeed it was. Now that's the jawhead locked in by Bren Esports. The Burmese Ghouls, they now have their last picks for this phase. Contra, what might they prioritize? It's very clear for Bren Esports. It's very clear that they want to give Karltizi, Few, and Lusty their heroes in the first phase, but what about Burmese Ghouls?
Burmese Ghouls here needs that sort of the big option here, and we're looking at the Claw being relatively popular right now. It's being left up here, or else moving to phase 2, you won't be seeing it left available. So, of course, pairing it with a Selena, you still need something that's pretty much solid in the front. Could they go for that Lunox again, or what?
Probably not, but yeah, I was guessing that they were going to go for Yuzong here because, again, it's going to be a pretty effective lane regardless of how you look at it, and they've already showed the Yi Shin. So the question is, what are they going to do? Are they going to lock in the Wan for the side of Bren Esports? Because Wan can't clear as fast as Claude, so they won't be able to get away with you know, being able to, you know, hyper farm and just clear out waves real quick and harass people and stuff like that.
And that's one of the things that Yi Shin gives to his allies. Like if you would go for a double marksman setup with a Yi Shin, it would make sense because a lot of the utilities from Yi Shin makes him a very safe hero to go for the kills.
I feel bad for the Yi Shin. Early on in Season 6, right? Project Next, the Yuzhong has always been an answer to the Yi Shin. Like, you just dive in. As soon as you see Mountain Shocker and you know that the Yi Shin is in range, just Black Dragon form, just go right into the face of this jungler, and they're going to have a bad day. Nice pickup by Bren Esports, though, before going into the second phase of banning. Benedetta going on to the off lane for them. Bans abound. That's going to be Sylvana taken up by Bren. Burmese Ghouls, what do they want to choke out?
Probably also Magic Dealers as well. Yep, Alice has been the consistent second phase ban for the side of the Burmese Ghouls. I wouldn't be too surprised if Bren decided to get rid of Lunox or arguably even Harith at this point in time. Personally, I think the Lunox would have been a better bet. Unstoppable Force to answer Harith if he drops down the Xamarin Force. Unstoppable Force, flick him backwards, you're out of the zone, smack, smack, smack.
Well, I do have an opinion here because I've been talking about Cho quite a lot, haven't I? Like a couple of past games. But Bren Esports here might be having a clear run if they can actually get their hands on it. Like, just look at the Yuzong as well as Selena. Like, yeah, of course you can get those sort of hands on squishy targets. That's the best scenario, right? Like, just burst them down. But just creating another layer to enable the likes of Karltizi. So this is definitely going to be something that they can look into if they want, but instead they say no, we're going to be leaving this Cho out.
This is a direct attack on Doc Ribo. Like, he is just starving for heroes.
Yeah, he's starving him from heroes overall, and Wan for the side of Burmese Ghouls, really smart, making sure that they can actually win the lanes. Cho already banned out from Bren's side, and it's something to keep note of here because, again, as the rest of the teams are going, they want to get their double pick to finish off the composition. They could go for the good old classics here, but I don't think they're not going to work as well, especially when, you know, Tigreal and Akai, you know, at the beginning of the tournament, we were like, Akai's pretty good, and then by the end of the tournament, it's like, Akai's kind of bad.
And I think because of how the Bulls have been playing, they have redefined the metagame. Already, you're able to play these tankless lineups or pseudo-tankless lineups, and they win games, they win series off of that. So right now, I'm guessing they might pull the same gambit and threaten the win. That's going to be the Harith on D or Ruby DD. I think Ruby DD. He does great with his Harith.
It's
from the gold lane. And then one more.
And Akai.
Oh, you're laughing about Akai, huh?
Yeah, I still think he's kind of bad right now. But look at the composition that Bren has overall. Like, yes, you want to be able to kind of create that space. You're going to look for picks, and you're going to expect Akai to do that. The only thing I do agree with here for the Burmese Ghouls is that they needed a tank that could look for picks. I would have preferred Tigreal. At least he has a little bit more early game presence. Akai here, he's not going to be relevant until level 4. So keep that in mind, because Bren's composition here, as long as they play away from the Benedetta and the Khalid and kind of just focus on, defending themselves, that's when the Burmese Ghouls can start abusing Akai.
And given how these matches go, it's impossible for teams to just change their strategies and their playstyles on the fly.
Yeah.
Both Bren and Burmese Ghouls want to get that early turtle. And you're right, Akai don't do much before level 4, and Akai will be sitting at level 2 or 3 when that first turtle comes up.
Then again, some of these picks coming out from Bren Esports don't do anything really by the time that they don't hit the level 4. But you know what? Just looking at it, Akai is one of those tanks that are good against invade lineups.
Ooh.
At least.
Is that your read, Butters? Is that your read?
At least.
That was actually what I was thinking when we get into towards this game.
All right, well then, game number 5 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Burmese Ghouls versus Bren Esports. Let's get it.
Contra, talk to me more about this invade. What were some of your thoughts about how, defending the invade was going to look like?
Okay, speaking of that invade, right? You just look at the entirety of the lineup. It is about setting up for that blazing duet, and of course, a little bit of an invade coming in from the side of Lusty. Oh boy.
I mean, this is what you would expect when you see a Jawhead, right, Butters?
True.
But you know what? Few here getting jumped by D, and Few
Wait, don't actually die here.
doesn't have the flicker, and that is the opening. That is the opening of a Lunox. If you don't have level 4, then that only means that you are going to be a main target here for Kid.
What is okay? I mean, all right, that's going to be fine, but I think that you definitely should have really considered just sticking to the wave and abusing the fact that you can just be healing off the wave and you don't necessarily have to participate just yet. But now Few once again getting punished here by Kid.
This is looking really bad. He just entered the lane and one more missile misses by a couple of centimeters right there. But, talking about this RV scenario here, of course, still having Bren Esports here going for those buffs is going to be causing a little tension here. Lusty gets bursted. As you can see, Kid is now 2-1-0 with Missile Arrow, really sniping him down.
Kid is so good at keeping Bren Esports at bay. He got 2 kills from Bren Esports already, and it doesn't seem like he's gonna stop soon.
Now remember what the payoff is right now, because Yishin Chin's level 4 and Ace is still at level 3. They bought a ton of time at the cost of 2 kills, unfortunately, to say the least. But let's see whether they can convert this into something important. Like Kid, he is going to need to make sure that he lands those Abyssal Arrows. He's got 2 kills under his belt and Mystery Shop. If he ain't getting items and he ain't landing those Abyssal Arrows, he's just as good as dead.
Okay, first turtle fight, Kid goes down.
And it's going to be the engagement coming in from the side of Bren Esports. Great perfect pick as they connect that Abyssal Arrow, but they jump the gun. And this is where Bren Esports says, okay, we are coming right back at you with another 2 kills.
Just a bit of disrespect coming out from the side of Burmese Ghouls, but Bren, really good preemptive play, setting up their trenches early on.
They learned this as well from the side of Burmese Ghouls, like using that brush. That is a trademark. That is a move that comes from Burmese Ghouls. We've seen that in Game 3 and Game 4. Game 5, Bren Esports utilizing that Jawhead to do the same play.
Yeah, and now Burmese Ghouls is getting invaded once again. Kid tries to look for that catch, but here comes a little bit of defense coming in from Maybe. Tries to make sure that he's always in the front, soaking all the damages. And Diamond Force already popped up. Not enough to survive out of this 2v1 down bot.
Wait, what is going on? Why is Kid still level 3? Maybe just hit level 4. Did Kid... Oh, looks like Kid just needs to get a little bit off of the Lethal Wanderer. It should be level 4. Yep, hits level 4 now. Maybe trying to make the play. Here comes... Oh, no. He is just caught down right now.
Oh, he's alive!
He's alive! No way! This time! No way! The Quicksand guard kept him alive! And now D, he's trying to finish him up, but he's buying time. Rebo! He makes it out! No way! No way!
Insane! Can we get a replay on that? He just outplayed Burmese Ghouls. And what a finisher
that was a good plan coming up from Burmese Ghouls. Now, they poured everything onto that pickoff, but I guess it wasn't really the best target.
It has to be an executional misplay, right? They literally were on top of him. Once again, the whirlwind is going to get on towards you, buddy. Kid gets ejected backwards, and that's going to be the end of Selena almost instantaneously. Bren, can you feel their blood pumping? I can feel the momentum coming out of these boys.
I just feel that having a break gives this players new perspective on this.
Yeah, gotta thank those 8 it's coffees out there, you know, they've been getting themselves a little bit boosted up with that. And speaking of which, it's gonna be the turtle taken by Brand Esports again, going for the dive. They have managed to catch out maybe, and this is gonna be the ejector on towards Kid. How far can you run, Kid? Make your way out because they're coming for you. Now Ace forcing out a flicker. Calamity Reaper being brought by Ruby DD, but Brand Esports, they are just storming their way freely.
Now, Burmese Ghouls, they're having a bit of a problem in terms of execution. Baby is playing a good game, to be honest.
Yep.
He has put all the Hurricane Dance in on his belt, and it trapped a lot of people already. A lot of heroes on the side of Brand Esports. But the thing is, Brand Esports has been more responsive and more reactive to what Burmese Ghouls does.
I mean, those executional misplays could be a problem here as D is trying to lock down Rebo once more. Maybe he's walking up close, but again, here comes the Raging Sandstorm. He gets hit by the Missile Arrow. Kid should be able to secure this one. No way! They're going to let him live again. Not going to make the second mistake again as Ruby DD coming in with the Zaman Force. Going to be pushing on forward, and the Yishin Shin taking away and invading that purple buff here. But on top side, once again, it's going to be Flapteezy who's going to be locked down. And D, no! He actually gets him able to proc the passive and few. He's going to be on the run, but Lusty, even though he's there on the fight, it's a 2v3 situation, doesn't want to take it.
Okay, so for Brand Esports, yes, you have the lead, but you cannot go for those risky plays. You need to mind your position. As Burmese Ghouls, they have a lot of disposition. Maybe with the Hurricane Dance, if he catches you overextending, that is going to be a divided fight for your team.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that Burmese Ghouls, although they are ticked by the Khalid that has been causing them quite a lot of upset over the top side, they have managed to turn things around. And speaking of which, ejector on towards D. He's running for his life, but this is definitely going to be a goner for the side of Burmese Ghouls to try to rescue him in that sort of sense. So they have to give him up. Now, 4 versus 5 on this turtle, I think they also have to give even more back towards Brand Esports.
Credits to Lusty, he's doing an amazing job with these catches. However, he is collecting those kills when honestly it should be going to some other person. Hopefully that doesn't bite them in the butt later on into the game, but for now it's like, yay, okay, you've got the Athena shield, I don't mind tanking a couple of Abyssal Arrows.
Yeah. Kid is throwing those arrows, he's hitting those arrows, but the problem is Lusty is just always in his...
Oh! Punish!
Like that?
Again! Unstoppable Force as well! The Zaman Force is going to be popped out of the Blazing Door coming in from Ace, but Ace is kind of big here. He can't finish them off. Now Ruby DD is going to be the onslaught to try and push them down. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. It's a 2-for-2 trade. It's looking real good. Can they get another one? Flapteezy jumps off the wall to try and pull through it. He catches him off. Ace still with the orange buff. This is going to be huge. Oh my goodness. What a great fight coming in from both of these teams. But Bren still coming up on top.
Yeah, you can definitely see that D was actually controlling the tempo right there, but let's have a look at the items, Butters. I'm pretty sure that now some of these players are pretty huge in this match.
Okay, Flapteezy will go for the Endless Battle. He's just setting it up. But while for Ace, he has the Demon Hunter Sword, and that is going to go to a Golden Staff. That's pretty standard. But one of the players that you really have to look out for is Ruby DD. He has a Calamity Reaper, the Feather of Heaven, and that is going to be bad for Brand Esports if they do not take account of this hero. They need to look, they need to be aware of their surroundings. They need to choose their fights. Don't fight on narrow spaces if they want to win this. But for Burmese Schools, if you want to win, place your fights there.
Okay. Yeah, and we've been looking at all these sort of picks, right? Just look at Lusty. He's actually going in towards a full armor build as well as getting tanky as it goes. But he's managing that 5 kills every single time that he goes in for the effort. just going for the unstoppable force, trying to catch either Kid or at times maybe because he's the first target that you see most of the time, right? So making sure that you don't have Hurricane Dance when you need it the most is going to be very vital.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Hurricane Dance is a huge spell, but the Mountain Chakra coming out from Bren Esports' side, really smart stuff, especially when they're taking Turtle. Burmese Ghouls, they want to go in, but only when it's inconspicuous. Baby, he jumps on in with a 1,000-pounder and now forces out Lusty into that corner with the Hurricane Dance, forcing out the fight. Ruby Kid is going down. Ace already coming in with the Blazing Duet. It's not going to be enough. He does get the Golden Staff, but the rest of the team, Bren is on the run. Can they turn this around? He turns it and tries to go. Kid gets on top of him. This time Enforce have been working out perfectly well, and they catch them out again. Kid, this Wonder Kid landing every important Abyssal arrow yet.
What did we tell them about, no, you know, not going in for the jungle in phase, but Rainbow now going for the catch as well. He's trying to pick up Ruby DD. This is gonna look pretty bad because Brand Esports loses another one, leaving only Kyle TZ behind.
Brand Esports, they're making these risky decisions that they shouldn't be even taking. They have the lead as of now, and after that, I think Burmese Ghouls, they know that they can fight at this point on 50 seconds on the timer on that Lord, and that is going to be the first major fight here that Burmese Ghouls is gonna take.
And I mean, the picks have been going really well. Let's look at the items one more time to get a better idea, because I did see Carl TZ actually getting the Endless Battle as well as the Blade of Despair all of a sudden, 2 in a row, and yeah, he is going to have a ton of damage already hitting level 15 on top of that.
You know what? Ace has his own items as well, and in terms of damage output, he has an AoE.
There we go. And it's going to Mountain Chakra being used and expanded. Immediately reply with the Hurricane Dance as well, pinning him down towards the wall. Here comes Activity, trying to actually pop out that Electo into play. But my goodness, there's a split push coming off from the side of D. As Burmese Ghouls, they're tearing out some of all these members to different parts of the map. But Ribble, now in the middle of it all, it's going to be Abyssal Arrow trying to connect towards the side of Brand Esports. Baptiste, he does get a lot of damage out towards the side of Ace, but Ace walks away alive. But still, D is on the back. They might just actually look for pigs, but we're going in for a little bit of room to just dissect this big fight that just erupted.
Oh my goodness, these fights have been absolutely ridiculous here, but right now the major issue that I'm seeing now, especially since the 8th minute, sorry, no, pull it back one more minute, the 7th minute of the game here, is the fact that Benedetta isn't exactly clearing her waves before she joins that fight, resulting in a lot of well, not even missed opportunities, just a lot of gold for free going over to the side of the Burmese Ghouls. Like, Yuzong getting a huge push on that top side shouldn't be happening.
And think is having tunnel vision, want to win the fights, but still, if it's going to be an even it's going to be an even trade, like let's say 2 for 2,
Leo,
then someone just, you know, gets a push onto the bottom lane. That's going to the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Totally fair, but Leo, what are some of your thoughts on this while we're in this in-game pause?
This reminds me of Game 4. Remember Game 4? It was all Bren in the early game. And then as soon as the marksman, Ace, and Ruby DD came online, it's turning about, and so far, it's frustrating to see Bren just fall for these traps. Again, like, oh, here's one. No. We got these goes turn around. And again, the accuracy of D on this Selena is just ridiculous.
Oh, you mean Kid, actually.
Kid, sorry, Kid. Well, yeah, Selena on Kid on Selena. It is what it is.
It honestly really is nasty. And Aaron, I want to get your thought on this, because again, the chase, just the fact that Burmese Ghouls, when they get that first initial pick, they really know how to chase you down.
Yeah, and immediately, that's where the Akai responds and will topple all these sort of members all the way in towards that dive. And look at all these sort of these. It's something that, honestly, Burmese Ghouls definitely knows they're not going to be focusing onto these Yuzong anyways, and he gets that free reign up top, now opening up the map. So someone has to deal with this situation where when they go in towards fights, because this sort of split push can happen again.
That's how bad it is for Bren Esports right now. It's because D is having the time of his life up top, and the mere fact that out there is maybe this Akai, it just splits open the map and again gives D all the space to just wreak havoc in like the Akai now? Are you a believer?
I'm not 100% believer on it. Butters, what do you think?
I think it's actually effective against this
Yeah.
side of
It-
Brand Esports.
It stops you from making those important plays like your positioning. You gotta keep it in check. But Brand Esports, they've been falling for these traps, and that is why I think Akai is working.
I don't personally. I don't think Akai is working at 100%. I would give it it's working at 70% efficiency here.
Hey, 70% is better than less than 50.
Agreed. However, my biggest concern for the side of Brand Esports is mainly Flapteezy because he knows he's supposed to be this big damage dealer for the team, and he feels like I gotta be in this fight, but he's gotta believe that Carl Teasy is able to pull this out because at the end of the day, Flapteezy's job is to make sure they don't lose side objectives when these fights occur. He clears faster than the Yuzong. He rotates faster than the Yuzong every single time.
True enough, but speaking of buying time here, it's going to be maybe it being that sort of the non-value target that is always bugging the back lines or the front lines of the side of Brand Esports, and really buying time for this Lord, and it will be Burmese Ghost that gets it in the way. Flicker being popped there from the side of Lusty. Ace goes in for the place, they do it. They get that ping on towards the Giant, but look at maybe, he does lose a lot of health, but Flapteezy coming in to cut right through. Ruby DD tries to turn this one around. Flapteezy has to make a way to Ash right out, but the rest of Brand Esports, they're slowly being wiped away.
Oh my goodness, Burmese Ghouls. They're so good with these reinitiations. The counter engage, they go for a fake back, then Brand Esports chases. Burmese Ghouls just surprises them by pushing forward as well.
I mean, Bren, they are getting hot-headed here. They are really tunnel visioning all these situations. The moment the Lord is gone, yes, you can force, but again, I have to admit, even I would have fallen for something like that. But again, discipline is going to be key because the Burmese Ghouls managed to outplay so many of them. Flapteezy ended up getting solo killed by Ruby DD, even though he did have the execute. Something you don't usually see.
Yeah, and just look at how huge Ace is at right now. But over the top side, there's also another situation going on. They're trying to force their way through as Ripple is already clearing out the wave. Over on the mid side, you can definitely see Flapteezy keeping an eye out as well. Oh, great damage onto Kid, but Pistol Arrow does not land. Now, they do find a way to actually open up the bottom side, and the side lane's pretty much exposed.
Oh boy, it's going to be a game of scaling here. Ruby DD is able to get another inhibitor turret on top of everything else. And Ace, he comes in with a battle mirror image. He's also got the orange buff, so he does a bit of damage, bringing Flapteezy down to 50% of his HP.
Okay, maybe. This is something that Akai does as well, Gideon. Like, you can't really position yourself near the brushes just because there could be a hurricane dance that's about to hit you. And he does have the flicker as well. It's not the same as your Akai Petrify. He can position himself well with this.
And also now that he's purchased that immortality, having 2 lives into play, and this can go on for so much longer. Mountain Shocker exposes Kid, so he's going to be falling back. But Flapteezy being pretty much close proximity. It might just be a pick right here. Brilliants have already been popped coming from the Lunox, but maybe trying to force the issue right now. Brand Esports respecting the dives, and oh, Lusty gets caught out. Flickers away, but still having Ace picking him off. It's a mega kill for the Yuzong. 2 members down, and man, Brand Esports needs to defend for their lives right now.
And honestly, maybe is doing a really good job acting as a threat. Flapteezy is going to clear up the waves as soon as he can, but now Ruby DD is getting into that backline, drops that Salmon Force, gets that free kill, and Brand, they just got to let this one escape here. 10 more seconds till Lusty comes back up, but wait, there is no wave. Oh no, it's going to be Flapteezy who's going to get caught out here, stuck against the wall.
Oh!
That's going to be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Burmese Ghouls at match point, and they are feeling good about this. They feel confident. You can hear them screaming. It's there. One more game for Burmese Ghouls. Just one more game.
They need that championship point in hand, and oh my goodness, they are sitting pretty and just needing that few more steps in towards the finish line. And Leo, honestly, is it signs that Brand Esports are losing a lot of energy to cross that hurdle.
I don't know if it's frustration, if it's fatigue, if it's just the way that they play. They're not used to battle of attrition like this. But if there's anything I'm seeing, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk, is the fact that it's deja vu. This feels like game number 4. Bren obviously had the early half of that game up until the point wherein Burmese Ghouls were just reading them and telling them, all right, fight over here, pick off 1-2. Fight over here, fight over here, pick off 1-2. And then they just come to the point wherein Bren can't even leave their own base.
Oh boy, I totally agree, and especially towards the later stages of the game, Akai just became more and more relevant, especially when the Yuzong was pretty much unstoppable at that point of time. Really,
there is a difference. Well, I did discuss this earlier. There is a difference between the Akai Petrify and the Akai Flicker. The Akai Flicker has a lot of gap closers, the 1000-pounder, the Flicker as well, and you saw that at the final play of Akai. He used that to just go and catch Carl and Flap, the TZ brothers, in the same wall.
And that's all that matters, right?
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. So Gideon, now that Burmese Ghouls have locked in their 3 games, they're 1 away from being named the M2 World Champions for 2020. Are you a believer now in the Akai? Has this changed your mind, or is one game just one game?
One convert this and this will be more than that 50% that I mentioned.
Numbers, but I'm not 100% believer. I do think that there are very clear weaknesses, and you have to kind of give it to Kid, who kind of compensated for the fact that Akai was essentially a non-factor until he hit level 4.
All right, so he helped out. So Kid was the training wheels.
Yeah.
Slowly, Akai might get there, but
exactly.
we need more reps. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's our take on game number 5. Wow. Those words leave in my lips just gives me the shivers because it could all end in the very next minutes. All right, stay with us because we're going to have our analysts, LaFell and Wolf, breaking down game number 5. Boys, tell us.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And yeah, right now it's basically BG game point, where again, it looks like they were like, okay, we didn't do so good in the early and the mid stages, but in the late game, we got it. My name is LaFell, and this is Wolf. Wolf, talk us through it. What happened?
Oh man, Space for Ace is getting truer and truer every game that we watch Burmese Ghouls. And I think that this is off of the fact that everybody else from Burmese Ghouls understands Mobile Legends, particularly in understanding win conditions.
Exactly.
This particular game, they know that they are not that strong in the early stages. In fact, they have conceded some of the important objectives, but what they did not concede is the farm on the Claude. And I have to really give a lot of emphasis on how Kid was able to equalize this game. Here's the thing, they were losing so badly, but if you have a very volatile hero like that of the Selena, which was, by the way, first picked by the Burmese Ghouls, there's your difference maker.
And right now, let's look at the itemization as well as the hero use in this game. And again, Selena, just like you said, Kid on Selena did work. First of all, in the early game, where Brand Esports, they tried to invade the jungle. But Selena, the traps, it hurts. And even win that 1v1 with the Lunox. And then after that, a lot of those crazy arrows hitting the targets from Brand Esports, creating a very easy initiation by the team of Burmese Ghouls, and making Brand Esports like, okay, could you stop? This kind of hurts.
Yeah. I want to say Khalid last pick by Brenny Sports. It made a lot of sense to me. And Rebo played his heart out. There were many times where he won his lane, was able to bail out the members of Burmese Ghouls. He picked up a good itemization with the Casual Dreadnought armor as well as the Deadly Blade to kind of counter the sustain from Burmese Ghouls. My oh my, he performed so well. Unfortunately for Brenny Sports, it was a one-dimensional hero. That is the biggest problem you have with the Khalid. As strong as he is, you kind of know what he wants to do and what he brings to the table. Lusty played his heart out. Yisenshi was also good. However, Bren Esports, they were too focused on winning those big objectives that they forgot they have to control the map.
And right now, if we could hold this image for just a little while, I want to prove your point. Where Burmese Ghouls, they understand, it's like, hey, Brand Esports, we watch your games. You like that turtle? Take it. 4 turtles to Brand Esports and 0 to Burmese Ghouls. They're like, we don't need that right now. As important as it is if they play the turtle, Brand Esports will win 8 times out of 10. So they're like, we do not want to take the chance.
Yep.
We just want to farm. Look at the Claude. 6, 0, 11. Itemization. Basically almost full damage. Yes, the Wind of Nature is used in a more defensive kind of sense, but it's still attributing to the physical attack, as well as the Queen's Wings has the ability to sustain the damage just a little bit more. But the thing is, 6, 0, 11, he's doing so good.
Brand Esports with the tempo and them understanding that they needed to take the turtles, it was so amazing to the point where I didn't notice that we had 4 turtles.
Yeah.
Because it is true. If you take the turtle for about 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 20 seconds,
yep,
and you continuously get it, you'll get to up to 4 turtles. That's why Brand Esports were leading by so much. However, Burmese Goals, they're playmakers. Like, look at this guy, Akai, 0 and 5. But can you say that he played badly in this game? Absolutely not. He knew exactly what his role was in this game, which was to make the space for Ace. Do take note, the Granite and the Claude, they will take a lot of time for them to get the farm up, but Burmese Goals know how to do it.
And right now the MVP of the game is going over to Kid with the Selena, because KDA don't matter. It matters what you do in the game, in the early stages of the game. Just like what our casters say, he's the training wheels. But the thing is, this training wheel really helped them out in the early stages of the game, making sure that they proceed to the mid stages a little bit safely, and in the late stages, giving all that crucial information to make sure that they don't get caught, making sure that those arrows hit a very clean initiation. And the thing is, this kid is good.
Yeah, he ain't kidding. That's one of my posts down there. This guy, the Selena, really punished Brand Esports many times in this particular game. Do take note, Brand Esports, they were leading. And it's natural for a team who's leading to kind of go up front and collide head-on against their opponent's side. And even if you look at the heroes of Brand Esports, they kind of want to go in front of their opponents. Like, you have the Khalid, you have the Joy, you want to go inside those fights. But the 1-by-1 audition happened once again.
Yeah.
They went in one after the other, and they were picked apart easily by Burmese Goals.
Either way, right now, Brand Esports is do or die.
Or die.
Whatever they need, coffee or whatever, they gotta get it right now, because if they lose, this is potential the final game. But if they win, then we're gonna go all out. It's basically gonna be a best of one all over again. We are gonna look closely at the draft, but more importantly, we want to see how the game is played according to those phases. If the early game Brand Esports play aggressive enough, that's good. But if they don't end it by, say, 12 minutes, 40 minutes, then Burmese Goals have a very good chance to end it out.
You know what's really scary about this? Burmese Goals have proven that they can defeat the Flapsha.
Yeah.
They can defeat the Cartesi Lancelot.
Yeah.
They can defeat the Farsa. They have shown that some of they can defeat the Yuzong as well, right?
Yeah.
Burmese Goals have shown so much, and it's gonna be really scary on the side of Brand Esports. However, we do want to see a game number 7, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But with how Burmese Goals have been performing in the past 3 games, this is really scary. They look like a team that's in it to get that trophy on top of that turret.
Either way, even without that Diggy, looks like Burmese Goals, they still have a ticking time bomb. Beat us out by this time. If not, it's done. Either way, we're gonna go straight to the casters to go straight to our game, potentially the last game. My name is Avel, this is Wolf. Casters, please take it away.
Thank you so much, LaFell and Wolf, breaking down game number 5. Before this all begins, once more, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2. As the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack, you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, the SUTL Group is proud to be MLB's partner in esports of 2021 for Fiji Water, iChung's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
Catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore for free on MeWatch. That's happening all the way from the 18th till today. So this is the very last match you're watching. If you're watching from MeWatch, what's good? A total of 12 teams have come to compete from 9 countries. to win the lion's share of 300,000 USD, and it might all come to a head right here, right now. Game number 6. The Burmese are threatening a finish. And may I just say, I don't know, for our viewers, welcome, by the way. My name is Leo. This right here is Contra, Gideon Q and Butters. And correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but Atanki Hakarar. That is
mean?
Burmese for impressive.
Very, very impressive indeed. And we saw a full throttle run coming from Burmese Goals. And wow, now this is the championship point that we're talking about. It's time that if Brand Esports need to find that answer to just halt and put a break on this full speed Burmese side.
I don't know what this is just the momentum here, because again, you can definitely see that, you know, when Brent starts off a game, they start really, really hot. And at that point in time, at least the idea for Burmese Goals, they understand, they wait for a particular power spike before taking back these fights. And they are very, very clear on when to do it as well.
Burmese Ghouls are really just disciplined. Like from minute 1 to minute 20, their game won't change. They make adjustments here and there, but the core, the discipline, they don't take risky plays. If they ever take risky plays, then they make it a bit calculated. They go for the best path. Now for Brand Esports, they kind of have this how do I say this? They really just, tunnel vision. They just want to get the kills as much as possible. They see on their side of the jungle, they're not really making the best plays for their side.
I see. They're getting frustrated, and I'm pretty sure, just the same as all of us here at the Caster Desk, viewers are sweating bullets, right? Viewers from Myanmar, they could walk away with the championship. Viewers from the Philippines, they're hoping for one more game, right?
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying, Butters. I think it's frustration. I think it's frustration and a mix of fatigue because, do note, Brain Sports, they've been playing since the morning.
And,
yeah. On top of that, of course, they also have to be a little far-sighted because something so volatile. Not just trust a Kai, you got who's on stage.
Has been drafting these games well. Ducky isn't really new to this certain kind of let's say certain kind of atmosphere. The grand finals, he's not new here, but for Panda, he's keeping his cool. He's making good pick. He's putting good drafts for his team, and his team really looks comfortable for Game 3, Game 4, Game 5.
Yeah, and I think honestly, Panda is just an inspiration to a lot, to basically everybody in Myanmar right now, because he's not, like previously in M1, one of his players not exactly having the best of times, he stood in and said, don't worry, I will be the one who will take his position. And they went pretty far into M1. And I quoted then, these guys have a lot of potential. Give them a year and they're going to be back to win it. And I honestly didn't think that they would do it. It feels like it was only yesterday, and look at them now.
Yeah, and some may say it felt more like a year that these guys are playing with each other, and wow, it just felt like yesterday was, you know, the other tournament back then in 2019, and wow, they just changed so rapidly in every single match with those drafts.
Shocking everyone, right? Shocking everyone. Predictions out the window, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reality we have. 2021 is the age of the Burmese Ghouls, and right now, Brand Esports, they have to disprove that. It's on them. They have to work extra hard.
Yeah, and clearly now Panda is just sitting there, just waiting, just rubbing his hands, brewing his next big strategy that he's gonna go for game number 6. For Brand Esports here, they look worried. They really look worried.
I mean, this is match point. Like, when you get to that honestly, a lot of people don't understand what it's like to be in an environment once you have reached the pinnacle, when you are right at the mountaintop. And guess what? When you hit that plateau of saying this is the highest peak, you look across the other side and you see somebody else who also reaches there. Only one of you can claim it here. And with that much pressure, everything sort of just fades away, and all the responsibilities and all the expectations are going to be on your shoulders. This is going to be the heaviest fight of these two teams' lives and careers.
Yep, real quick before the draft begins, let's talk about why this happened. Brain Sports owns first, and then later on, at a very, very defined moment. I'm guessing if the numbers are correct, it'll fall somewhere between the 10 to 12 minute mark. Things just fall sideways. We'll get to the answer later, all right? I want you guys to think about the answer. I want y'all to consider all the factors as to why it happened. We have 2 games to look back to, while I tell the good folks at home watching that we are pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure and map, all synergies will be revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you. Once more, this is Battle Night happening on January 30th. Log in to claim your free permanent skin, all right? Teacher Leo in the building, who wants to go first and try to answer?
Mr. Leo, pick me, pick me,
Get in
pick me.
queue.
Okay, so with the lineups that we've been seeing for the Burmese schools, for a large majority of the way they kind of been playing this game, they like to kind of play around, especially marksmen who have a item power spike, and specifically 2 item power spikes. Those are going to be in the meta ones that we're looking for, and the same goes for mages who are falling into that same sort of region here. The Hariths, the Lunox. By 12 minutes, if you are so far behind that you can't get 2 items, I don't know what to say. You've pretty much already lost the game. And Bren Esports so far, I think major problem that they get into is once they hit that 11-minute mark, they're thinking, I gotta really, they should be waiting for Lord.
Yeah, this is definitely the point out there, because they should play the bigger macro game out there just to ensure, okay, all these normal things that you should be looking out for. Waves, is it checked? Have you been pushing out those turrets? And if the Lord's not coming up by then, yeah, just keep repeating it.
All right. So far, answers in, locking them in. All right, information overload, Butters. Before we get to your answer, that's the draft starting. Diggy take it out, as well as Houston Shin by the Burmese Ghouls get rid of Esmeralda, waiting on that back shot. Now, why do you think Bren falls off?
I mean, it's all about the hero choices. Like, you pick an assassin, a Lancelot. Lancelot is hard up until, is easy to use up until the 12-minute mark. When you get past that first Lord, that is going to be your only opening. So it's hard to end. It's hard to end a game against Burmese schools that fast.
Guys, there's a Brody online.
Natalia hasn't been banned out. Boxia hasn't been banned out. This is, ooh, boy. I don't know what to say about this, but it looks like Bren, being on the blue side, wants to take full advantage of the fact that, hey, you've been using Yishin Shin, Diggy, as well as Claude a little too efficiently. Chop, 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 chop.
Yeah.
Let's cut him right at the ankle.
Yeah, I guess 6 games in a row seems to be enough of a litmus test to understand what makes things tick. And right now, Burmese Ghouls say, all right, well, let's go back to what's been working. Yu Zhong and Baksha, no hard counter out there for you, Bren. This is the Burmese way. Contra, you were saying?
Yeah, I was about to say that, you know, they want to go back to the drawing board, not look towards assassins anymore. They were also great in playing all these marksmen, like, you know, we saw the Claude, but now you have that triple S tier pick, Brody.
Yeah.
So this triple S tier pick should be getting them
Completely off.
What?
Completely off.
What?
Okay, so they just address the problem at hand. They just pick it. They know Burmese schools really ban out the Alice for the second phase.
Oh.
So yeah, it's fair. Like, Bren Esports, they ban out the Diggy, right? They also ban the Claude. These are heroes that Burmese schools really use, and Ace plays a mean Claude.
I'm not going to disagree, but my big question is like, why would you play Alice into the Boxia? You know Boxia has already been locked in. You can visibly see it.
Yeah, that's like obviously picking a rock in your opponent's paper, right?
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're one move away from tic-tac-toe, and all of a sudden you're just like, you know what? I'm just gonna, throw it out there.
This is the defense right here. I just go off. But
Yeah.
back to the bans, we'll figure out what Bren is thinking here. Burmese Ghouls, they ban out the Jawhead. So yeah, obviously a read. Of the 3 rows in mid, they did not feel lusty just yet. Bren Esports banning out the Harith. Yeah, I think this is a block on Ruby DD.
Getting Burmese goals here, but chances here if Brent go ahead, steal a copy of the homework once again, take a grok, an offensive grok, throw the bodies like how Burmese goals throw the bodies here of the Lunox.
Possible, but do note it's the Burmese Ghouls who are going to go for the pick first. As soon as things come back around. Bren Esports out another side lane. They can ban out a hero from Ace. Ace does not have a hero just yet.
Natalia, oh boy.
I feel that Hayabusa is going to be a great ban for the side of Bren Esports. It can close the gap between Brody and the Hayabusa, but Bren Esports just go for the Lapu Lapu.
Beats me at this point. Beats me. But I think, Brent or the Yuzong in these situations, you just have to kind of wait till level 4, clear the waves. Whoever is going to be locking in the Farsa as their pick.
Right is the
Last time we saw
Hayabusa, I don't important for specific Burmese Ghouls is just that wave control, and it's going to be a little bit difficult in the earlier stages of the game. You don't have the items, so you naturally have to depend on EXP to help you clear it out, but it's not the fastest. Bren on the other side, they've got some decent wave clear at best, but they are an extreme, but they do have a Brody, and I don't know if Brody can compensate for all of that.
honestly, it's definitely a tough question because double assassins on deck. So if OG Shallow kill alongside with the Natalia trolling behind, like, what can you do?
I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 6 could end right here, right now. This is the Burmese Ghouls versus Bren Esports. The age of Myanmar MLBB might as well be upon us.
You know, we're going in towards this championship point right here for the likes of Burmese Goals, but I'm thinking that Bren Esports, they have finally gotten enough of that tenacity. They know that it's been so many matches that we've been playing upper brackets, lower brackets, and we've made it thus far. But now, it's going to be Lusty with a temp.
Okay, Lusty is going to try and deny maybe from this buff here. They want to just make sure that Ace, he goes and gets the wave, but still manages to come back to pick it. Overall, didn't even have to use Retribution. However, 3 executes for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're going to make sure they kill that one poor soul.
And Carl Teasy here is going to be the possible target of those executes. Probably Flap as well, since they don't really have the hold on that Benedetta. But yeah, I mean, Bren Esports just go for the information. Burmese Ghouls just trying to get their level 4, and probably they're gonna have a team fight by the time that Ruby DD hits level 4.
Lusty just popped that flicker for not much of a reason, and now he's being stuck in between. I'm not too sure if this is definitely the good call coming from Brent Esports, but View tries to pressure the rest of Burmese Skulls all the way backwards. So lucky enough, he will be able to escape. But Dado, this is first blood for Kaltizi.
And this is usually the pacing of our early game. Brent Esports gets the early lead. Burmese Schools become disciplined. They don't take the risky play, and they usually take the game back before the mid-game spike hits.
I mean, we're going to have to wait and see whether this is going to be the same case again. It also depends on how much of a lead that Bren is able to develop. But on top side, a lot of contention here, especially between RubyDD and with the help of Kid. It's becoming a bit tough, but Kid doesn't necessarily... Oh, he's kind of... This is going to be risky for guys. To where Kid is going to be able to find that execute on to Joe, and unfortunately that's going to be Burmese Ghouls picking this up, and it's going to be Farsa going to be zoning the rest out. Few, he's kind of low, and now the headshot with the flames.
What a long range. I think that's actually a max range flame shot that we're seeing, trying to go in for the body block, but oh boy, still gets caught out. Feels bad, not gonna lie.
So what happened there? Brent Esports, they had Flap only at level 3. He didn't have the Electro Final Blow. Burmese Ghouls, their cores were at level 4, so they had a better time just controlling that certain fight.
Turtle, that much important, especially at a key point in the game. Now, Bren, okay, fine. You get it. You get 2 kills. We're able to trade 1. You get a turtle. No big deal. No big deal. Now you have to start looking for the punish. But Kid, he drops down the smoke screen as well with the help of D, actually behind him with the feather airstrike to make sure they are punishing Flapteezy as much as they can.
This is a battle between Rusty and Kid on how good they are finding each other. The one who's it is going to be Lusty, and the one who's hiding is always going to be Kid.
For sure, for sure. With the Kid on Kid, definitely it's a lot more harder in this game of hide and seek, but you know, Flapteezy is going to have to contribute in towards the late game because at least the side of Brent Esports, they have some insurance, and here comes the fight. Oh,
maybe he's already started the initiation with RubyDD jumping into the backline. Flapteezy is now in trouble, but now Rebo taking a full hit of the Oki Shadow kill. Really clean initiation coming in from the Burmese Ghouls, but does Brent want to look for some, you know, retribution kills? No, it looks like they back away.
Over on the mid side, though, D easily just flutters away, but opening up towards the top lane, Burmese Ghouls will be able to secure not only gold, but okay, just gold for the moment, but Lusty going for the catch on towards RubyDD. They tried to make a run. The Dragon already. And
yep.
All right, now Burmese Ghouls, they do have execute setup, but they don't have the flicker. So if they get caught out, they don't have that way to create a gap. Brent Esports, Burmese Ghouls really just wants to go at it at Brent Esports. They just want to stay near Rebo there, almost going down, and maybe to secure the kill.
Yep, they sacrifice Rebo for the sake of Turtle here, and now Brent Esports, they gotta make sure that they are constantly looking to try and initiate a lot of these fights. But Kid, he's gonna be walking in, doesn't drop the smoke screen and just wants to focus on the wave, maybe coming in from the flag, lands on top a few for now, drops it to Toys Poissons, but again, no real initiation and no real commitment from the Burmese Ghouls.
Have you seen the pattern just yet? Every single time that I go for a turtle, it's like, yeah, go take the turtle, I'm gonna punish Rebo on the side lane, and this has been happening for many of these games, and now Flapteezy managed to actually make a little bit of the move. Maybe is so bold on this move, but he catches Few instead. Order spins being popped up as they all get knocked up in the air. Wave of the Dragon will get a kill for Kaltizi.
RubyDD trying to get on top of it, but it's not looking too good. He gets hit by the execute coming in from maybe. Oh, ho, ho. Few manages to get on out of there. Now the feather airstrike does come down to Kitten, forcing a retreat, but he can't really do too much as he's just sitting down hoping he doesn't die. He knew he was going to die, so he just runs back, says emo, hello, hello, goes down over to Kaltizi.
Burmese Ghouls, they got punished a bit. And now, that should be you, Contra, but Brent Esports, I was passing it to you, but Brent Esports, RubyDD is their next target. Yuzhong here gets called out, but do they have enough damage?
Yeah, they do, and they managed to get that pick, and that's what they were looking for. Honestly, y'all had a moment there. Y'all made eye contact. I felt real uncomfortable there for a second.
Do you want to join?
No, please. I'd like to look at the game.
It's not just there in 3 ways anyway. So with that, Bren Esports now focusing on towards the turret. I'm thinking that this kid is going pretty huge, but here comes Lusty, flushing out maybe, but good news for Bren Esports, they finally in the form of Kalti.
Yeah, it's going well, and you know, Ace, he's getting that push onto that mid lane here, but maybe he's trying to distract them as much as possible. Live for the
Activation coming from the answers to Kalti.
Out, but try to Carl.
Can they pull this off, though? I mean, okay, Flameshot coming out just to double-check the brush here, but I have to give it to Bren Esports. Leslie, he has been such a pivotal point for this team, literally with at least a 70% KPA kill participation in this entire game. It is just phenomenal how he keeps on trying to get on D.
Yeah, just looking at the current situation here, like, a lot of things have been expended in that sort of fight, and Bren Esports having 1 minute away from that Lord, it's definitely going to be huge if they can get something out of this mid lane. Blade of Despair already being purchased by Ace.
Oh, D, he's once again, he's gonna really take it there. But now he's on the run. He doesn't want to be a part of this no more. No, don't do it. He quickly goes into his brilliance here, but I don't think he's gonna survive. With the help of Lusty, could he maybe turn this around? Oh no,
Ruby.
Here comes the kill squad. It's gonna be Ruby DD chasing after Lusty here as maybe is trying to run few down. If he doesn't take it finally using the execute, but here comes Ace. He's able to get that kill onto Lusty. It's gonna be a 3-for-1 trade. Look at Flapteezy. He's got the push onto top side.
Sword intent used, and they're just trying to go for the push. There is going to be minions onto the bottom side here on the side of Bren Esports, and they might just get the trade.
Yeah, and I definitely like this sort of trade, but Rainbow has already arrived. Blood Ult being popped up, trying to tank every single hit coming from the side of Bren's goals. He gets popped, but here comes Kaltizi though. He's trying to tear them apart, but maybe he's trying to run for it. Flapteezy has just arrived, and hello, meet the Electo. And kids coming in from the back as well. They tried to dance this one off. One last shot does it. It's a double kill for Kaltizi.
This is huge. Bren is gigantic here. You gotta give it to him. Brody was a problem.
TZ connection. This is the TZ brothers, and they do not want their dream to end here.
Ruby is coming right in to disrupt the flow, but here comes D. He gets popped up. This is looking pretty tough, but Bren Esports, they finally get the Lord, but here comes Revo. He tries to hold on. Kaltizi, 12 fleet minutes from dropping down. Maybe the last member standing in this Lord pit for Burmese goals.
Oh my goodness, this game.
It's a tug of
back
war.
and forth, back and forth. This is a seesaw, a tug of war. Kid is there. He might go for Karl.
Oh, he goes in, Kid. He's looking for an opportunity. He can't seem to get it. The brilliance has popped up in time. Burmese goals. They go down. Kaltizi still alive. No executes available. Oh my goodness. They finally start pulling ahead.
My word. Just look at the items. I can't go into explain more, Butters. You gotta do this.
Okay, alright, let me do this. Now, Kid is planning to go for the Blade of Despair. I've lost my words here. But the items are now out. Let's just go here. Lusty goes in, catches this, Farsa, and that is going to be the first line of defense down. And these are going to be turrets falling very low. Few in the middle of everything. He has a lot of lifesteal.
Yeah, the re-engagement from Burmese Ghouls they're considering, but they realize no waves, no go. They don't have the members to pull this off, and not to mention, I mean, Flaptizi, they don't know exactly where he is. And once again, the inhibitors are under scrutiny here. And finally, they break the mid inhibitor. Few finally getting his Holy Crystal, and they want to push in for more.
This is the gameplay that we have been waiting for from the side of Brand Esports. Slow and steady, he does it, but look at Kid though. He's in the position right here. Rubini D, he tries to buy a little bit more time, looking for the flank angles here. They're looking for the kill onwards maybe, and they do get it. But Kid, he gets popped out. This is big news for Brand Esports as they are now reaching right in. Flaptizi goes in to take them down, but Yuzong managed to stop what they are looking for right there. And both Lusty and Flaptizi, they bow out.
What a defense coming in from the Burmese Ghouls here. That Oki Shadow Kill totaling to a 2.8k worth of damage.
Okay, what happened there was Burmese Ghouls were starting their fights with the Farsa getting caught out. They used their base as an advantage. They let the Farsa start at a late part of the fight to use the feathered airstrike, and that really gave them the win for that.
Oh, and D already with a feathered airstrike chunking Few out to literally 1 HP, and this is why Brand Esports has been targeting him time and time again.
Yeah, you can definitely notice that this itself has been pretty much on a seesaw ride, and Flaptizi looking for that catch. And from the back, Flaptizi that will be cutting right in, trying to connect that Electo onto its members, but it's going to be Kit here that is getting chased down. So how long can this Natalia go?
He just has to buy time. Kid is just looking to buy as much time as possible as the rest of the team is rotating towards the bottom side of the map. However, mid prior isn't there either, so regardless... Oh, Ace, he can't get...
We are the dragon in towards the middle, and you can see the Lunox have been tearing them apart. And there goes Ridity. He's getting chased by. Maybe it's retreating right now. This might just be the pick that they've been looking for. But look at how tanky he is. He's still diving over the backline. Flame Chop misses, but Lusty, he's making a way for a retreat. Flaptizi now tries to dive right back in towards the fight. Talkizi, he tries to shred them, but
look at this turn! 1v3!
Oh, go with back, but he doesn't start connecting time, and Flap secures that kill. Oh boy, this fight! It's so close. So close. It comes down to a wire's edge, and we're seeing double ults coming out now.
That was a 1v3 Carl there. A pick off on him could have just ended the game, or could have given the next objective Lord to the side of Burmese Ghouls, but he did not hesitate. He just went in.
Speaking of hesitations here, there should be no hesitations on this Lord. Brand Esports, if they get this hands on this, Burmese Ghouls may not be able to come back anymore. Here comes Maybe though, just try to get vision. Lord is now in favor of Brand Esports. All they have to do, go in for the reset, but Kid also trailing behind. They try to, of course, cost multiple bombs of tread, but how can Burmese Ghouls stop this?
Burmese Ghouls, they're just gonna have to play this smart, and Brand, they just did the recall, so this is a great opportunity because they slightly mistimed it, so they have about 3 seconds to pull this off. Lusty fighting catch onto Maybe here. He gets away with the dragon, but look at that backline. Few gets chucked out quickly as Ace going on in with the initiation coming in from Ruby DD. However, the Toys Poissons, just to trail it off, they should be able to take out the Lord as well as the side Empowered Wave Lord minions as well.
Last minute, the roar has already been bought from the side of Kaltizi. Now, they've already cleared out the Lord, so great execution coming from the side of Burmese Ghouls, but look at all the minions marching right in from the lower side. Maybe tries to pull this off and order villains in return for the feathered airstrike. Brand Esports looking to tear up the turret, and here comes the last Hura, and Brand Esports looking to push it in towards Game 7, and Burmese Ghouls have to defend this one. Flaptizi goes in for the act, though, trying to cut off all these waves. But Bill gets purchased down. Not looking all too good for Brand Esports right now. They are looking to turn this fight around. Ace gets kicked all the way towards the back. Lusty, Ribble, they're on the retreat. Same goes to Flaptizi. Kaltizi still got full health, though. He's looking to turn this one. Rubinity, he just have to advance forward with this sort of buff being up for contention. Definitely Kaltizi should be able to get this one, as this goes on a slight reset, only for one exchange.
Oh my goodness, Bren unable able to crack open the Burmese schools. They do profit a lot with those 2 inhibitors, but can they finish off this game already? They've got that lead. However, if one more fight occurs and the Burmese schools defend against them, oh no, Brent, Flaptizi, he can't get caught out like this. The Courage Mask has already been popped here, but he wants to go for more. He's getting a bit greedy. He's going to get hit with the Electo, but now he's able to actually go for the eye for the eye. PG, they're stuck. They're out in the open. Kid, he's going to get on out of there. The rest of Brent, they're looking to cut them off. Ace, he's going to pull on through. Does he get hit by any CC? No, he doesn't. He goes into the Oki Shadow Kill 4. Maybe he's going to get caught out. Ace manages to make it out. Now, in the backline, Rubini trying to finish off Flaptizi here. So close. Electo, final blow, makes it out. And this is going to be a free kill for Karltizi as he takes out Rubini, and the rest of the team is able to kind of peel them back 2-0 in favor of Bren.
Lusty, just the ever reliable Lusty, just getting the right moment to go for this. And he got the winter truncheon, but will it matter? Will it even matter?
No, it does not. Oki, Shadow Kill, go away. Kid, he calls it to the back line. He's trying to take out Few. Kid is the next to fall. The brilliance. There it is. Bren, bring it to a Game 7.
And we are going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. This fight is not over.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not what we all deserve as die-hard, ever-loving MLBB esports fans? Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports able to dig deep, and despite 2 games in a row, surrender and concede the halfway point, they figured out this time. And as Butters so aptly put it, we're going into Game 7.
Yeah, and now the championship point is up for grabs for both of them. Oh, I just wonder, Brand Esports, they must have definitely had some tears of joy just finally breaking tempo.
Every relief is the should not band out the draft. Those three bands.
That's the 3.
Because when gets his hands on that caps for the side schools.
Guys, calm down. Remember, they were on the blue side here, which means the Burmese ghouls decide which side they want to end on for this final game. This is the upper bracket advantage that we've all been waiting to see, and honestly, bringing it all the way to Game 7, they must be really happy about this.
Yeah, and the viewers as well from both Myanmar and the Philippines. Right now, we're going to be throwing it over to LaFell and Wolf and try to break down what's been going on so far. 6 games in a row. Tell us.
Thank you very much. And yeah, 6 games and we're going to the 7. We're going all the way, all 7 games, best of 7. My name is LaFell. This is Wolf. We have a lot to talk about, especially Karltizi. We have to look at his items a little bit later, but that is enough for me. Wolf, tell me what happened in that game.
The entirety of the playoff, I would say the Brody was banned.
Yes.
Automatically.
Yes.
And Karltizi just showed us why it was banned out. Now, in this particular case, Burmese Ghost, they let it out, and then they kind of thought, oh, maybe we can run away with this Natalia. And in the vacuum, it kind of makes sense because the most OP heroes out there, like your Yuzong, as well as the do have counters, and at a certain point in time, Natalia used to be the answer to the Brody. But then again, Karltizi played this so well. Alright, so there were many times in this particular game where we can't even see him because somebody else is doing the clashes. There was a time where Karltizi was just farming and he went in for defensive items and he was not even fished out by Burmese Ghosts.
Yeah, I could not see Natalia at all. Get it? Anyways, we will look at itemization soon because that is where I really want to talk about a few things, especially Karltizi's items. But again, this is a best of 7. We're going all 7 games. And right now, we have seen a lot of things, especially in the draft, where we can see that the Claude has been banned, and that might be the key. It's not just the Diggy, but the Claude is as important as well. Right now, let's look at the itemization of the team and look at Brody. Look at Carl TZ. Itemization, immortality, Athena Shield, as well as Anti-Cuirass. At the end of the game, only did he get his Malefic Roar to do a little bit more damage. But the thing is, the entire game, he focused mostly on the defense. Because again, let's look at Burmese goals. They have the Farsa, they have the Natalia, Yuzong, as well as the Hayabusa. All of them will go on to him. Now Brody, he is a very special hero. His damage, his base kit does a lot of damage. He doesn't need, well, you know, of course, more damage is always good, but the thing is, as long as he can sustain in the team fight, as long as he doesn't get shut down by the Natalia, the Farsa, or the Yuzong, he will be able to help his team out. Now let's look at Alice. Itemization, basically full on magic damage, as well as the Benedetta. Mostly defense, but he does have the Bloodless Axe. So in this kind of composition, Brand Esports, they just out-sustain everything from Burmese Ghouls.
And apart from the items that you just talked about, Burmese Ghouls also kind of hit. And I really favor teams that play the Natalia well, and I would say Burmese Ghouls played this well. In fact, they were leading when it comes to the kills in a way in the early stages, as well as some of the farm. But Brand Esports recuperated after Burmese Ghouls kept on making a lot of mistakes. But this is not something that you have to really fault Burmese Ghouls for, because Brand Esports, they are actually inviting Burmese Ghouls in many of those clashes so that they get baited in a position where they can punish. So many good performances from the members of Burmese Ghouls. Unfortunately, when they went in one after the other, the one-by-one audition that we have been talking about, that was when Brand Esports was able to capitalize. Carl TZ, when he showed up, he was already massive.
Yeah, and right now we can look at the MVP with a 9-1-1-1. It is Brody with this tank Brody itemization again. Just to remind you guys, with the Beast Killer, Athena Shield, Immortality, and the Anti-Cuirass, and the final item, Malefic Roar, to make sure that he can get the kills on the tanky heroes as well as kill the turrets faster.
Okay, I want to tell the people a little bit of a story. When we were watching this match, I saw that Carl TZ had like Immortality as his third item after the axe and the Athena Shield and the boots. And a clash happened, and I said, okay, he has Immortality. Where's the damage coming out from? And then he dealt the damage, which is so OP for Brody. I mean, and then he died. He was taken out, and then I thought, okay, this might be finally the stopper for Burmese Ghouls. But then again, he had Immortality, so it made a lot of sense in the end.
So here's the thing: I don't even think that Tank Brody is amazingly broken. I just feel like this is the situation when you are on the world stage.
Yeah,
you cannot,
that's right.
You cannot play standard.
Right.
You cannot play standard. You have to. Who would have thought, like, wait, Brody, where's your blade of... Actually, where's any damage items? And that had probably caught him off guard. They were like, Brody. And then when they deal every single thing, it's like, wait, this Brody is not dying.
That's right. And so many control coming out from the side of Brand Esports came from the other members, and then they just stack it up all together. Again, take the fights that are advantageous to you. And I think that's what Brand Esports did. Every single fight in the mid to late game stages, they have won because they have peeled through the lineup of Burmese Ghouls. And unfortunately for Burmese Ghouls, their lineup is a little bit head on. It's a football lineup, as they always say. They want to run at the members of Brand Esports, and unfortunately they were punished for it.
Yep, thank you very much. And right now we will be going to a short break because we'll be going back to the final in a bit.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet name on it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I was gonna say, what a fight, what a night. We are down to Game 7 for your M2 World Championship 2020 between Brand Esports and Burmese Ghouls. If you just joined us after your short break as well, thank you so much for coming back. I believe our friends over in the Philippines and Myanmar, they're on the edge of their seats. They are cheering. If you're neutral, if you're watching to learn for skills, you could suddenly find yourself so invested in this grand final. Before we have one final Discord session, we do want to say a big thank you to all our sponsors, partners, and supporters. Firstly, M2, proudly powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, hashtag Passion Made Possible. Our friends over at Soga for supporting esports careers here in Singapore since 2008, IMDA, and our partner brands, Secret Lab, SUTL, Toomey, Singtel, Cathay Cinema, MediaCorp, and official gaming gear Razer. I wonder if the Razer Black Shark V2 is still up for grabs. If it is, if you're on our Facebook page right now, leave a comment and why you should be the one winning it. Without further ado, my co-host Lysander, and on the panel, a really excited LaFell, a really excited Ghost. What I say Ghost? I want to say Wolf. Yes.
We're in sudden death right now.
Yeah.
So that's why we have a ghost. It's sudden death. We're all basically at the maximum blood pressure possible.
I mean,
and LaFell, what's up?
I mean, if he's a ghost, then we're maximum social distancing right now.
True.
I know.
Nothing further distance than the afterlife. But that game, all right, it's Game 7. Okay, first of all, big props to Moonton. You have made a game at eSport that had a best of 7 grand final go to Game 7 2 years in a row. That is incredible. I gotta say props to the Moonton team.
Now,
props.
Not to sound cliche, but panelists, would you say it's anyone's game now?
Definitely. because I only say that because I think that we have to throw momentum off the roof, because I think Burmese Goals showed so many strategies, and then Brent Esports kind of adjusted. They were trailing in game number 6, and then they won it after such a massive series of unfortunate events for Burmese Goals, right? So it is anybody's game, and I think that it's not the momentum that will decide it.
And the way that I'm going to answer this question is just by revealing what my name is right now. And my name right now is Lafel TZDD.
Lafel TZDD. All right.
That is fair. I think I think all of us had different votes at the start. You know, lifted the flags in the two teams as well as Myanmar, one on each side.
There we go.
It is
there we go.
Basically down to this final game, and I think because it's gone to Game 7, I think we put all the allegiances aside. I'm sure the casters can agree as well.
Yeah.
Whoever takes this deserves this wholeheartedly. You know, it is champion material to make your way up to 7 games, have that stamina to stay intact and play on.
Yeah, and if I could quote Gideon, you know, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but basically he says, whoever wins this one, basically, undisputedly, at least for this entire year, say, I won it.
But I think that's something Gideon would have said.
I was just going to say, this is the power of esports. This is the power of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the grand final of your M2 World Championship 2020. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it rare for games to go the full way, the full length?
I mean, it happened last year.
It happened last year, yes. We remember that one. What about you guys?
I want to say, in other esports titles that I am able to see, it's very rare that we get to Game 7.
Yeah.
Normally, a championship team will just dominate, right?
Yeah.
And then they will get the momentum, they will take it. But this particular series, it's very interesting because it went 2-0, and then 2-2, and then 3-2, and now it's 3-3. So it really is literally anybody's game.
I can't wait to see the memes in the comment section. It's been to and fro. At first, it was very brand-sided because 2-0, and then Burmese Ghouls came in with the bus memes and everything, the train memes, and now I don't know what. I think now they're just gonna do this, lean back and watch.
Now, I'm sure you can't see this, but as the game is going on, Lysander, Lafel, Wolf, as well as myself, we are all invested in this game. I hear we are ready for the final match of your M2 World Championship. Take it away, casters, one final time.
Thank you very much, Joachim, and welcome back. This is the very final game here in the M2 Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2020. And I gotta say this before, of course, we spread our thanks as well. It definitely is a tradition to go into Game 7 now, year after year. And it has kept us all at the edge of a seat. And with that being said, special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
Let's not forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into a reality. Where gaming lives, PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
That's right. And did you guys know that there's an official live screening event for the M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? I wonder how those guys are doing, because this is the MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 actions on the big cinema screens. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes and when you take part in the activities, as well as the lucky draw. And the MVP will be running the entire week, or has run for the entire week. Today is the final day, and you could have got your tickets earlier, and you can still get it right now at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www. Shout out to the communities here at Cathay Cinema and US Sports Hub and Bukit Merah Swimming Complex. You guys are absolutely great. And now, final showdown. It's the curtain call for either side of the teams here to lift that trophy.
We're not even minutes from the draft, literally seconds. Literally seconds. Butters, what's going on in your head right now? You seem to be just so deep in thought. I hope you're still with us, because there's still one more game, man.
Yeah, there's still one more game now. I'm thinking about the drafting that's gonna go on for game number 7. Brent Esports is just gonna ban up the Claude depending on their side. The Diggy is there as well. Will the Burmese Ghouls still steal that backshot? Because I think it didn't really work for them.
Honestly, at this point, it comes down to which side the Burmese Ghoul deem worthy of this last game that could give them the edge in the draft over. If it's blue side or red side, it really has been changing up within this best zone.
Now, love from all over the world that this too is definitely the best current teams at their peak, and only one could take that trophy home, unfortunately. So 10 more seconds from now, we will start to break down what champions are made of.
No doubt, no doubt. And here's the thing, man. We are broadcasters. We've been watching and covering these games, and if already we feel some fatigue, what more these players?
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
especially for the side of Bren.
Yeah.
Bren has been playing ever since 11 a.m.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
An absolute marathon.
It's been 12 hours already since they woke up, you know, like now, of course, final match of the evening, wherever you guys are currently tuning in from. The M2 World Championship will draw to a close after this sort of takes. Of course, we've already seen a few things here. Esmeralda, ban. Matilda, ban. No Diggy, no Yishinshin. Boys, what are they going for in this match?
At this point in time, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is it
Butters.
still going to be the Claude? Because that is it still going to be a Claude ban? Because the truth is, if you let it slide, Burmese Ghouls, that is an auto pick for the first phase of pickings. But if you think about it, if you give the Claude to this to Burmese Ghouls, then probably you can just get 2 power picks on your side and just try to adjust from there.
Well, let's see what it's going to be, because the Burmese Ghouls are going to be opted. Hey, guess what? Brody and Claude on the table, up for grabs for either side. So no matter what, the Burmese Ghouls have to choose one, and I'm feeling like they're going to lean more towards that Brody after that, after their previous game in Game 6, getting absolutely destroyed by scaling this particular hero has. And there we go. It's going to be the Boxia as well as the Claude.
At least they're getting the Claude coming in, so it's kind of like a trade-off in this sort of sense. But, you know, I'm pretty sure that Leo has to say about scalings coming in.
Yeah, no, Burmese Ghouls, they're getting it in spades. After the Brody, they get the Lunox. They're waiting for one more lock-in. And if I were to read Bren Esports' draft right, they have to focus on Lusty next before banning comes in. And right now, Burmese Ghouls, they field Lapu Lapu. It's been a while since we've seen Lapu Lapu.
I think they really are going to try and help this Lapu Lapu as much as they can if it does go in towards that Boxia lane. And I mean, it's only natural for Bren to say, hey, Lusty, you've been doing such a good job on this Cho. Take it again. As we move into the second part of the pick ban phase here, this is going to be pretty difficult because both sides are lacking in certain areas. Another offlaner is missing. Their junglers have been pretty much decided. The support's kind of still up in the air.
Yuzhong could be a ban here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Like, you pick a Lapu Lapu. Yes, you would want to head up against a Yuzhong Lapu Lapu setup that's going to be 50-50. But if
something to ponder about, and you know, there's still a few more bans to also consider about. Sylvana, past few games haven't been prioritized at all. So do you think there's a possibility for that as well?
yeah, Burmese Ghouls might, just because Lusty is on his choke.
Yeah, I would think that they could go just for like a full-on pick composition for the side of Bren, but I feel like it's more likely that Bren is going to ban. They banned out the Jawhead, so obviously the Sylvana is going to become close second here, because again, that's how the tier list goes when it comes to these supports, especially on tournament meta. Both ultimates super, super effective.
So now maybe is left hanging. Maybe is wondering, what am I going to play next? What other tanks or similar heroes can he play? And so far, Burmese Ghouls have seen success when they are put up against the wall like this. Last ban from the Ghouls is going to be Farsa. And Bren Esports have one more. Ooh, looking like a great side lane Aerith. It's Few who still does not have a hero here.
Yeah, and I think Few is kind of okay with this. He's got a plethora of options overall. I mean, they're not exactly the best, may not necessarily be the most meta, but the Burmese Ghouls here, if they could limit him even more, because they've been trying to match him pretty much the entirety of the game. They've been matching Brent Esports in their draft. So if they can narrow down on what exactly Few wants to take and put him in an uncomfortable spot, they might be able to abuse.
Burmese Ghouls, they need a tank and a gold lane. Will they go for a double marksman? Double marksman is risky, but could be.
Oh boy.
The hard counter for the
Oh
Harry.
boy.
What?
Wow. Wow.
At the last possible moment, Burmese Ghouls, they still have something up their sleeves to surprise us.
Hey, if you're going to win a championship,
you need to be unpredictable.
You
need to bring a king in.
And you got to be styling.
I mean, this is pretty interesting because it's working similarly to Diggy, where it's just going to shut down the mobility coming in from Brent Esports. They have a very clear escape mechanic with this, and Brent Esports, they have no way to really get in onto the fight except for Baxia, and he won't be able to get out. So tight corners, what used to be Brent Esports' favorite place in the world, now Burmese Ghouls will start to dominate here.
They do have an in. High risk, it's so high concept at this point.
Exactly. Tight, narrow jungle, nah, don't fight there, Brent.
Burmese Ghouls, if you look at it, if they don't finish the game early, the scaling is going to favor the side of the Philippines, Brent Esports.
Yeah, I honestly really like this Loyi. We haven't seen that Loyi in a while now. Now, paired with this Baxia, you can definitely go even more places that the Baxia could not reach. So with that being said, this is our very final game. It is best of 7 in the AM2 World Championship 2020. Who will be your champions right here? Pop it in the chat. And if you guys are in the cinema, make sure you scream it out loud. Is it Burmese Ghouls? Is it Brent Esports? Back and towards the land of Dawn for our last match here. Casters, it's been a long day, but we need a champion at the end of the day.
We do need a champion. Burmese Ghouls, Brent Esports. One last game.
One last showdown to show who is going to be sitting up here on top. Bren on the red side, Burmese Ghouls on the blue. As they take this nice and slow, they don't go with a buff start and immediately look to clear the mid wave. And, you know, overall, as we were kind of talking about how the matchups are going to go, we can already see how the lane priorities have been given over to either side.
Again, Ruby DD with the rogue off meta pick, Grok. This is the lethal Grok in Game 7.
Ooh, it's risky, but we've seen it work before, and now the question really does come down to whether they get a catch onto Few. For now, it's looking pretty good, but Flapteezy going in pretty hard, but Kid, nobody having the execute at the end of the day, so they're not going to go for the dive.
Okay, so the Luyi pick on Few will just keep people from Burmese Ghouls, let's say, poked as much as possible. The damage will be consistent. So Burmese Ghouls, there might be times here when they are going to take objectives that they would just opt to go for that just because they don't have full HPs.
It's not even just about the full HP.
Yeah.
It really does come down to who is going to win this level 4, and it is leaning more towards the Burmese Ghouls, but under specific conditions here. Because Brent Esports, overall, you look at their composition, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. They go in, they take the fight, full team fight, plenty of AOE damage, lots of magic damage, got a pick, got a lusty. But then you look at and you see the King's Calling, you're like, ooh, that's kind of a problem, because if we count the number of mobility skills and spells coming out from Bren, that's at least 4 of them. Actually, that's at least 4 of them. Yes.
Yep. So again, great read here by the Burmese Ghouls, playing the reactionary lineup despite being on blue side. The genius mind of Coach Panda here in action now. Turtle started here by Ace, and he's going to put a few beads on it. Again, Brody doing well for Brent Esports in game number 6, here game number 7. How the tables have turned. Now the fight has begun inside the river. Order Brilliance now. As the Puissance is in.
I mean, can't switch over to Chaos Darkness anyway, so still he is going to be relevant in this turtle fight.
Games take longer, then that means it favors the side of Brent. Now, oh, look at that magnet, the yin and the yang. Diversion is there.
Hold up, here we come. Bren, fakes it. They're gonna continue the fight though up north. Phew, first he starts it strong. That's going to be a disengage, and now Bren is disincentivized for going into this first turtle take. Hold up, they still want more. That's going to be called easy. Blazing Duet out of here, and yeah, it's a push and pull.
Yeah, it really is. And Few, unfortunately, making the mistake. He tried to fake it out with the rest of his team, especially with that fast rotation coming in from Brent Esports, and the rest of the team wants to get in. Now, Flaptizi, he jumps right on top of Kid. He drops out of the Toys Poissons, as well as the Rejuvenate in hopes that Lusty gets in time. He flickers on backwards, kicks back, Ace into the fight. The King's calling his up, but the damage has been done. Loyi getting a double kill so early into this game. Oh, Few! He's so close to dying, doesn't get hit by the Nature's Bear, but he gets hit by the Wild Charge at the end of the day. RubyDD, the next fall. Huge win for Bren.
And Bren Esports, they are finding the trades. Burmese Ghouls not backing down. And you could see a lot of things working to the side of Bren Esports there. The kick on Ace was perfect. That's just what they needed at that certain point in time.
The exact target. Now, quick item check before the 5-minute mark. That's already tough boots onto Lusty. Carl TZ picks up the Raptor Machete. D uses the ult to disengage. That's 2 chasing down onto him. And look down bottom. This is actually some pressure onto RubyDD. I think Bren Esports have had it with this surprisingly lethal Grok.
Yeah.
This is the first time that we see him hugging the turret.
I mean, they have to make sure that he doesn't get too far away here. Because, again, Grok with the power of nature, very annoying. Oh, he gets hit by a lot of bullies here as well as the Chrono Finisher as well. But now they're trying to jump on top of Rebo. Oh, they almost catch him as well, forcing him to use the Purify. And the rest of Burmese Ghouls, they pull back. Big plays. Ooh, Faptizi, what happened? 1 HP?
I guess he was dueling with the 2 up top. And,
Lapulunox.
he calls it quits, yeah.
Lapulunox is just way too good.
Blazing Duet by Carl TZ. Yeah, down goes maybe. Kid can't answer back. Interesting entrance by Bren Esports, and right now they're trying to go for this push, looking for a conversion. Ace puts a few beads, gonna be popping the torn apart memory from here on very soon now. Oh, nice wild charge here by RubyDD, and they decimate Bren Esports from underneath their own tower. 3 for none. The Ghouls are feeling it.
They are pouncing back. They're looking to really turn this into the brawl. It's a great Cyclone's Eye into gets the stun. Maybe steals the Cyclone's Eye, but Flaptizi is like, nah, Shield Unity, and I'm rolling out.
Okay, this is one of the things that Burmese Ghouls is really good at. And RubyDD, they've been going for a lot of these, what's the name of the ultimate of the Grok?
Wild Charge.
Wild Charge. This is for the longest time we haven't used Grok in the meta, and this is the first time that he was used. Wild Charge with the flicker. They've been using that time and again, and it's almost always certain that he's gonna be very near onto those rocks and just knock up the enemy.
Yeah, that's what's so nice about RubyDD's build here. Nice knock up here. Oh! What an alley-oop! Salmon Force from underneath. In comes maybe though King's Calling, keeping people down.
No way!
That's gonna be Lusty. Oh my god, the tag team is in effect. Now, that's going to be Few from the backline losing the Kid. It's a duel. Mage on Mage action. And that's going to be the wipeout on 2 Few.
Oh!
That's going to be the Order Brilliance away for Kid. D takedown here by Flaptizi. That's a small consolation prize, 1 for 3.
Big wins all across the board for the Burmese Ghouls. They're very happy with this trade at the end of the day.
They should be mid-game, they make the most out of Ace, mid-game spike, that's it.
Oh no, Kid gets caught in by Flaptizi, and here comes RubyDD looking for a target. That's going to be a miss, a rotation in by Few, and this is Bren Esports pressuring the lane. So far, so good for the Burmese Ghouls. They're winning these fights, but just the same, Bren Esports are finding pickoffs where they can and pressuring the map. Look at this, a push by Rebo.
Yeah, they're literally, I mean, both sides are literally looking for those flanks, getting behind the tier 1 turrets and going for these heavy dives. times, but maybe that King's Calling is super effective against Rebo. Rebo has to be extra careful in that King's Calling. Purify ain't gonna save him.
Look at the Enchanted Talisman even being used here for Rebo, and that is quite unusual because a lot of the Harriet side laners are going for the Calamity Reaper and the Feather of Heaven.
Yeah, Flapteasy here senses something. Oh, nice pull by Maybe. That would be the Tortoise Poisons. And as well, I believe the Revitalize dropping here. But already 2 big ticket resources gone for Bren Esports. Well timed for the 30-second turtle coming up for Burmese Ghouls, the very last one.
They'll have their ultimates at the end of the day, and I think I did see Rebo actually purchasing the Calamity Reaper first, so don't worry about that. The Talisman, Enchanted Talisman came in a little bit later. Lusty, he's going to be looking for an opportunity to kind of, secure wants to walk forward, so it's going to be a free pick. No returns.
Maximum efficiency. That is the best use of King's Calling. You see how it fits the circle down the middle right so perfectly? And that's exactly what Maybe is doing here. But hold up. What's this? A nice trade for the turtle. Bren Esports lets it go. It's not coming in time.
But then again, you have to think about what they did there.
Oh, here we go. Wild charge by Ruby DD. What a bait. That's Flapteasy taking him down. And the life bars are dropping. Flapteasy shut down by Ace. And the fight continues. Where do they go? Salmon Force already expended here by Rebo. And that's both teams backing off. Lusty looking for more. And hold up. 10-7, 24K to 24K. This game is darn close, but the Burmese Ghouls are up by 1 turret.
Golden Staff is now up for Carl TZ, and you can see the trades. Ruby DD maybe is just playing the keep away game. He knows that if he stays alive, he can just keep on going for those pokes. Now, if you would look at the items, Lusty here with the Athena Shield. Rebo does have the Calamity Reaper with the Enchanted Talisman. Enchanted Talisman on Few as well. He's probably gonna go for something of a Ice Queen wand or a Lightning Cruncher, or probably a Glowing Wand as well.
Yeah, those are some pretty good shoutouts there, especially... Oh, wait, D, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to die here. There's nothing much he can do. He's going to get run down, especially with the amount of movement speed that he has. And Flapteasy just to secure the kill with the shield unity. But now, rotation is going to be placed in the middle just so they can steal away the orange buff again. And then, unfortunately, Flapteasy is going to be, hey, I'm the carry now.
Oh, actually, that is the case. And now Kid gets caught in here. That's going to be quite a hit from the back line as Ruby DD goes in with a wild charge. Maybe here, caught out Flapteasy inside the turtle, the purple pit, and that's going to be the back out. Oh, nice knock up, nice wave of the dragon, but they take out Flapteasy first. Lusty still in here. Flapteasy, blazing duet. He's trying to get one. That's going to be Kid, and they back out. Oh, nice power, nice swing by Ruby DD, but it's not enough. Double kill here for Carl TZ.
While that's happening, we have Rebo and Few going to the bottom lane.
Yeah.
It's free.
And they gatekeep the Burmese Ghouls from walking up forward. They made sure they teleported right in front of the base, making sure that they're standing on towards the top right side, just in case if D wanted to get a little bit more physical with them. But now they have the River Crab under their side. Kartizi is kind of huge in these situations. And as of right now, Ace, he's got the burst damage, but Kartizi, he's got some strong AoE.
Remember, the last time that they picked the Claude, it was relying on Claude alone. The damage output came from him alone. Right now for Bren Esports, they have this insurance policy. They have Rebo and the Harith, and both of them will have to carry the damage of this team.
Not to mention, Few just purchased the Necklace of Durance, and that's going to be very, very helpful, especially against Ruby DD as well as D. And let's see how this fight is. It's about to occur. They want to look for that big engagement.
Here we go, Lord at about a 1/6 of his health. That's going to be a reset. Flapteasy already pops here. The Poissons rolling out. And it seems like Ruby DD is going to be the first target. Oh, he goes for the swing, goes for the wild charge, and misses. That's a nice free pickoff for Bren Esports. Nothing for Burmese Ghouls to take here. Hold up. They jump in. Nice pull out to Lusty. He goes down. Kid gets the kill, and they are going to be backing off 1 for 1. Blazing duet. Blazing duet by Carl TZ alongside his Salmon Force to keep them pinned down. That's going to be a double. Down goes Ace. Down goes Maybe. D is as well. Kid is the only survivor in this onslaught. Ladies and gentlemen, Brand Esports have gone 4 for 1.
Let's go! Brand Esports, they see the Kings calling, it's gone. They run straight down and force the engagement onto the Burmese Goals, and now will profit the Lord as well as a mid-tier. Oh my goodness, they should be able to get this. No, can they get this? Yes, they've got the inhibitor as well.
The Kings calling really worked their way, but look at Carl DZ trying to go for Kid. He takes down Kid.
No.
Kid just falls right in front of his base, and so far Brand Esports are not acknowledging any of Burmese Ghouls' efforts to protect themselves. So far, I think the Burmese Ghouls, they are trying maybe so far, but I think Brand Esports knows that as soon as the pull happens, they leave who's gonna die and then just disengage and then come back around. This is the whole rope-a-dope Burmese Ghouls have been using all series long.
And not to mention that this is the first time we're actually seeing the Burmese Ghouls starting to really sweat against Brand. They're making some really unnatural mistakes, like similar to Game 1, but with Lord marching on through, they can't afford to lose their members. They have to break this Lord, and they have to be able to protect themselves, but Brand, they want to force the situation. They're going to be starting with the inhibitor down on bot side. Few taking a little bit of damage, but D wants to go even a little bit further. He's trying to get on Few. He's trying to execute Few, but instead he gets kicked on backwards from TZ, now trapped all by himself in the King's Calling. Rebo gets pulled on in. He's trying to get on out of there. Flickers forward, but now this is where they turn the tides here. Brand Esports, they're looking
my goodness!
This is it!
Kid is the only one left. Can he defend? Ladies and gentlemen, Brand Esports are your M2 champions!
From the lower bracket, they crawled out. Bren Esports.
Your host to celebrate winners. It's well, this will be the end of our match. It's time for Brand Esports to go and claim what is rightfully theirs. The pro itself. Thank you so much from the caster's desk. This is us signing off.
Thank you very much, Butters, Gideon Q, Leo, as well as Contra, Lysander. Can you hear them screaming?
What an incredible series, an incredible M2. They are going to be looking back in the history books, and M2, the closest best of 7 you have ever seen in Mobile Legends history.
Now, I'm pretty sure all over in the Philippines, they are screaming, Brangla Malakas! Congratulations, people!
Congratulations, Philippines!
Wow! All right, let us catch our breaths for a while now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still watching us, this is not the end. We'll come back in maybe say half an hour with the live media interview with our champion team, Brand Esports. But of course, we do want to say a big thank you and congratulations as well
to Burmese Ghouls.
To Burmese Ghouls. Thank you so much. Well done.
Very, very good final they put up for us. A 2-0 lead from Brand, and then coming back to equalize at a Game 7.
Yeah.
Incredible game from both sides. A big round of applause at home for those two teams.
You know, I almost want to say this, it might sound cliche, but I can hear the screams coming in from the Philippines right now. I'm just looking at our casters desk. Everybody's so happy. Wolf is on his laptop, updating on Facebook right now on the results that happened. In just a while, we'll be presenting the awards to our champion team. But of course, the Burmese, we will see you in second place, though. Big round of applause. Second place. Second place. Make your way down on stage. Make your way off stage.
Make your way.
Follow the floor manager. You know what?
Do follow the marshals.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for putting up a great finals for all of us to watch back home, as well as here in the studio. Man, I gotta say, the atmosphere in the studio, Joakim.
Yeah,
oh
the atmosphere, emotions running wild. We have, of course, happiness and sadness. The higher you climb, just a while. We're just waiting for everyone to be ready before we invite a few guests on stage to present the project. Lysander, you are invested in the game. How is it like for
We
you?
were all invested. I'm telling you, they are going to look back. One day, the analyst desk, they're always going to bring back M2. They say, remember M2, remember M2. There was this team that made it 2-0, and then there's the other team that brought it to Game 7. There's always going to be a reference back to this M2. That's what I'm going to say.
Yep.
And I hope they remember this. I hope this keeps up for M3 because this has been an incredible game.
Now, to present the medals for the championship team, can we please welcome the Chief Executive of the Singapore Tourism Board, Mr. Keith Tan, on stage, please. Mr. Keith Tan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Lysander, do the honors for the championship team for M2 World Championship.
Your M2 World Champion from the Philippines, Brand Esports! I'm now going to call up each of the players to receive their awards from our VIP. First up, we have Rebo.
Woo!
Round of applause for all these champions up on stage right now. Thank you. Next up, Carl TZ. And next, we have View. Their tank, Lusty. And Flapteezy. Not forgetting their substitute players as well, Coco, as well as AJ. Definitely deserve their support as well. Congratulations to these players. And of course, the man that brought them all together, their coach and manager, Ducky! Waving the flag for Philippines, a great honor for all Filipinos at home. Mobile Legend history has been made here.
All right, now, teams, can we please have a picture of Mr. Keith Tan for the cameras right now? Let's all smile for the cameras. We'll give it maybe say 6 seconds for all your pictures to go down for the cameras.
Smile with your eyes, boys. I know the masks are blocking those big, big smiles, so smile with those eyes, boys. Congratulations, you are champions!
All right, we're just waiting for the thumbs up from our producers to make sure that we got the pictures down already. Thank you so much, Mr. Keith Tan, once again, the Chief Executive of the Singapore Tourism Board. Please safely make your way off stage. Now for Brand Esports, can I invite you to just take a few steps back to give space for our next VIP coming up on stage to present the check for the final MVP, Member of Parliament and Skoga patron, Mr. Melvin Yong on stage, sir. Thank you so much. All right. Producers, we need some help. We've not been told the results.
I have a good guess. Okay, I have a good guess. I mean, we have been all watching the games. It is the best fencer at M2, the Lancelot specialist, Carl TZ!
It was top secret, Lysander.
Top secret, that is an open secret. Philippines, you have been so blessed with Carl TZ as your Lancelot specialist. He's done so well across the entire M2 tournament.
All right. Carl TZ and Mr. Melvin Yong, could we have you in the center stage for a picture, please, of the camera? Carl TZ and Mr. Melvin Yong, could we have you center stage for a picture? Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Carl TZ. Show off your check. Show off your MVP check. There you go, Carl.
You're gonna remember this for a long time, my friend. Gonna remember this amazing moment for a long time. Everyone smile.
We're waiting for the go-ahead. All the pictures to be taken. Front page news tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, in the Philippines and here in Singapore. I'm assuming we are done. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Melvin Yong. Thank you so much.
And of course, Bren, it's about time. We're gonna guys.
All right. Brand Esports, can I have one on the left and one on the right to lift your plaque now?
Bring it to the front first. We're going to do this on the count of 3.
All
Bring
right.
it to the front.
So, Ducky, take the plug, put it down first. Put it down. Take the plug.
Yeah,
and
be
put it
careful.
down.
It's heavy. It's
It is
heavy.
heavy. It is heavy.
2 people? Yep. All right, guys. Move it to the front.
Take
Yeah,
it down
move it to
first.
the front. Yep. All right, be careful of it, guys.
All right, put it down.
All right.
Bring it to the front. Ducky, take a few steps forward.
Yeah,
Brent
move to the front.
Esports.
Okay. Joking, we're going to do this on the count of 3.
Like, 1,
1, 2, 3.
Off we go!
The champions once again, Brand Esports for M2 World Championships. Mobile Legends Bang Bang deliver one of its greatest finals ever.
Lysander, I dare say, Brang Lang Malakas!
Lang Malakas, indeed. Congratulations, Philippines. Well earned, well deserved.
Lysander, it's been an amazing week here in Singapore for new World Championship. If I, it's done. It's over.
It is done. It is done. One more last thank you.
Yep.
That made amazing grand finals. Thank you for trusting Singapore. Thank you to Singapore Tourism Board. Thank you to IMDA. Thank you to Skoga. Thank you to all our partners, Tumi, Secret Lab, Razer, Singtel, MediaCorp, Cathay Cinemas. All of you guys helped us put this together in spite of COVID, made it safe for everyone. All of us will have fun. Joking. I can't.
Exactly. Now, don't we do live in about half an hour's time here on this page. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Lysander. My name is Joachim. Thank you so much. This has been your M2 World Championship 2020.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down. We will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable. Wear pride like armor and shield. We are unbreakable. We're all invincible. Now they'll take on the world. We can fight when the world collapses all around us. Fight like a knight. Join the fight. Fight for our pride. Never wrong to strive for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero. Immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We're fighting the names while victory